Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. And of course, all stars. We all-star lineup each and every day of the week. And we've got real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency into their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like that. And of course, we've got one here that does have education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is opening call. He's Romeo, and I'm Juliet.
I love you.
I do. We have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you the best thing to hold on to life is each other. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, you got your game plan ready?
Check.
You got your checklist checked?
Yes, I do.
Journal ready to go?
All set.
You got your homemade box ready for Valentine's Day cards?
Yes, I do.
Grade school? You need to get like an old shoebox? All right.
Yep.
Well, let's say good morning to Johnny. Johnny the Hoagland. Good morning, sir. And how are you today on this lovely Valentine's Day?
I'm doing well, I'm ready for Valentine's Day. I've got my card, I've got my chocolates, and looking forward to when my lovely wife gets home. We're going to celebrate Valentine's Day, maybe with a little bit of wine and a nice dinner made at home. Haven't figured out what that's going to be yet, but always good to hang with the lovely wife. Maybe I'll show you a picture of her later.
Brown chicken, brown cow. Meow, meow. Cool. We'll exchange pictures of lovely wives. Nice. All right. Well, let's get to the news here on this day of the 14th of February, 2024. U.S. stock futures ticked up after a negative day on Wall Street, fueled by the hotter than it predicted U.S. inflation data that led markets to recalibrate their bets on the Fed Reserve interest rate cuts. That sort of wiped that out the window.
Yeah.
We did see that the S&P 500 added 21, a blackjack, NASDAQ adding 110, and the Dow up 94 now. The main indices in New York all tumbled yesterday, with the benchmark dropping 1.4%, NASDAQ 1.8%, and the Dow Jones dipping 1.4%. Traders were reacting to that data on Tuesday, which showed an overall U.S. consumer price gain that were hotter than economists had predicted in January, pointing to a lingering stickiness and inflation pressure that further dashed hopes of an imminent interest rate cut. In other news, Mr. Bezos was a seller, sell, selling $4 billion in Amazon stock this past week. He sold more stock in the e-commerce behemoth, increasing the total value of his share sales in the past week to around $4 billion. The firm's chairman also, who boasted an estimate net worth of $190 billion. That's according to Forbes and his mother. So, Johnny, what do you got? What else do you have here for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, a little bit thin for us today. At 6 o'clock this morning, the mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates rose by 0.07%. It was 6.8. Rise is now to 6.87%. That cut off applications considerably. Week before last, the applications were up 3.7%. This last week, with this rise in mortgage rates, they dropped by about 2.3%. At 8:30 this morning, we have one of the talking Feds, Goolsbee, speaking at 8:30 again, right on the open. 9:30, the EIA Petroleum Status Report. 10:30, a 4-month bill auction. And then at 3 o'clock, another one of the talking Feds, Barr, is due to speak. As far as earnings are concerned, the majors this morning, Sony and CME Group, both beating on both categories, earnings per share and revenues. We're looking for Cisco after the close today. There's still a pretty long list of smaller companies due out with their earnings today. As far as VIX is concerned, it was screaming to the upside yesterday, screaming to the downside today, down about 6% the last I checked at 14.9. Dollar index down a little bit at 104.82, and the yield on the 10-year pretty much just steady at 4.3%. And that's what we've got for economic numbers due out and already out for us today. Looking forward again to another interesting and challenging trading day.
Thank you, John.
I love you.
Oil prices. Dude, where's my crude? Well, oil prices hovered around the flat line European trade today as the traders gauge the outsized build in U.S. crude inventories. Brent added 0.1%, while the WTI broadly unchanged at about 77.57. Now, crude prices were hit by signs of the sticky U.S. price gains were viewed as potential cause for the Fed to keep interest rates higher for longer. A trend like this could stymie economic activity, in turn, oil demand in the coming months. So, we did have our WTI. It was an increase, I believe, here of 2.6 barrels. And as John said, we do have our EIA later on today. Now, today is Valentine's Day, and just wanted to sort of share with you what is the meaning of Valentine's Day? Well, it originated as a Christian feast. Not people eating Christians, but a Christian sort of party day honoring the martyred St. Valentine. Okay. And now it's sort of turned into a Hallmark holiday. Hopefully that you've gotten your loved one something for today. Here in Chicago, St. Valentine's Day, it comes with the word after that called massacre. St. Valentine's Day Massacre was a murder of 7 members of Associates of Chicago's North Side Gang that occurred on St. Valentine's Day, 1929. So basically, there were these bad guys dressed as cops, and they got these other bad guys dressed as bad guys, and they shot him. They shot him. It was the morning of February 14th, 1929. So give it up. Whatever you do here, make sure that you do see badges, whatever you do. So, all right, duck when you hear that. Okay, another thing that I wanted to bring up front was an announcement today. Okay. We will be having a fire drill. We're going to be doing a fire drill before 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. All right. So high noon, we're going to have it before that. So anybody jumps in and asks, hey, where's the fire drill? Please share in the chat. Let them know when it is. We're going to drop a form in chat for 5 minutes. Okay. Enter your information on the chat, on the form. And we're going to have a drawing for 1,000 invitations for Topstep X. So each invitation will include a code where you can lock up to 5 Topstep X trading combines for $4.50 each month. Now you'll pay $4.50 each month until you earn funding or for the life of the evaluation. Now, winners are going to receive an email by tomorrow morning. That's before opening call. And if you received our email invitation yesterday, this does not apply to you, okay? You're not eligible for the fire drill today because you got your form already. So we want to be able to give Topstep X to as many traders as we can for this low cost. So hopefully you understood my English directions there. So any questions? No? Okay, good. James, you got the tip of the week? Tip of the week. Stay informed, my good friends. Yes, you want to stay informed. In a highly competitive market, as we see here, staying informed can provide a significant advantage. Traders who are quicker to react to the market moving news or do possess a deeper insight into market trends, they're going to be a lot better off and outperforming their peers. So stay informed. Johnny?
Great place to stay informed is right here. We talk about the economic numbers. We talk about the charts. We talk about the earnings. We talk about the news. Great spot for you to stay informed right here at Topstep TV.
There you go. Great answer. I like that one. I like that better than mine.
Mhm.
There you go. All right, John. Time for some charts, boys and girls. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, we had our nice little pullback in the equities yesterday, aided by some news that came out about inflation. Is this going to be a reversal or is this just going to be a necessary pullback? We did see volume spike on the way down yesterday, about 4.3 billion shares traded on the New York Stock Exchange. And we lost about 40,000 in open interest. Now, where did that open interest come from? When you watched the end of the day yesterday, maybe you watched the power hour, there was a nice pullback off the lows, which were basically in the S&P's last week's lows. So we did see some long liquidation yesterday, probably some shorter time frame shorts getting into the market and then getting run out of the market at the end of the day. So I'm looking more like the loss in open interest was more on the speculator side than the hedging side, more on the longs that have been holding longs, got a little bit scared, created this pullback. And I think that this pullback, as long as it doesn't continue, there's some levels that we can look at where the market really may start to break structure. But I think that the upside structure is still largely intact, and I don't think we're at really risk of any market state changes at these levels in the longer time frame. So I'm looking at this. The volume did spike. We lost open interest. That's expected on down days. The overall upside structure does remain intact. We did not close below the weekly kickoff low, 49.60. We tested down below it. We tested right to last week's low, and then all of those short sellers got squeezed at the end of the day, and they brought price back up above that weekly kickoff level, which we are still above. So with no acceptance, no close below that level, I'm going to probably be still looking at this market as an opportunity to buy weaknesses, to buy breaks until something changes. Now, if you take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So here was yesterday. We created a new gap. We closed the one gap from back here, right? Almost to the tick, we closed that out before we started to really kind of fall apart, barreling through the weekly kickoff low right to last week's low. Too short in the hole here in short time frame. I think our delta got to about minus 23,000 when we were on our lows, maybe even a little bit deeper than that. And by the time the market closed, all of that delta had been eaten up. We actually closed with positive delta, about 700 by the end of the day yesterday. So it's an indication that that those short sellers, those market order sellers, were short time frame. They were looking for this market to fall apart. It just did not give them that, and that's what these markets do. They get you short, and then they run it up on you, and it seems to be exactly what happened yesterday. So what do we have today? Well, it looks like we may be opening with a gap above yesterday's range inside the gap that was created between Monday and Tuesday's sessions. Well, the gaps do tend to get closed, but what I'm really thinking is we need to really show signs of a rejection of value from yesterday. And the area of value is really kind of right up here at 49, 86, 87 area. Okay, now if we close that gap, we bring that down here. We could, upon rejection of value from yesterday, we could rotate higher, close this gap, and trade back to the kind of the point of control from Monday's trade. We could fall into what we call repair in profiles because there's a point of control down here, there's a point of control up here, there's a gap between them. There is a tendency for price to trade to one or both of those naked points of control. So this morning, I think, is all about reacceptance of value from yesterday, brings us possibly to another look to lower levels. Rejection of value and a gap close brings us back to the range from Monday. The profile yesterday, though it was a volatile day, ended up being a normal variation trading day, neutral. And then, as I mentioned, that deep delta that we accumulated down against last week's low, just short time frame traders, short time frame pea shooters barreling into this market thinking it's going to crack. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the laggards down here at the hole really had to run and jump over each other to try and get out of those positions at the end of the day. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. So again, the upside structure is still intact. There's no major market state break here. We tested very similarly to last week's low, and we closed back above the weekly kickoff low here in the NASDAQ. Of course, volume spiked. We lost 5,000 in open interest. That's to be expected. That's long liquidation. And again, I think that the short time frame day traders got too short in the hole here, getting too excited, FOMOing into shorts, and then they got it run up on them. It's very similar to the S&Ps. Here, take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right, there we go. All right, so here's the gap created. Doesn't look like we're going to be opening with a gap in the NASDAQ. However, value is a little bit lower. So again, to me, today is all about the reacceptance of value from yesterday could bring us to prices lower. Rejection of value yesterday, we may see a repair day, come in, close this gap out, come back up to the point of control from Tuesday's session. The profile yesterday in the NASDAQ, again, was normal variation to neutral day. Now, I want to show you one of the best, prettiest looking charts I've ever seen. Hey, this is my wife, Donna. Happy Valentine's Day, honey. That's one of the best looking charts I've ever seen. Isn't she pretty? Yes, I married up. 100% truth. There's my sweetie. All right, so here's the crude oil. All right. So, first off, we have to remember crude oil is in rollover. What does that mean? Rollover has a tendency to try to have the longer time frame traders who are hedged many, many months, even years into the future, to adjust inventory, to get all of those positions out of the current front month, which is March, and move those positions into future months. So their focus then becomes getting a cheap rollover, whether they're legging it, whether they're using the spread, whatever it is. They don't want to lose a whole bunch of ticks when they're rolling all these positions over. So that becomes their focus. The market is right now at kind of an explosive level. We've got a triangle formation here. We're up against weekly kickoff high. We had some pretty decent volume in the front month. By the way, tomorrow we'll probably be trading the April contract. So far, the volume is still in March. I'll check it tomorrow morning, thinking we probably will need to move to April tomorrow. I'll adjust all my levels and we'll be able to see all that. But there is explosive potential here. If this was not rollover, I would be much more inclined to think that if we do show some signs of acceptance above this trend line, above weekly kickoff high, that there could be some serious ramifications of acceptance above that. We could see this market run to the upside. It is a very news-driven market still, very news-driven. So when we're in range rules, we're fading the extremes. If we break out and we show some meaningful participation up there, then we have to go the other direction. I think it's going to be a tricky day in crude oil today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Look at how the overnight really just kind of stuck to that trend line as resistance. It seems to be breaking out or attempting to break out above it. We're going to need to see some volume. We're going to need to see new business. And right now, that new business is going to be kind of hard to come by because of rollover. If they do get pushed into adjusting inventories because of this technical break, it could be we call it an S show. I don't like to swear too much, but this could be a zoo, and it could be a very difficult rollover for the longer time frame traders, which might actually provide good opportunities for us pea shooters. Profile data. We've got it was a double distribution trend day to the upside yesterday. We did attempt to close above weekly kickoff low. We closed right on it. The resistance came at that trend line last night. Resistance now holding above it. we need to see some business come in up here. If it just kind of comes up here and lollygags around, it's not going to impress me as a decent breakout. But we're going to have to see how that plays out. So take a quick look at gold, and we'll get down to business here. So gold had a pretty decent breakout yesterday to the downside of the pennant or triangle formation. Crude's looking to break out the upside. Gold broke out the downside. Now, this was a news-driven event. We added 3,600 in open interest. Volume spiked. As a breakout, I'm giving this a grade of a B. A B because there was news involved in it. It wasn't just a technical breakout. I'm giving it a B because it did increase volume, and we did bring in new open interest. So where are we looking at here? What do we? I mean, the most logical visual target would be this swing low down here at 1975.10. Take a look at the 30. Here's our dead cat bounce yesterday, where the market just dropped and then just laid there. We don't really have any overnight inventory. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Try and stay patient today. I mean, the market is trying to reaccept value from yesterday. If it rejects value, then we look to move to the downside. That 1975 swing low is just hanging there like low-hanging fruit. If we do continue this move to the downside, of course, keep your eye on the dollar. The profile yesterday, again, was a news-driven B-shaped profile. It is not supported by a loss in open interest. More business was added at lower levels on higher volume. That's indicating a potentially healthy downside auction. So watch out. If we can't accept in range in value from yesterday, look for this market to seek lower levels to facilitate trade. And that's going to be about it for the charts. Make sure you take your deep breath.
Yeah.
Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. And don't forget, always pray for peace. Pray for peace. Be kind to yourselves,
Yes.
be kind to others, and have a great trading day.
Thank you, John. Very much so. Remember, folks, yes, today is fire drill. I see a lot of questions here in our chat. We're going to be doing that fire drill before 12 o'clock high noon Central Time. So if you're looking at your clock right now, Central Time, I've got 8:22 here a.m. So make sure that you're here before 12 o'clock. Sometime in between, we will be doing that. So we're going to drop a form into chat for 5 minutes. And this is your opportunity to enter into the drawing for 1,000 invitations for Topstep X. Now, remember, each invitation is going to include a code where you can lock up to 5 Topstep X trading combines for only $4.50 each month for each one, okay? Remember, too, also, if you received that email yesterday, the invitation, you're not eligible for today's fire drill. We want to make sure that to be able to sort of cater to all of our friends here at Topstep X, to as many traders as we can at this low cost. So there's your tips here. We're going to take a break here. We got some time. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Get a fresh coffee.
Yeah. Ready for
maybe a hug. And I got a Valentine card for you.
Well, I'm Romeo, you're Juliet. So, yeah, we get a hug.
Yes, we do. All right, my friend. We're going to be right back here with Fast Market. Big day today. We do have, today is Wednesday. Deanna and Isaac R is going to be joining us here. Fast Markets. We got Coach Jay for Power Players, David Green for group coaching, Coach Dakota, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, and Isaac Suffren for Power Hour. So don't go away. Big day today. We'll be right back.
Good morning, and everyone. Welcome to Fast Markets here on TopstepTV. We've got everyone back. We've got Michael Patak up in the corner there. We've got Isaac Rivera and Deanna. We're all joining us today on a very special Fast Markets. Welcome, everybody. How are we feeling today?
We're feeling great. What, Isaac? What's up, buddy? We were just texting a couple days ago.
What's happening? Yes,
Much.
yes. Good morning.
Got back from sweet tax planning meetings in Chicago. Yes, lots of rollbacks that happen, I learned. But Deanna, what's up? What's up, Andre?
What's up, man? Welcome back.
Yeah, starting the day pretty relaxed. A little bit up on the day thing, so nothing too big, but always nice to start the day with a slight buffer. Took a bit of time to wake up today for some reason. I slept in, so kind of still waking up. And I know it's the afternoon over here. I know, because I see people in the chat who are like, "Oh yeah, good morning," Deanna says at 2:30 p.m. Well, you know, I work in the afternoons. I don't have to be up early, so I'm drinking my little energy drink, just waking up.
You don't need it. You don't need to explain, Danielle or Deanna. You do not need to explain to us. All righty, out of the gate. Right. Isaac, I get a trade with you. I've never traded with you, and you're with our top. I don't know. I haven't seen the leaderboard in a couple days. You're a top live funded trader.
I'm somewhere up there. Somewhere up there.
Which means you're one of the best in the league, if not the best. Right now, it's like golf. Who's hot right now? Who's number one?
Well, I'm just hoping that love is in the air and that Cupid is in our favor today here with this team trades. And that we can make some money.
Well, I like that. I don't know if you guys have noticed on my screen, Andre. You'll notice on my screen I have a. I don't know if the account name is going to be what I stick with or the team sticks with, but it's our house account. And
what am I looking at?
Why the name's my name in my screen on my screen. I'll have to change the name anyway. Got a house account, 50 lot house account.
Oh snap!
Isaac's here.
This is really happening.
And Isaac's here, so you never know what's going to happen.
All right, we're open here.
Pressure.
We dipped below 5,000 for the first time yesterday, Michael. As you see, we are back above 5,000. Yes, just ever so briefly. Hot CPI reading coming in yesterday morning. Sent equities lower, caught a little bit of a bid there going into the close. And as you can see, that rally continued overnight. London session now into the New York session, and we are above 5,000 in the S&Ps. So it's as if we never left, Michael. So welcome back, and happy Valentine's Day, Patak.
Oh, I love you, buddy.
Anyways, guys, Isaac, how have you been trading lately?
Lately, not too great. So I'm glad that there's a fire drill today because I need that fire put out. I need to catch a cool break. So, I've had a string of losers, and I think what just makes it worse is that I've been up, at least 750 or more per trade, and walked away with red days. So I just got to really just dial things back in and turn it around. But this is part of the business. Trading, so I'm not sweating.
Yeah. Trading 101. It happens every now and then. I've seen a couple of you guys on the top leaderboard taking a little on the chin, so to speak. Yeah. And anybody who knows anybody in the trading world knows there are ebbs and flows in the business. Just like I just mentioned about golf and the leaderboard, and that's always changing and things like that. And they're all professionals. They want to be number one. They want to be best at the game. But it's a personal journey that every one of them is already on. That then puts them on the leaderboard if they stay on their own personal journey without looking at the leaderboard. I think is also another good thing. But it's awesome. You guys are still up there. It's great.
Absolutely.
Yes. What are we looking at right now?
Anybody? So I'm just kind of focused on a few different levels. On the ES, obviously, I'm the one-trick pony trading the S&P. I have that level right around 50.12 that I'm looking at, and we do have a moving average on the 30-minute chart that's sitting just above that. I like to make sure that the same way you lean on big orders in the DOM sometimes, I like to lean on those levels. So if I'm looking to either exit, I'll exit a little bit before, or if I'm looking to enter, I'll enter a little bit before. So the levels that I'm really focused on, I'm not looking for a massive range. I'm not expecting movement like we saw yesterday, even though that's the movement that I had been expecting since Thursday of last week. And the one day I take a trade in the opposite direction after getting beat up for 3 or 4 days, that's when we get that massive sell-off. So, but obviously it was numbers driven. So there was some fundamentals involved. So to the upside, 50.06, 50.12. And then on the downside, right around 49.80, 49.70. That's really the area that I'm looking to play in, looking primarily for longs, but I'm definitely open to shorts with a little bit less size today.
So you're looking at the 06s for entry to long position?
No, 06 is for shorting. 6 and 12 are definitely either the exit longs. Yeah, those are either exiting longs or entering small shorts.
Got it. And then where are you looking at longs right now?
Or where are you looking at? 49.70.
49.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's ironic that they happen to be round numbers, because more importantly, I think like math is weird, right? Like math always works itself out in one way or another. So when you look at like kind of where a moving average is sitting, you'll find oftentimes that it's by a round number, or it might just conveniently be floating right on or slightly above or below like a value high or value low area from a session before or a few sessions back. So that 49.80 and that 49.70 are actually specific quantitative deviations away from the current mean on a 1 minute time frame. They just happen to be. I mean, it could be like 49.70.50, right? But I'm just, again, I put ellipses on my chart. I don't know if you guys can see them. Maybe if I go on a shorter time frame. Let's see. Yeah, so you see these ellipses, and then you see how when I change time frames, now that ellipse is basically sitting on a moving average, right? Like and I didn't do that deliberately. I rarely ever look at the 5 minute chart. And then, 50.06 is a level that I was looking at. You could see that at the open, I would say that opening range was pretty aggressive to the upside. But we didn't even come close to that 50.06 before we started pulling back. So I want to trade with the trend. I mean, in the short-term trend, things are looking bearish, right, relative to the last few days. But we're coming off of new highs. So it's definitely a lot of profit taking, a lot of stops getting wiped out. The thing that I'm most excited about today compared to yesterday and even like 5 sessions back is that now we have data points both above and below value, right? Like wherever price for that market's sitting, where just the last few days, the only thing that we've really had is just order flow and price action to the upside. So, now we have support and resistance levels, we have moving averages, we have value high, value low, point of control, and many, many other indicators that, other traders use that I don't, like VWAP and Fibonacci and so on and so forth. So I want to be in longs today, especially if we can see some support levels like really hold or like bulls come in strong or failed downside auction, for example. So I'm really looking to possibly take like along with 2 lots if we can get down to 49.80. Just 2 lots. That way, if we start to kind of make a deeper retracement to that 49.70 level, I'll go ahead and do the infamous moron trade and add on another contract. So that's the trading plan for right now, but I'm very open to smaller shorts as well today.
All righty. I like it. Guys, that's preparation right there. Deanna, what are you looking at? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to focus more on gold today. I'm waiting for crude oil to roll over to next month because I don't really like the price action that we've been having for the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to stay a little bit more patient. We opened inside value on crude and then pushed outside, but we've noticed that obviously it's been very range bound, very whippy, and I posted something on Twitter how crude oil was like ping pong last couple of weeks, bar the oil here. So yeah, I'm going to stick away from crude oil because of that until next week, and possibly focus on gold longs. We are sitting right above the round number of 2,000. Yesterday was obviously a massive day due to the CPI numbers. And so I want to see whether we can get a bit of a retracement. Usually after such a such a really aggressive move in either direction, typically there's a bit of a correction. Even if it's like 30%, that would put us probably closer to the fixed daily range at about 2014. So if we get there, I will be one happy bunny in case I manage to enter a trade. But for now, I'm just staying patient, waiting for the market to give me a little bit more information. Right now, I'm not that happy with being here. The initial balance is still very low, which could be a good sign for the day upside. So yeah, let's just wait and see what happens. Patience is the name of the game. Like I said, I'm sitting on a little bit of profit of $320 for the day. So I think I'm probably going to size down to just 1 lot today. And just let's see what happens.
Very nice. Good job. Well, I'm sitting here looking at Tilt here on my Topstep X. Boy, talk, this is super sleek. Yesterday was a big success. I think everyone really liked the what do you call it? The pre-release party for TopstepX yesterday. But look at tilt right now. Yeah, look at tilt right now. And got 62% short ES, 69% short in NASDAQ, 70% long in gold, 73% long in crude, as we see S&Ps and NASDAQ starting to fall off here a little bit. S&P's coming up to VWAP. As we know, that has been a play. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to dip a toe in the water here and buy one. Play off VWAP here at 49.88 3/4. See if we get a bit of a pullback and scalp to the upside. Michael, did you miss trading the last 2 days?
No, I did not. I was in Shy City, so I was doing meetings, and that was very cool. Wow, this is TopstepX. I'm loving. Can we go back to your screen real quick? Loving it, and I'm saying I'm loving it because a lot of people are on it. A lot of great feedback, and seeing that much feedback is awesome to to hear and also, of course, to see. But no, how the hell did I get long one? What do you mean?
What do you mean? How did you get long one?
I must have centered. That wasn't okay. I was already down a little bit money. They tested in my account today or last night or whatever the open was. It's selling off. 75% short NASDAQ, 60% short S&P. We're pushing through the VWAP. We're on the VWAP of...
Got a long one after that.
Yeah.
We're beef VWAP in NASDAQ as well. Buy the dip these days, right?
Yeah, anytime we get a sell-off, we are seeing something. Right?
So we're looking at yesterday. What do we got here in the tilt? Crude's looking a little heavy long, but yeah, biases to the short side in the equities. Goldsby's been talking a little bit here. Real quick, some headlines making hitting the wire. What did he say? I don't support waiting until inflation is already at 2% on a 12-month basis before cutting rates. So he's being very dovish. See if the markets can catch a bit off of a quote like that. That was a few minutes ago. But definitely speaking dovish there.
Isaac, when you're talking about the 4980s, that's really the area you're looking at. So you sit on your hands until that area, right? Or what? I
always let the market come to me. So just so that I'm not in situations where like I accidentally enter a trade like you just did, or like I rarely ever enter at market like Andre did. Andre, I was going to ask you. So you went long one in which market? The S&P?
S&Ps, yeah. I just got out too. I covered bought 88s and sold 91 quarters. So
okay, all right, so that's a nice little scalp there. Yeah. You were seeing some of that sell-off. I don't know if you guys, it looks like you guys have my chart up. So on this 1,000 tick chart with this moving average, you can see we hit it, grinded on it a little bit, and these bars form a little bit quicker because it's one bar for every 1,000 transactions in the market. And we're kind of riding it right now. So we had that little bounce off of it. I'm still expecting this to roll over and work its way to the downside. You'll see that I already have brackets set up. So I have an order sitting. I meant to put this at 49.74.75. So we'll fix that. Oh, that's 50. So, all right, there we go. So I already have my long entry right there set up. I already have my exit to the upside, which I'm actually going to end up adjusting that a little bit higher as well. I'm looking at, actually, I'm pretty sure we're going to go up to 225 again. So I already have my target set up, my entry set up, and my stop set up. The stop is spread a little wide, again, because I'm going in with 2 contracts, and I have intentions of going in at that 70 level, maybe even like 69. If we break through some stops, or if we do get a lot of orders in that area, I'll go ahead and add that third contract on. But I always let the market come to me. I don't have any FOMO. I don't it has to be part of my plan, right? Like if things don't play out the way that I would rather not get into a position because things didn't play out the way that I had anticipated or calculated that they would, than to just get into something and just end up, taking a large loss, or only walking away with, a small winner that might have dragged out 3 or 4 hours. So.
Sounds good.
I see crude's rallying here. Deanna, have you officially broken off with crude for the time being, or will you always?
Just for now. Just for now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just for a few days,
Just not talking right now. Yes. Just need a little space.
No, we're not talking. Yeah, we're not talking. Yeah.
Need a little space.
Well, we've moved into separate rooms. We have separate bedrooms for now.
The fact that they're still in the house means they got a chance, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, one of us is talking in the bathroom, but
Crude plays hard to get. Crude does play hard to get sometimes. It's
Yeah, sometimes.
hot,
Yeah.
hot
Yeah.
and cold.
Okay. So this is probably one of the big reasons this segues into what I always used to say. I go, hey, trading multiple products is, let's be honest, it's like dating multiple people. And there's people that do it all the time. You go to your dating apps, you got a bunch talking to a bunch of people. You know the temperaments of nobody, really, unless they see it in their voice and then you catch it like one time. But you don't know when they're changing. You don't know what's happening in their life. You don't know any of that kind of stuff. So follow me. When you're trading a lot of products, how the hell do you know what the temperament, the change, the market state, all that kind of stuff has changed for, like, in that particular product? Oh, we used to have people like, oh, I'm watching 12, 15. I'm like, dude, come on, man. You're not watching any of them. You're looking for your setup in one of them. I got it. If you're going to look for your setup and you're purely technical, fine. I don't think that's really the helpful thing that you should be only looking at when it comes to your strategy. I believe you should narrow it down. I know we had Dr. Menaker, a trading psychologist on here. He's like, after 3, man, you're like mush brain. And so something to think about. To each its own. Remember, do whatever you want. But what we see is the folks that narrow it down, one contract, get so in tune of it. Think about getting married to one individual. Like, that when they wake up, hey, man, they're not, blah, blah, blah. Or, oh, we're going to have a great day. We're going to have a great day. We're going to have a great day. Or like crude oil, what you just said about crude oil. That's exactly what the analogies kind of follows that. I'm like, well, just like, if you're going to date 2 or 3. That's more manageable anyway.
Yeah.
And,
I think a couple is a pretty good number of instruments to look at. I traded just one 5 years. That was Eurodollar. Then that kind of died on me. Then I went to prop because of that and learned how to trade crude oil. I mean, initially they put me on ES. We know the story. I didn't like it. And then I found myself in crude oil. But then I looked at gold as well. And that has a similar pattern because both of them are Forex-linked instruments, right? So I found a lot of parallels in the behaviors, although both of them have their quirks. But really, when I first started trading the CL, I traded it probably for about 4 or 5 months. So just crude oil, nothing else. And then I slowly started observing gold. So until I knew how gold was breathing and, whether it was grumpy or whether it was good or not, I didn't really do any live trading on it. And the prop firm that I was with at that point, I do another simulated period before they allowed me trading live on another product. So it wasn't like, oh yeah, I'm just going to add another one. Like, it didn't work that way. You kind of worked for a particular desk. You had your instruments. And if you wanted more, you had to prove to them that you can actually trade the instrument. So yeah, it's a little bit funny when you hear people, I ask them, so what do you trade? And they're like, oh, ES, RTY, gold, crude, Eurodollar. I was like, whoa, man. Okay, cool. Now let's pick one.
I know Andre can attest to when we did the power player segment, I said the same thing, right? Like, I vetted the financial instruments that were available to me at the time to trade with, like I would like a prospective, romantic partner, right? And, I'm married to the S&P. I am, I might look at NQ occasionally, right, just to do some comparisons, but I'm not cheating on the S&P, right? I think it's funny that we're talking about like relationships with these things, on Valentine's Day. But to the point that like that Nebraska was just bringing up is like, I don't think that someone can build equity in their account, any account, right? Real account, live, XFA, combine, it's whatever. I don't think you can build equity in your account balance if you can't gain equity in your relationship with an instrument. So I'm so committed to the S&P that like when people ask me, oh, what do you do for a living? Or, they'll see me trading, somewhere out and about and be like, oh, you're a trader. What is that? Like Forex or stocks or crypto? And I'll specifically tell them I'm an S&P futures trader. Like I trade the S&P and that's that. Right. So no kind of like bouncing around that.
You inevitably get people going, hey, where do you think crypto is going? I get that a lot. I don't know.
Couldn't tell you. Don't know. Don't care.
Oh, I remember. Yes.
I like how you snuck in when I'm out and about and people notice me.
Notice me trading. noticed me
Yeah.
trading.
I know.
Oh,
You know,
It's just,
look,
it's just very, I like it. It's very, yeah,
I,
I can see it.
no.
I could
Oh, that
definitely
sounded
see
so
it.
terrible now that I'm thinking back to it. No, but I'm pretty sure he's probably in the chat. I can't see the chat, so you guys let me know. Will, if you're in the chat, like do some waving hands or money signs or something. So I met Will a few weeks ago, and there was a big family emergency that I had to leave from Sarasota and like on the fly while I'm in a trade go to Orlando, which is a 2-hour commute from here, like northeast. And so I meet my family at the Sam's Club. But while I'm in there, I wasn't expecting this trip. Like this was like I had 10 minutes notice. So I'm like, you know what? Forget this. I'm going to go inside and get a slice of pizza. And one of my family members calls me and she's just like, oh, can you actually just get a whole pie so that we can just all eat it in the car? I'm like, perfect. So I'm in a trade. So I'm like with my MacBook, like running inside the Sam's Club, like making adjustments to my brackets. And I'm sitting at the table and I finally get the pizza, right? So I get up and get it. And I know my family's not in the parking lot yet. So I set the pizza down and I'm adjusting stuff and it's getting to market close, right? Like it's almost 4 o'clock. And I want to say that I ended up like losing $200 on a day, which to me, like that's flat, right? I didn't make money. I didn't lose money. I basically got around where my initial entry was. So it was what it was. Like I wasn't upset about it. So, this guy approaches me and starts asking me, what I'm doing, notice the computer, notice the charts. And I was dressed nothing like this, Nebraska, just so you know. I was probably wearing like shorts and a t-shirt or like a hoodie or something.
damn.
And I felt so bad. I felt so bad because usually like I'm not one to be in a rush, right? Like I'm hanging out wherever I'm hanging out, doing what I have to do. And I felt so bad because this guy had questions and obviously wanted to share, some of his experience and situation. And I felt like such a jerk because I'm like legitimately, I have a family emergency and people are in the parking lot waiting for me to take a 2-hour commute, right? So I'm like, let's exchange contact info. And we did. And then we actually met here at this lounge that I'm a member of shortly after, like maybe about a week or so later. And we've seen each other a couple of times and we bounced ideas. I met one of his family members, his brother, who's here in town. And I'm pretty sure he's probably in the chat watching the stream right now because he's on his trading journey at the moment. So, yeah.
Well,
so Will,
so you didn't know him before.
You
Didn't know him before, but you met him in a Costco parking lot.
Yeah, I met him in a Sam's Club like food court. Like I just gotten my box of pizza. I have like the laptop on the box and I'm like making trades and he's like trying to talk with me and I wanted to talk with him but literally couldn't. So, but it all worked itself out. We've had some pretty interesting meetups at this point.
Well, that Michael.
I've been hearing I just got a long one. Light and tight. But I've been hearing a couple of my buddies have texted me just recently and been like, hey man, I was working out and I was working out in the old Topstep t-shirt. And these kids came up to me and said, yo, blah, 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 blah. We're on this. It's very cool. Blah, blah, blah. They have TopstepTV and they're younger guys, which is very cool. That's happened twice. I got two texts in a week about it. So
is it Isaac? Is it Will Bodie? Is Will Bodie the name?
It is.
Will Bodie.
I wasn't gonna put him on blast. But that's it.
Met Isaac by being nosy in a Sam's Club. Will Bodie, welcome to Topstep, man. Good to have you. Look at that,
welcome,
dude. Topstep. Connecting people. It's good to see. All right, Mike. Has
Will just started trading? Will, are you brand new to trading? Because if you are, stay in here, be a sponge. Don't rush it. You're gonna go through a lot of like habits that start to form that you don't know if they're good or bad. That's a very beginning thing. You don't know if these are good or bad habits. Thought process, emotions. Your strategy is non-existent right now. You're probably just learning to click in, click out. That's what they always said in the very beginning. Get into a trade, get out of a trade. Get into a trade, get out of a trade. Get into a trade, get out of when you first start trading. So that's what my feedback or guidance for you is. Get into a trade, get out of a trade. Trade in your practice account. They're free. They're right there. Get comfortable.
Yeah, I feel so bad. Like I feel like the last 2 segments I've been on, I haven't been able to like interact with the chat. Like with my mobile setup, I can only have so many screens and only have so much bandwidth. But I'm pretty sure I got some people who are in some XFA accounts right now, some combines right now, trading personal accounts that are probably watching. Just because I've made it a habit for them to like, always tune in to TopstepTV anytime that you are able to, regardless of the time of the day, just tune in. So if some of my guys and girls are in the chat, Ethan, Josh, Trent, Will, Matt, Gabriel, Danny, throw in like a money bag emoji or something. If you're, you know, one of my friends, one of my mentees, one of my trading buddies, just, you know, give the chat some love, hit the like button or throw some hearts in there. And I hope you guys are trading well today.
Love it, love it, love it. So before we continue any further, hey, Eddie, I got to ask you, you know, a question I'd love to ask you. What do we got today?
What do we got today? Well, we've got meatloaf covered in barbecue sauce, mashed potatoes, and we got green beans, fresh green beans for lunch today. Oh, you wanted the eco.
Yeah,
the eco calendar. Hey, we got not too much coming out today. We do got our crude oil inventories coming up in about 35 minutes. So that's going to be about it. Distillate stocks and the crude Cushing inventories also. So that's about it today. We'll keep an eye if they're going to add any feds or anything on the wire, and I'll let you know. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Don't forget, today is a fire drill day. Yes, I said it. I know Eddie said it before, and we'll continue to say it. There is a fire drill day today, so tune in. Never know when it's going to pop, but it will be sooner than later. Let's put it that way, sooner than later. So today's a fire drill day. I know Michael gets really pumped up for these types of days because really like the name that Andy created, and we've taken the ball and ran with it, Mike.
We do. Andy's here. Andy was one of the first to contribute to the, not to the show, but to the production of the show, I would say, by giving us feedback that it should be called Fire Drill. And we ran with it. Credits go to Andy.
Yep.
Sorry,
good job,
Andy.
Andy. Anyways,
that's all we could do for you right now. Just
hey, Deanna, I was just taking a look at crude. I see it's rallying to the upside around the highs. Anything playing over there?
Yeah. No, so I'm waiting for the inventories to come out first and foremost. But like I said, on most days, the Wednesdays of the inventories tend to be the storm in the teacup. So a lot of movement, but ultimately not enough movement in a single direction. We do have the opening as well. So right now, I'm not really interested in doing anything around here. There is a value rejection, I suppose. But again, if I was going to take any trades, I would need to see a really good trade location. So again, I'm going to wait for more data to come out of the market and for profile to print a bit more before I make my decision whether I'm going to get involved or not. Whether it's going to be out of the doghouse today.
Back.
But gold did pop down into 2K, so 2,000. And if it fails the auction, I might be interested in a long. I was saying that is my first for the day. Failed auction to the upside. We don't have the biggest initial balance, and we do have a massive gap. So again, gap rules, it means that we could have a day that might start with an excess to the downside. So it basically fails the downside auction and then continues to scream higher. That would be my third hypo. But yeah, so it's looking like it's trying to knock on the 2K again. If that succeeds, if the auction succeeds and we get a confident move to the downside, I might want to pull back short at some point of the day. But all of those setups still require a lot of patience. So there's no good trade locations just yet for me in either gold or crude oil.
Very good. Patience, patience, patience. We will outlast these markets here. We are not going to force trades. Michael, what's popping over there? I know you got long, and it looks like the NASDAQ kind of popped a little bit. Were you able to catch that long, or did you get out and keep it light and tight?
No, I caught it. I'm down 200 now.
Okay. Whatever. Yeah.
They put me in the hole this morning. By they, Mac, if you're listening.
So, what Mac did?
They had a test. No, they had a test. They had a test if the account, if my Topstep X platform that connects to Cunningham plus 500 brokerage, if that bridge works, so they had to buy one, sell one, buy one, sell whatever. I'm going to be on it. I'm going to be on it this week forever. Yep. After that, forever. I haven't switched platforms from CTS. I've been on CTS since 2004.
Damn.
2004.
20 years. 20 years.
Yeah.
Hasn't changed very much, has it, Michael?
Moving to Topstep X. You're moving to Topstep X, right?
He kind of has
yes,
to.
sir.
He kind of
Yes,
has
sir.
to. If he doesn't,
No. I kind
it's not
of
looking-
want to.
Of course, of course.
It's Cunningham knows Bill Cunningham or Cunningham. I've known the guy. This is his firm. He got bought out. Cool guy. Got me my start in the industry. When I didn't like have a full amount, he's like, put 15 grand in the account. I go, oh, okay, I'll put 5. And I went debit 5 right away with him because you can do this with not prop firms, brokerages, clearinghouses, if they know you or like you. And he's like, you need to really put 15 in the account. And and I was passing him in the hall when my account was debit, guys. Like I was at a I was at a brokerage. This is when I left the prop firm, and I go, I'm going to go over here. And I went debit, and I never looked back, and I never made a deposit. Even when he told me to put 10 grand in, I never made a deposit ever after that. Because the last time I ever made a deposit was when I put 5 grand in the account. And then I always built the account up, took money out, built the account up, took money out, built the account up, took money out for years. That was that's the most glorious feeling in the trading, is to never make a deposit ever again. So that's why we have this 50%, take only 50% out. People are, oh, you're holding money back from me. No, we're not. After 30 winning days, you can pull the whole money out and go open up your own brokerage or whatever you want to do. But you should always have a cushion because you got to weather a storm, and you don't ever want to go back to the combine. You don't ever want to redeposit in your personal brokerage account. You want to get yourself in the position where it's always growing, you're growing, and you're taking money out, and your personal account is growing. These are the things that once you get to that account level. So no more killing the kids' college fund by putting deposits in there. And I don't guarantee you at all, but I bet that brokerages take more in deposits than they do processing withdrawals. That would be my guess. I'd take a pretty hard bet that they've processed more deposits each day than they do people requesting to take money out.
From the people that helped you out like early on when you were struggling and grinding your ass off and all this stuff, and the people that kind of threw you a bone along the way, you sure stay loyal to them, man. I got to give you that one.
100%.
I appreciate that loyalty.
Dude, sure. He does, man. He does. Like, he was in the hole. He didn't have to replenish the account and stuff like that. And other people, when he needed maybe a line of credit here or there, and he got it. And man, he's still doing business with them. And like, dude, he's a loyal MFer, man. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, when you get invited to the Bulls game now, which you guys get invited because I don't live in Chicago, that's cool too because they have Bulls tickets. So these are it's a great family. It's incredible. Scott Cunningham, if you're listening, you're a cool cat. You got Sahi, Isaac over there, Elon. These are just cool guys. Cool guys that we are getting our live accounts connected to with TopstepX. So that's very, very cool. So now you can trade on TopstepX and you can trade live on your personal brokerage account, eventually on your personal brokerage account. But then for Topstep live funded traders, they will send that order on their TopstepX, and it'll go to our house account, sub account for them. Real live trading here at Top.
Right, we have a sustained auction in gold. So now that we have some single prints to be continued, but it doesn't move miles away from there. Now 2,000 number becomes my interest for a short. So if we get a pullback, I might want to short gold because it didn't fail the auction. The auction building up to the downside. Yeah.
I'm short right now NASDAQ from 91, just a one guy, one car, one con.
I actually like that short in NQ right now. Like at this very moment, like if we're looking at a shorter term trade, I think a short's nice. I actually canceled my long order in the dome just so that my chart doesn't get messy. I'm thinking we're probably going to have one more just because I'm seeing some liquidity build up to the upside. Not far up the ladder, but just real close to value. So I think we are going to try to attempt to take out the session high and get closer to that 5,006 that I mentioned earlier. So I have a short at 5,450, just 2 contracts. I'd be looking to ride that short down to where my entry was at 49.74.25 and then reverse into a long there, unless liquidity and order flow makes me feel otherwise, that we could be seeing a deeper pullback. then I would go ahead and cancel that reversal order. But I'd be looking to, once we pretty much get under like 49.85, to start trailing my stop and, make sure that I lock in some gains and don't have some days like the most recent ones that I've been having. So that's where we're at right now.
All good, Isaac. Can we touch on that real quick? So you said you've been struggling a little bit the last couple of days. I know the whole month of January for myself was a big time struggle. I think somewhat similar with Michael as well. So how do you do? How are you going to get rebound? How are you going to get back on the saddle? How do you attack this? You are, one of our top 10 live funded traders in the entire planet right here, Isaac Rivera. You're looking at him, so give me a tip. How do you recover from something like this? How do you slowly get back on the horse and, try to grind back some of those profits?
So there's little adjustments that I have to make. I mean, my trading strategy and my trading plan is the same, and for the most part stays the same. It has stayed the same, with just minor changes and adjustments here and there. And really, it's just a greater understanding or a deeper understanding of my own strategy and a deeper understanding of myself, right? Like my emotional state, right? My mental fortitude, just really understanding, it's a maturity thing, right? You kind of develop as a trader. Things like, you start treating it like you understand that you're dealing with someone else's money. And in this case, someone else's Topstep, right? Or you can make it even more personal and be like, okay, it's Michael Patak's money, right? And
here really quickly. I've said this since 2010 when somebody goes, I just get nervous now I'm trading your money. I'm like, no. It's like you saying like Brett, it's like George Steinbrenner of the Yankees. Is that the Yankees? Yeah. It's like when you get out there and like, I don't want to strike out because it's your team. Absolutely not. This is what I bet on and what we bet on a long time ago as a company and said, hey, we are backing traders. So when they get to this level, we're backing them. I already got leashes on you guys, and the leashes are also on me, on the prop firm or on the brokerage firm has a leash on me. So like, if you guys start going rogue, or if I start going rogue, then they'll just be like, "Hey, dude, we're locking up your prop account, and we're locking up your, you lock up your guys, the girls, you lock them up." Yeah, so we have a whole risk management team watching you, and so yeah.
So I was gonna say is that then you start looking at it like, okay, this is my money, right? Or you start at the very least. I've been telling this to a lot of the guys that I've been mentoring and the girls that I've been mentoring as of late. Is like, if you wouldn't do it with your own money, why would you do it in your combine? Why would you do it in your XFA? So you start treating it like it's your money, right? And then you mature a little bit more, and then you just start treating it as a business, right? So then if it's your business, right? This is a business that's been made available to me through Topstep, through what Michael Patak and the entire team has built out, the platform that they provided. It's my business, and now the most important thing is that I have to be profitable, right? I need to protect capital, and I need to make sure that I don't piss my shareholders off. Right? My performance coaches, Hoag, right? CEO, my risk management team. I'm always like, what would Mick think about my trading today? Right? Like it was probably like Monday of last week. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible day. I think I made like $700 or $1,500. I couldn't tell you how much I made, but it was $1,000 plus or minus 300, we'll call it. And anybody else would say like, oh my God, you made almost $1,000, right? Or a little over, a little under. Yeah, but I did everything wrong to get there, right? It's just like, I know exactly when it was. So then the very next day, Mick gets on Shoulder Tap and he starts talking about how he's going to talk about two of our funded traders that we've been talking about a lot, or like top 20 traders. And I'm like, oh my God, this is my first like bad Shoulder Tap. Here we go. And, he comes back and does end up bringing me up. And I'm like shaking in my boots at this point because I'm just like, oh man, he's going to like expose me for my bad habits. But he was just like, no, you're starting to see these metrics smoothing out, right? He's taken some heat the last few days. And so adjustments that I've had to make as of late with the cold streak that I've been on is, for example, like this short that I have right now, it's with 2 contracts instead of 4 or 5, right? So if I lost some equity in the account, if I've taken some losses, again, what's the most important thing? Preserving that capital. In this particular instance, preserving my equity, right? So take smaller trades and start to build that back up. And the way that I look at it is that now I can't add on risk or take on more risk until I've gotten that equity curve back up to where it was towards the end of January. Because I crushed it in January, which is always my goal. I always try to make as much money in January as possible through trading and any other projects or endeavors that I have going on, so that it's just a lot less stress and pressure going into the rest of the year, right? So it's like if all the bills are covered, right, and everything else is just house money at that point, it allows me to operate my businesses and to trade with a clearer mind, right? With just less stress. Is it possible that maybe I'm struggling a little bit with the added pressure of like knowing that there's more eyes on my trading now? Possibly. I think the two bigger things are just, again, what I mentioned earlier, not having data points to the upside. We're trading in a position that like I've only seen in two or three other times in my 8-year trading journey, where we're just consistently making new highs, right? So when you don't have levels and just data above that area to lean on, it makes trading a lot more difficult, right? And then the other thing is just not really opening up my daily loss limit, but trading more size. So naturally, I knew that was something that I was going to be struggling with. But again, like, it's growing pains, right? If you're looking at it like a legitimate business, I don't care if you're running a coffee shop, a big box department store, you're always going to hit a point where all of a sudden you're getting or experiencing growing pains. So I'm not sweating it at all. I've had much colder streaks. It's just, constantly assessing, what things are looking like, what's the real situation, have a pulse on the whole thing, and then just, go about your business.
So, yeah, we're going to look at the markets really quickly, but they haven't gone anywhere. So we have about 20,000 people here right now.
I'm short GC too from 2000.8.
All right, so I'm short of one lot from 01, 17.801 in the NASDAQ. I was short 06s, 5s, and then I got stopped out at 15, and then it stopped me out and went right down here, and I got back in. But as those that are listening, this is Isaac Rivera, and he's been trading with Topstep. I don't know, been trading in general. I want to say what? How many years? Because I've known you here at Topstep. 9. Nice. Okay, so you call me Nebraska. Yeah, you call me Nebraska because I used to be called. I used to be called Nebraska in the chat room. Name.
Yes, it
was. My screen name. I know. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with my roots. I don't know. So, but Isaac, to see you go where, and guys, we are we talk about the markets, but the markets are going sideways right now. So anybody who's just tuning in can see that the markets are going sideways, which basically, look at my 30-minute. 30 minutes not even doing anything here. Yeah. And if you want to open it up here, and if you want to make it look like it is moving, I can widen it up here, and it's still not moving. So, That's why here at Topstep TV, we have kind of what we call tradertainment. So you're going to learn, and you're going to hopefully earn and learn and all that kind of great stuff on your own account while you're doing this, as well as hopefully not overtrade, as well as get to know other traders and their trading styles. Mm-hmm. So Isaac Rivera is here. He's one of the top funded traders we have. He's been at the trading game for a while. You would say 10 years overnight sensation here at Topstep, possibly. I might call you that. But it is unbelievable to see you work your ass off. And I know how hard you worked your ass off, because I've talked to you before, through LinkedIn when you were a part of, and then like we text and now all that kind of stuff. But it's just great to see you work your ass off to get to where you're at right now. And then also still the struggles that you face right now. So anybody who's in here and be like, wow, that's a professional trader, they just never lose. Yeah, we do. Losses are ordinary and necessary part of trading. Get used to them. Don't make them ugly. Don't pay a huge tuition to the market to learn. And Isaac, you've done that. So I really appreciate all that you've done. And I appreciate you, out of all people, are one of the top live funded traders here at Topstep. That means a lot to me to see somebody work so hard rather than some flash pan individual, which is fine. It's fine, but flash pan that pops a shot, does awesome, and then blows it all up. You've been meticulous on building and all that kind of growing stuff. So
thank you. I appreciate all that. It means so much to me. I mean, I've told a handful of people, my mentors, some of my best friends, some of my business partners, some of my mentees. It's just, I'm beside myself, right? It's like, I would have never thought that even at this point, like some people will say like, oh my God, 8 years, 9 years or whatever. I would have never, ever thought, just because of how highly I think of Topstep and just its sheer size, right? You guys have over 100 employees, right? And then thousands of traders globally that, little old me in Sarasota, Florida, just a young brown boy out of Newark, New Jersey, to be even in the top 25 at Topstep is just, it's an honor. And I definitely don't want, I know I got people like Dakota gunning for me and Rips is just ripping through that top 20. And I like the competition. You know, Nebraska and I, we've talked on other Zoom calls when talking about leaderboards and, you know, things to just add to the TopStep platform before TopStep TV became a thing. Some people need that fire under them. Yeah, some people need that fire under them. Some people need targets, right? And some people just thrive in competitive and high pressure environments. And that's definitely me. And the same way how you're like, you know, I'm grateful to see that someone like you's in the top 20. I'm thankful I'm able to share that arena with, you know, people like Deanna and Anne-Marie and Rips. And it's definitely been a really, really fun journey. And I'm just even more excited for what's to come, for sure.
Well, cool. We're going to all learn off. Awesome. We're going to all learn a bit from all of us today. So everybody in here, welcome. And we got some exciting stuff in a bit today. But this is TopStep TV. So get familiar with it. Be a fly on the wall. Jump into chat. You can only troll sports teams. So when somebody goes, I'm from Boston, you can rip that guy. You can rip the Red Sox apart all day long. I mean, nice way, of course. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, and Andre and I are Bears fans, so we've taken the punishment. So bring that. Yeah. But other than that, we all try to get along here, which helping each other get better at trading. It's your own personal journey, but if you work with other people, hopefully you're shortening your learning curve, or you're working better habits, or you will find a trading buddy. And Isaac, you're right. You and I talked on a Zoom a while back before TopStep TV, and I'm like, hey, dude, what would you do here at TopStep that would make it better? And I'm always that's always something I'm looking to like figure out. And you great feedback on that one. So good to see you here.
That was a cool call.
And yeah, glad to see you ever evolving as a trader. Badass. Go Blue Jays, Matt Brooker says. Get the hell out of here, Brooker.
Go Blue Jays.
Get the hell.
Hey, Deanna, we're seeing gold push to the downside here. Are you still short?
Yep, still short. Still waiting.
Very good.
There's a little bit of wiggle to the upside. But yeah, we'll see.
Dre, I got out of those shorts. I was short from 04s and 99s. I covered 92s and 84s. So it's back here in this little range. Now I'm up.
We have crude oil inventories in 15 minutes.
Yes, we do. Speaking of that, while we have a bit of a lull in the markets right now, at least in equities trading sideways with gold pushing a little bit lower. It is 9:15 Central Time, so we throw it back over to Jack. JD, who do we got there for our news pack?
You have Jack today.
Yeah, so, my man, the trader, dude.
Just wanted to go something just from a few days ago, but what a hot headline from this Bloomberg article. Magnificent or Marxist, passive investing is back on trial. This is going to be an interesting sort of long-term story in the markets because basically there's a case that it's distorting the markets because all this passive money is flowing into the companies with the biggest market cap. So essentially, you just get rewarded via momentum for doing it. Like Apple just gets money pouring into it every day, as do all the other large companies. And we can see here also the ratio of the equal weighted S&P 500 divided by the cap weight is falling. And in the past, that has coincided with some not so good things. So something to keep an eye on. Like, you know, COVID, GFC, .com bubble, not good times, but
the big one, Jack.
Big ones, the big guys. Waiting for that big one.
It kind of makes sense. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you'll know when I don't show up one day. It's because I got the big one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was well, go ahead if you're on that, Michael.
No, this is all yours, Jack show.
One last thing. Thank you. One last thing. They're developing a mouse for your mouth. It's a retainer-like device that you can control with your tongue. This would be great for people with disabilities in their hands, but MP, I'm also asking you now that we get 4 of these and use them to trade during power hour sometime.
Oh, my God. Wow. I don't even want to know what that would look like. So,
Jesus.
Hey, Andre.
Yes, sir, Isaac.
Are you paying attention to the viewers market for TopStep TV by any chance?
What are we looking at?
I've been working diligently behind the scenes to kind of drive some traffic for my segments, and I think we broke an all-time high at 21,000 viewers, if I'm not mistaken. I got a text from somebody, but you guys can confirm because again, I can't see it on my end.
Dude, whoa. Michael, it's 21,000 viewers right now, dude.
Is that where
we
we're
hit
at?
the YouTube algo. We hit the YouTube algo. It's just a perfect storm. Ding, 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 ding. And then you got all your sevens that line up at the casino slot machine.
I got my lucky 7.
Awesome.
I got my lucky 7 back here.
Wow. Yeah, man.
Is that what that is?
All right, for everyone watching, let's get those likes and subscriptions up right now for everyone's watching. Yeah, this is crazy. Only on fire drill. It's funny how that works on the fire drill days. Everyone comes out. It's almost like they're expecting something. Michael, it's a fire drill day.
It is. It's good to know that they're here, though. When I say good to know you're here, have a home, have some home. It's not CNBC and it's not Bloomberg. Now, someday we might put ads on them or whatever, and they were like, "Hey, remember the day you talked about not ever going over to us?" I don't know. So sorry if I got bad. But as far as traders, that's like an investing channel. Bloomberg and CNBC, which is have it in the corner. It's sitting right here in the corner, right here on my thing. Volume's off, and I look at headlines. But you have to have some place as a trader to go. You have your folks out there, your trader fluencers, which are awesome, the good ones. Then you have a channel, and this is a broadcast media, and we work with all the partners. We'll have them come on, and then they have their own channels too. So tune in. You'll get a flavor of all the folks that are out there. We're on our highs right now, so we're going to go back to the markets. We're on our highs in the NASDAQ. Yeah. We're on our highs in the S&P. Glad I got out of those shorts.
I have that short sitting up there. There we go. We got some movement, just 2 contracts. We're going to keep it light for right now. I'm hoping this gets filled, and we'll go ahead and start making that pullback. I'm not going to add, because it's a short, it's a counter trend trade. I'm not going to add one if it pulls back. Not likely to add one either if the trade's going in my favor. I'm planning on riding this short out, 2 contracts all the way down to that initial entry. Again, unless some information presents itself or some data becomes available where we could be looking at a deeper retracement, then I won't put in that long reversal. But as it stands right now, that's the plan. If we can get filled here at 5,450, my stop.
Where's your stop?
Let me take a look. Is at 5,014.50. So we got a 10-point stop running there, which is 14.15. Let me take a look at some volume profile for some previous sessions. Got to go out on a deeper.
Are you short right here? You're short right here from 03s?
I'm not short yet. So we're just hovering below my my limit order to go short. We actually came within 1 tick of it. So which that happens to me a lot. So it looks like I might be getting a fill here. I do like that the dome thinned out. We do have a relatively large order at 50.10. We got about 300 lots sitting up there. Again, I'd be really tempted to add one in. I am live now, so we're live short 2 in the S&P 5,450. And I'm looking to hold this for quite a bit. You know, I'd like to possibly get off right around maybe like 84, but as of right now, my target limit is set at 49.7425. So if that plays out, I'd be looking at about $3,000 on that trade. And then I'd be looking to reverse that and pretty much ride that all the way back up to this entry, or at least 3/4 of the way to this short entry, and look at about a $5,000 day. So that's the plan as it stands right now at this point in time.
That's my plan too. I'm short 25 right now from 04 in our house 25. Account. Nice. 25 lot in our house account. I am going to take the exact same position as you right now. I'm 100% short. 25 lots.
25 times?
25 times in the house account. So what I'm doing here is, guys, I'm backing the ideas of Isaac. He didn't know I was going to do this, so he has no pressure.
Come on.
No.
No, not at all. I'm signing off. Bye, guys.
I have the same. I'll have the same stop. I'll take the same risk. You will not be the last individual. You are the first. Yeah, you're the first because I took the 5,000.
Yeah, you are definitely the first. You're definitely the first, Isaac. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh man.
We're gonna take those.
All right.
Well, I still feel the same way about it. So we'll see. Now, so the question is, wait, you're taking the exact same trade? You're looking to ride it out that distance?
I'm going to risk 10,000 on it. Yeah, I'm going to risk 10,000 on you.
Okay.
You're the pony I'm betting on today.
Wait, so what's your trade? You short ES? You short ES or NASDAQ?
I'm short ES from 04s right here, right now.
That would have been hilarious if it was the NASDAQ. I'd be like, MT, we're not even in the same market. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
No. I have the house account all queued up because I know you trade the S&P. I think I've been paying attention. I know you trade.
Okay.
You trade.
All right, my bad.
All right, so we got a house account play, and those that don't know, we are a prop firm. We actually take people live. We don't keep them in. We don't sell them 20 accounts. Not even can't even trade 20 accounts at a prop firm or brokerage. Whatever. Well, but we will be part of our live funded traders positions, even if it goes against us, even if it goes with us. We're going to bet on our live funded traders. That's what we're going to show here more in a house account. I got the house account going. I'm short 25 from right here at 04.
Come on.
Now, no cheerleading.
Well, I know you are in your head right now, so I don't need to do it out loud.
I mean, I'm cheering for Isaac's.
We're cheering for Isaac
here,
Yeah. Well, I had some plans of possibly going up to Snowmass in about 3 weeks with one of my mentees who's been wanting to go out to Colorado for a while. So I was going to stop by the office and say hi. Absolutely. If this trade pans out, I heard that Topstep's actually covering the airfare. So that's what I heard. Hot off the wire. Hot off the wire.
Hey, only live funded traders can talk in a way that right there can materialize very quickly, because again, we're a prop firm and we want to be around our traders. We want to be backing our traders. We're already backing them in an objective way. You meet this, you get funded. Okay, great. And then you grow your account. You got live funded, all that kind of stuff. And then now it's just a matter of like, hey, who are the top players in here? Let's get to know them. No different than a prop firm. Andre, you had a prop firm, and when you started kicking ass, you're like, you knew Waters. Waters was the guy that ran it, and he knew all about you. And hey, what's up? How you doing? He knew you were like when you were off, when you were on, all that kind of great stuff. So that all being said, that's what we're doing here at Topstep. Rain or shine.
That's right. Rain or shine is right. Speaking of shine, I think I got some sun coming through my window on the back screen here. Just got some
5 minutes remaining.
Oh yeah, what do we got, Eddie? We got EIA.
We got the crude number coming up here.
Okay.
EIA prior 5.5. Their expectation here is looking at a 3.3. So we got that coming out here half past in 5 minutes.
I'll cut to you when that number gets released. We're seeing a little
so
bit. So
Deanna, can I ask you I know you're not really looking at trade crude today. You're focusing more on oil. I don't know if that has something to do with the fact that inventories were rolling out, but as a crude, sorry, that's what I meant, gold. As a crude trader, what is news that you would be looking at as far as the sentiment of that news as a crude trader? Would you be looking to hear news that would drive that market up or down? And if you could go even deeper and say, what's your opinion on what would make something go bullish or bearish as far as news goes in crude?
Yeah, so any production cuts or any problems with oil refineries, that tends to drive the crude oil prices higher. So I always have Financial Juice open and in my ear, just in case something comes in relation to that, because crude oil is a very news-driven instrument. So you have to keep a pulse on something like that. If you're looking for shorts, again, something like we had it the other week, possible ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. So that would definitely drive the crude oil prices lower, at least for, quite a few minutes. Sometimes, as the news is getting digested, then they reverse it. So all of that brings opportunities to maybe scalp in a pretty large range. And so other than that, news, they tend to be muted in crude oil. So if you have something like an interest rate decision, there will be an effect, but it's not going to be as crazy as it gets in gold or in equities. So that's the difference between those products. But it's not really, I don't see it as a news-driven product that much. So when news comes in, obviously it's sensitive to it. But I find crude oil is very technical. It has its times of day when it does certain things, when it reverses statistically. And that's very much I rely on, especially if I have a relevant high probability level there. So let's say that we have value high from the outside and we hit that. But then we get some news that Russians are cutting production. So you can match those two up and maybe look for a failed auction long at value high from the outside. So that would be a high probability trade driven by the news as well. I was actually in a short trade just like last week when the news of ceasefire came in. So it just back down, like it was like 120 ticks. maybe more. But I was actually in a responsive trade. It went above the value area. It was stuck in a range. And I was like, okay, well, this is just range bound. And it just started dropping. And at that point, you have to react really quickly. If you don't, you're going to get stuck. So that's where the speed of thinking has to come in. And that's what makes crude oil so tricky and very different than some other products. But it's very technical and very time-based. You're welcome.
It's all stuff that goes over my head. That's why I stay out of that market. But I was just wanted to pick your brain, and I appreciate you going in depth on that. So, I've been paying attention. And honestly, after you gave me that whole rundown just there, I know we got, a minute and a half before this comes out. But if you, Deanna, want to chime in on the particular trade that MP and I are in right now on the S&P, or if Anne-Marie, I'm sure you're in the chat, if you want to say anything about our trade, what do you guys think as far as probabilities? Are we, smart to go short in the S&P at this level and in that direction? Just curious what you guys have to say about it or think about it.
Same.
One thing that I see go in your favor is the fact that the ES is exhausting its average daily range right at 5008 quarter. So that means a short is actually a really good idea because you've reached an average daily range exhaustion that we've had over the last 10 days. So some kind of a pullback is definitely on the cards. Now, this is an equity index. We did have a very, very large day yesterday, and equities have a very nasty way of just shooting upside no matter what is happening. So that's the only thing that would worry me. But from a point, I think this is it's an excellent trade location. So yeah, I'm a trader. Nothing more to add there. So good trade.
Okay, cool. Thank
5
you.
seconds.
Yeah. 5 seconds.
Crude coming out here right now. Expectation 3.3. Prior 5.5. Give it a second here. Coming in at 12 million.
Wow.
So it's going to kick it up a bit here. Yeah, we're looking at 3.3, 12 million. And gasoline inventories 3.6. Distillates 1.9. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody kicked crude up the bottom. So
someone hit the sell button. Wow. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
They were way
if
off.
you ever see it on the weekly chart, damn, that's a move.
Is that right? Okay. They're just way off. They 12 million barrels. Okay. It was way off. Right, well,
the only problem technically here is that this is now back inside value. So we're still doing the ping pong, go outside, come back in, ping pong. And in what range? 110 ticks. So for now, this is all, like I say, storm in a teacup. But we'll see whether this can actually give us some follow through and a bit of shakeout. We are in the top of very important ranges that Hoagland was earlier. It's a good chance that we reverse and go smacking back down into the weekly range. Bottom. So it wouldn't surprise me if it goes massively lower. But yeah, I am going to stay out of this for now. I don't really do FOMO.
Yep.
So I'm not really interested in this from a technical point of view. But yeah, it's a decent number. If this can't push it, I don't know what will. Because this is a really big number.
I was going to say, yes. If it doesn't do it, what will do it?
Yeah.
This should push it. This should sell it off more than even a ceasefire should sell it off, to be quite honest with you. Because this is actual supply and demand right here.
This should actually. That's actual supply. Yeah. So we have loads of supply.
Yes.
Come on, crude. Wake up.
Wake up, crude. For Deanna's sake, for everyone's sake, for Dolby's sake. Come on, let's get the crude party started.
Hold on. Maybe crude's waiting for you to wake up, Deanna.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm awake. I mean, I'm slowly getting up, man.
Slowly.
Her eyes are open. Her eyes are open.
Sleepy. Yeah, my eyes are open. That's great. Yeah. It would be hilarious if it just pings back to the middle of the range.
It would be maddening. That would be maddening. Yes, people in the chat.
It wouldn't surprise me, though. It wouldn't surprise me.
Maddening. Andre, I've never heard you use the word maddening in Chicago, but talking to Deanna, it's interesting how you're using that word. Interesting.
Same language, Michael. What are you trying to say?
I'm starting to pick up some of your accents as well, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
No chance, Deanna. That would be mixing that into your accent is not a good cupcake.
No,
They,
no, I'm already messed up as it is. I don't know what my accent
Yeah.
is anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, yeah, you got me on that one. But it would be. Wouldn't you go mad if that happened to you? If they bought this up after such a hot number like that?
I would go mad. I'm on the verge of always going mad. So yes.
Speaking of which, yeah, there we go. Yes, today is a fire drill, people. In the chat, I know it. I did say the F word. It is coming. I think Eddie's been hinting at it, or actually giving you exactly what's going to happen here in the chat. I'm going to leave it at that. We got to focus on these markets here. We're kind of trading a little bit sideways in the S&Ps. The boys are short a little bit.
Can I have a 60-second rant? Just a 60-second rant.
Yeah.
20,000.
Go,
we
bro.
love rant.
We go, man. You're the guest of
rants.
honor, dude.
Yeah.
Go.
We love rants here.
All right.
Yeah, we do.
So this is tradertainment, right? First and foremost. But I think the more important value behind TopstepTV is really just the education and the experience, right? That is brought onto the platform and that the viewers can extract from the platform. So like in days like today, right? Moments like this, where we're coming off of new highs, a real huge sell-off in a couple different markets, from yesterday's session. Fire drills are great, right? Free things are great. Free resets are amazing, right? But if we don't really hone in on what's being talked about, what's being showcased, what's being presented, who's on, and trust me, it's not that I want attention, right? This is if it was just Deanna on the channel, right? Or, anybody else that you guys bring on. If we're not focusing and paying attention to these thought processes, these strategies, these tips, these suggestions, you guys are going to be asking for fire drills and free resets for many, 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 many more years to come. So if you want this to be the fire drill to end all fire drills, get out of the chat if all you're going to ask for is, did we do the fire drill yet? Is it coming? Any free resets? And really just focus on what's happening right in front of you. That's just that. Okay, I'm done. I think that was 60 seconds.
No, you got 30 more seconds. You got 30 more seconds.
You got 30 more seconds. Throw in whatever.
Keep going.
I'm messing with you.
No, we go on rants are so far. I feel like we got a good batting average with our rants, and some people are like, you're absolutely wrong. No, we haven't had any yet. But yeah, hey, how many folks here are from Haiti?
Oh,
Want to know?
I think we might have a group watching us today.
From what I understand, there's a group called Calm Down Trading. Calm down.
Calm down.
Taylor Swift's got a great song that my kids love called Calm Down.
Just your kids?
And
only your kids like it?
Yeah, we jammed it like 1,000 times. Yeah, when on your way home, there's not. Look at where we go. Here. What up, Isaac? Shut up. Link pal. Okay. I am. Okay, so we got some folks saying I am. Here. All right, we got some folks from Haiti. Sweet. Awesome. Great. Welcome to TopstepTV. Keep us on. Keep us in an ear. Keep us as your primary focus, or keep your Calm Down Trading chat group as your primary focus, and keep us on the side. I don't care, but both of them should be able to help you in your trading, shorten the learning curve, find a trading buddy, get your head out of a funk. Mine was in a funk in January. Isaac's was not. I would have liked to have been talking to Isaac more in January, to just kind of help me watch him. Sometimes it's fun to watch your buddy trade and see how they're doing. All in all, welcome. Good to have you guys here.
At the end of the month in January, I was in the chat. I think you were talking with Hoag, and you asked, what are some suggestions that some of the traders have for my trading style going into February? And I told you, I'm like, a little bit less size, trade one contract less than you've been trading, right? And take a little bit more time before entering the market. You're typically a very impulsive entry. You did it today, but you know that I did my due diligence on my trading plan. So you're like, Isaac said, I'm in. But I'm like, yeah, like,
I know. It's not called front runner. It's called coattailing.
Right? Yeah. And for the most part, you've been doing that. But yeah, and then here we are in February. I'm having a tough time these first 2 weeks. But there's still a lot of month left. There's still a lot of day left today. So just got to stay patient. Like Deanna says, just hands on my butt or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah,
it was Hope.
Yeah. I'm already in the
that
trade,
was
but for
Hope.
now, just
Keeping
let
our
me get
hands
right
on our butt.
Hands on your own butt, Isaac. On your own ass.
Hands
You cannot.
on your butt. Yes. Consent.
Yeah, very
Consent's a big
important.
thing.
Very important. Great car.
Yes.
Okay, really quickly, Richard Harris. How the hell do you know I dinged a Uber door yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Because it did.
Oh yeah.
It did.
Oh, yeah.
It did.
Yeah, we know.
I got.
He was your
Nick
Uber
was dropping
driver.
off.
He was your Uber driver.
No, he wasn't.
No.
He had to be. How else would he know? Did you tell anybody about it?
I didn't tell anybody about it. I got it right when I opened up the door. Mick was. I was in front of the Chicago Board of Trade, and I had the window down. I'm like talking to my chief of staff, which also happens to be my sister. I'm like, man, Chicago's just so beautiful. Like, look at all this. The big pot is like a big concrete pot. So I like with flowers in it. I'm just looking at it right in front of the Chicago Board of Trade. Mick comes down, hands me a bunch of mail and all that. I go to open up the door, and boom, I hit it. And the guy looks at me, the driver, who's already been sitting there for like 7 minutes. He's like, dude, what?
Jesus.
What the hell? And I'm like, look at him. I'm like, God bless it. I kind of wipe it off.
He's
and
your
it
driver.
wasn't really, it was a little mark. Give him $100. Like, I go, here's, dude, I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have to put up with that. It was a very small scratch. So I feel as though it was a fair trade-off, even though it was a very small scratch, but it could get. So long story short, Richard, how the hell do you know that? It's kind of like interesting. So if Richard said it in here, let me know. I want to know.
What?
I think he was your driver. I would have been like, I want a free 150K combine on Topstep X for your damages, sir.
He'll get that too. Yeah, if Richard, you're my driver, you know the guy. Yes, I'll hook him up with that as well. I felt bad. He's there doing his job. He's waiting for me, and then I'm like, hey, Mick, and I go open up the door like an idiot. So, but I made good at the best I could at that moment in time. So, Richard, if you know him or that's you, you're hooked up. Go to. I'll give you an email here shortly.
Also, just to kind of update you on the status of our trade, Nebraska. So one thing I might not have mentioned earlier is that the two levels to the downside that I pointed out, 49.80, 49.70, which those levels are not static, they're dynamic, so they do move with value. I'm still keeping the levels there for the most part, but those two levels literally sat just above and just below point of control from yesterday. So that kind of gives us another data point to the downside where, from where we're at now, we're definitely going to look at a journey towards number one, mean reversion, right? On a 15-minute chart, 30-minute chart, there's moving averages below price. We have value high from yesterday's session sitting below current value, and we have point of control sitting below. So, taking one thing I'd probably look to is if we can move through that moving average with some strength and momentum, trailing our stop to that just above that moving average, because naturally it's going to try to come back to it and then serve as resistance. So move the stop there to cover any gains that we get between now and then, right? And then just kind of watch as we start approaching value high, watch as we start approaching point of control and our target, and really just lock in those gains. So on 25 contracts, what's the P&L unrealized sitting on that trade for you right now, MP?
I'm up 4,000. I took 5 off, only 5. Now I'm going to listen to what you say, but I'm going to be up there betting on ponies in a different way. And I say that because it's my stupid word as a country kid. I'm like, well, you got to bet on, blah, 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 better. So I'm liking your setup. It's working great. I took 5 off. And I'll probably ride that moving to stop. I'm not a big move to stop guy, but you're the live trader here, so I'm going to follow you. Probably with a 10 lot and or 5 lot. And when I take another 5 off here, probably below the 5,000s.
Which below 5,000. Below 5.
Be patient, MP. Be patient. And one thing I'll say,
I love it, dude.
Last time I had somebody move your stop guy. Go ahead.
I'm not. You're right. I'm not.
I am a firm believer. I hate moving your stop to break even. I think that's one of the most foolish, most wasteful things that you can do as a trader. I'm more of a move my stop to certain levels, right? So there's a minimum P&L take, then like a daily goal P&L take, and then after that, it kind of just becomes round, right? Like lock in 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,500. But at the very least, I'm looking to lock in 375 and 1750, right? Because 375 is my minimum daily take. 1750 is right around what my mortgage is. So I don't like being in a position where I make less than my minimum take or that I make less than my mortgage if I was up on the mortgage. I love making my mortgage daily. Like that's a great.
Some people hate that strategy. Now hear me out. I used to do that all the time. I'm like, it cost me $87 to go to work today. I used to figure out phone bill, rent, utilities, food, going out with the buddies at least once a week, all those costs.
Once a week.
I was a single guy, so I didn't have the other big cost of going day nights and all that. So I was a single guy working my ass off in Chicago, and I'm like $87 a day. This is like I was 24. I'm like, I can do that. I can do $100 a day. And then that's when I moved my minimum take. You call it minimum take. I moved it and said, hey, I gotta build an average of $100 a day. Once I did that, man, trading got way easy because, and I'm saying way easy because my expectations weren't so damn high, and I could be like, oh, I'm up $400 today, and my average has been $150 a day. I'm like 3 times or whatever the math is, 3 times better than my daily average. Well, maybe that's a good stopping point. And then your daily average becomes $400 a day. And then your daily average becomes $500 a day. Then it becomes $1,000. And I really was around it. I kind of got myself to the $1,600 a day average, where I felt comfortable that I could come in there and always take out that much amount of money. I'm going to take off 5 more right here. Okay, I got 15 on now. So, and I'm going to take off another 5 more right now. So I'm going to keep on 10, Isaac. I'm up 7,700. Yeah.
Michael, keep in mind VWAP on S&P's 49.92 and 3/4. We might be seeking that out. Anything through that. All roads lead to VWAP. Sure. All roads lead to VWAP. I wouldn't be surprised if people come here and try to. That would be the dip they could buy if we do pull all the way back to that level. Nice trade so far, fellas.
Anybody who's in here know this is not micros. This is bigs. I don't trade micros, guys.
Those are minis. Those are minis. Those aren't big.
They're mini big. They're actually the bigs because the bigs don't exist anymore. That's right, true. Andre?
Yeah, that's true.
Technically, Big Brother don't exist anymore. And guys that don't know, S&P used to have a big contract. So every tick was $25, not $12.50. It was double, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
49.92 is also moving average on the 15-minute chart. So we should expect to see a little bit of a bounce at that 92 level, at the very least a slow grind, before it goes ahead and makes an attempt to the downside again. Since I didn't really see a lot of strength to the upside either, I don't know if this would be deemed as a failed upside auction, Deanna. You're the one that can chime in on that as expert. You're sitting expert in that area. Okay, so not yet.
Yeah, well, no, it's not yet. So if we had gone above the initial balance high, if we had gone to above to like 5,010 and then failed, that would constitute a failed auction. This is just a reversal at average daily range high for me when I'm kind of putting it into my setups. So now if there's a fall, it's got a very good chance of going straight down to the initial balance low. So exactly where where the low of the session is at 49.86. Yeah.
I'm going to give you a little what I was seeing too, Isaac. While you were talking about that, everybody and their sister, it felt like was long tilt. You only get to see tilt, guys. Really, I'm going to be taking it off the top up here. Sorry, but it's only a special treat, if you want to call it that, or information piece or data set, wherever you want to call it, or I don't even want it. That's fine too. For those that trade on Topstep X, we're going to be doing something very special coming up here, and we're going to be doing something very special on TopstepTV only for Topstep X. And I'm going to be trading on Topstep X. Andre is going to be trading on Topstep X. Deanna is already on Topstep X.
I'm already.
And it's just going to be it's going to be something that we're excited about offering in full real time. What you see at the top of the screen, scrolling at the very, very top of the screen, is not technically full real time because you guys are delayed by 10 seconds. But it was 80% when you were talking about when it was trading 04s. It was coming up to that. I'm like, okay, Isaac's looking short here. And everybody and their sister and brother or whatever, grandmother, is long right now. And you know what's majority right? A lot of times that I see at Topstep is the tough trades are the good traders see and take. Now, 80% of the people in the trading combine and XFA, these are all sim accounts that had an open position, had the opposite of Isaac's thought process. How do I know it's the opposite? Because it's all open positions and they're all long 80%. Isaac thought about that differently. We had people in here, I'm fading NP. Well, you were fading the house account, so you probably didn't pan out too well. We took four handles. I'm not talking shit.
It sounded like you were.
It sounded good.
It's just a riff.
It sounded like you were.
It was just a riff. I had somebody else took the other side of my trade. 25 other lots took the other side of my 25 lot short. So
that is true.
Isaac saw a trade that nobody else did. I had the data set on my end being like, oh, the folks that are getting themselves in a better position to be funded, and those that are funded are getting themselves to grow accounts. All those folks, that's a great data set. Thousands of people. I bet you that's what the personal brokerage accounts are doing for all of traders that are actively trading. Why is Isaac thinking about the opposite direction at this level? That to me was a play that I will make any day, especially coming from a live funded trader. It's just it's a little bit more information. I'm going to lean into Isaac way more. I'm going to lean into anybody else and be like, tell me more. Why? Interesting. Okay, cool. Thanks. So,
like
to say you're
segueing,
looking good thus far, Isaac.
So like coming off of that though, like one thing that I noticed early on, because when we did the beta testing or the pilot launch for Topstep X, that was one thing that I noticed was like the tilt, at least for my trading strategy, was kind of messing with my thought process, right? I was looking at this like, okay, and it was before like I learned that like live funded accounts weren't taken into account and whatnot. Most people in the markets are reactive, where I'm proactive, right? We opened up this segment. I told you guys, these are the levels where I'm looking for small shorts or taking longs off. And then these are the levels that I'm taking stronger longs or taking shorts off, right? And I did all my work. I did all my due diligence, did all my math ahead of time, and knew where I would want to get in on trades and how I would handle those trades if I ended up in one of them, right? So just having all these plans and all these contingencies. When you let the market come to you and you have a way of, determining high probability moves in market sentiment or bias, you're being proactive. And, more often than not, I would find myself either A, taking the opposite trade of what I was seeing as far as strong sentiment on tilt, or when things started getting heavy in the direction that I was in. So let's just say, I was long, and then all of a sudden tilt became 80% long. That's ironically enough where I'm kind of looking to get out. Or if I was thinking about it, then I'll kind of use that as confluence and say, okay, this is my time to kind of get out of this position. And I've been real hesitant to say that because, tilt is a very valuable indicator, right? Regardless of which way that you use it and how it...
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's not the end all be all like anything, guys. We will never say that. It is a data set. Isaac, have you ever seen this data set ever before? Real time, open positions that show a sediment. No. Because you can't do it,
I'm pretty sure on our Zoom call it was something that I wanted.
Yes, it was. I remember. Like, I'm just time out. We're going to be bringing that. Don't worry about it. I remember talking to you about it. And then you can't do it as a brokerage firm, guys. You can't do it anywhere else because live trading, we can do it like prop accounts. We own all the accounts. That's our proprietary capital at risk in there with our traders. We can do that and share that information, but we don't do it. Who?
Sellers in the house.
Sellers.
Yeah. Coming up the VWAP here, Michael.
Like I had mentioned, we were going to have a little bit of a grind, right? We hit that moving average. We bounced maybe 3 points at most, right? Then a little bit more of a grind. It failed to support. Boom. Now I made a slightly strong move to the downside. I still do think MP, I wouldn't recommend taking any off at this point. But again, it's a house account. It's your call. I wouldn't be surprised if we did go ahead and retest that moving average again from the downside, and then it serves as resistance. If that does happen, then I think we'd see an even more aggressive move to the downside. But if the market doesn't even try to make that attempt and at least tickle the bottom of that SMA, then we're going to go ahead and make a stronger move, to those levels that I mentioned before, right? Value high,
then what do you feel about the VWAP? It's right here, right now. All roads lead to VWAP.
I don't trade VWAP.
George.
I don't trade VWAP.
It's been working lately. It's been working lately. Oh, you should have got one.
Maybe that's why I haven't been making money the last week and a half, but I'm not a VWAP trader.
Okay.
It's something that I want to learn more about, and something why I tune in when I'm not in a position, when I'm done trading for the day. If I don't have important calls, meetings, site visits that I need to do, I continue to listen on because we have really, really bright people and experienced people that are coming on here that I'm able to take something away from every single time. And VWAP and order flow are all things that I'm really, trying to get more versed in.
All good. Yeah.
Got it.
Saw the sellers come in. D, talk to us about gold. What's popping over there? I see to this. It's been chopping around a little bit.
Ranging. Yeah, it's chopping. So I'm still, we're still below the initial balance, and Yeah, it's just chopping. So, I have a pretty decent trade location here if we look at the 4-hour chart.
All right.
So I'm going to wait and see what happens in about 7 minutes. If we're looking like a good breakaway from this little consolidation that we had overnight, then I might keep it. But if it's still around this level, then I'm just going to take it. That'll be it. So wherever it is. So again, it's a time stop of sorts.
Do you have one eye on crude at all right now, by any chance?
I do, yeah. It's buying. Yeah, there's buyers now. Storm in a teacup. There we go.
Yeah, he's so thrilled with crude right now.
Yeah, so thrilled.
They're in the doghouse, dude. I feel bad for
Deanna, this is one of those stay patient days because the emotions and the starting off on the wrong side of the bed, so to unintended or sort of whatever. Yeah. So you're a good trader.
I actually feel really relaxed. No, I feel really relaxed. This is the funny thing. Like, I don't have FOMO or anything. I'm just observing, and I have my own assumptions and expectations, and I know that crude oil inventories usually bring the storm in a teacup, right? It looks like it's going to go down, and then that kind of fizzles out, and they're like, crude oil is kind of like a bit like fish. It's like, oh, what did we have like 3 minutes ago? Oh, I don't know. Let's just buy it. So this is why, I'm not itching to get into this. I'm just like, yeah, okay, do your thing, crude, no problem. And then if there's something super obvious slightly later in the day, I might pop like a one lot on. But just this whole setup, from a technical perspective, looks terrible to me. I don't have any good levels. We opened just inside value, tried to push upside, came back inside. So technically, this is responsive selling that I'm seeing. And now, in light of responsive selling, now we're just bouncing back to the point of control from yesterday and going nowhere. So for now, I'm not really interested in this. Therefore, no FOMO. I don't want it. I'm not interested in it. This is not a strong setup for me. So I'm just going to wait for maybe a better trade location, even more data before I commit any capital to crude oil again today.
Guys, switch to my screen.
We're beneath you.
87.5 MP. 87.5 is a level to watch. That's value high, which was damn near session high from yesterday as well. So we could expect some reaction. I mean, if you look at earlier in the session, we basically, after the opening bell, made a run down to it before making that run up where we ultimately got short. I'm not anticipating the same type of movement. Liquidity is looking not thin, but pretty even up the ladder. Whereas we are starting to see some liquidity stack down below, which I'm liking. We got, some size at 91, more at 990, a liquidity block between 89 and 88. Another pretty sizable order, again, relative to the rest of the ladder at 86. So I would just say watch the 87.5 level. And again, because those levels that I talked about from the very, very start of this particular segment are dynamic and they move with value, you might even want to consider either taking a big bulk of the position or the entire position off around 84, because it's something that I'm looking to do in the trade as well.
I just got a 5 lot on now. So what I'm going to do is take a few off. Take a few off at around 87 is what you're talking about. That will be a 1-to-1 trade, risking 10 to make 10. And then I'm doing 1-to-1 plays with this. Why? Because I believe if I take the trades of my top live funded traders, that I'll be right more than 50% of the time. And guys that don't know, that should know, if you risk $1, $10, $1 million to make $1, $10, $1 million, then you got to be right 50%. You got to be 51% of the time to be profitable. So that being said, Isaac, my 1-to-1 is already materialized, and this 5 lot, I'm just riding it with you.
How much you
are? Are you still in?
Cool.
Are you still in?
Me?
Yo, how much you up?
I'm up. This is proof, living proof that with one trade, trading only 2 contracts in a very short window of time, you can be up $1,400 trading 2 contracts in a day. And also, it looks like you guys have my chart up. You can see what I told you guys earlier. I would move my stop a little bit above that moving average. If we look up here on the dome, that's looking at $375, which is my minimum take per my trading plan, per my business plan. So that's locked in there. I want to give the trade room to breathe, but the next level that I'm looking to trail to is going to be 94.25. That'll lock in $1,000 after commissions and fees. We are starting to see some liquidity now stack above. Again, I think that's a lot of the VWAP traders probably putting some positions on, or people that are thinking that this down move was just a retracement and that it's losing some it's losing some of its steam. But I'm still committed. I'm still committed to the trade. So
we got a little background noise on Isaac right now. I think your headset cut out.
Yeah, sorry, one of my AirPods died. I'm running low on power on all my equipment here right now. But yeah, I'm staying committed to the trade.
I got an extra AirPod if you want. This is an old school one, so somehow I'll Instacart it to you.
Hey, I get this plug in real quick, guys. If Trustpilot, if you like what we're doing here and getting value out of TopstepTV, want to make sure that you please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We really do appreciate all the kind words and feedback we receive there. We'll drop the link in the chat. And if you're so inclined, please leave us some feedback. We actually read it. Even the CEO right here, he reads it all. And we do adjust on the fly with this. So thank you very much. All right, Mike, how much you up on this trade, dude?
10.4. 10.4.
Look at that smile.
Zero flutter, zero risk, or not zero feeling it. Because I'm like, this is a house account and I'm betting on our top funded trader. I'm not worried about that. Michael Batak putting on a 25 lot. Yeah, because I don't have the feel that this guy right here, Isaac Rivera, has. So that's the non. We were talking about this last week before I left. I'm like, I'm gonna get our house accounts to start betting on our live funded traders. And betting's the word, guys, like backing, getting behind their idea, whatever. It's where I want to be as a trader. God bless it. Look at that sell off. I have two.
Yeah, I just got stopped out there. Yes, so that VWAP play did not work that time. All right, that's cool. I'm glad you guys are still short. Watch me.
So one of my mentees actually texted me while we were on the stream, and he's just like, I took the same trade. He's obviously trading my strategy because he is one of my mentees, but he's like, but my 18 tick stop got hit, and it's a shame because like if we were in communications, like if I weren't on the stream, one thing that you guys can rewind this, watch it later, right? I'll bring it up now. The level that I was really interested in was 5,006, right? But I said that I wanted to front run it a little bit, right? So we hit that 6, a little bit above it. So, had he waited for the entry that like the level that I called out early on, he may or may not have gotten stopped out, but likely that he wouldn't. And Mike, we are selling off. We are at that 84 level that I mentioned. And with the strength that I wanted to see, I had already locked in 750. I'm going to go ahead and move this stop even further and lock in 1250.
I locked it all in.
So I got 1250 locked. You're out? All right. That's a good trade, man.
Yeah, I'm out. I got it out at the 87s. 87s and 86s and a variety pack above it. 11,288. Kudos to you, Isaac. We did that in an hour and a half. In an hour and a half, we found a trade. You knew the trade because you did prep. You talked about it. Rewind it, guys. All that kind of stuff. Of course, it could have gone south. Of course, it could have gone any other direction. But Isaac had a plan. He explained it. Like traders. Some of these people come in here and they're like, "Oh, sell 18,742s." Why? Well, just sell it. You had wealth. Yeah, the one-liners, exactly. You had it all thought out, and then I had my own little thoughts. It was a house account. This house is our live prop account that's already up 10,000 or 11,288 on Isaac's trade. I told him I'd risk 10 out of it right out of the gate. I put a 25 lot on. My low water mark as far as downside was like 5,000, I think. It traded from 04s up to 08s, 09s, and then we have slipped all the way off of that. So basically 5 handles of risk. That's 5 points. 5 points. Thank you, Isaac.
No, you're very welcome. I'm glad that it worked out.
The risk department is also happy. They watch over all accounts.
Deanna, are you still in? Deanna,
74 quarter is still that level
Yeah,
I'm looking
I'm.
for.
Deanna, you still in gold?
Yeah,
He's back to.
I'm still in gold.
Same entry.
Yeah, so
Entry price.
we made a new supply, so this is now like a little speed bump. So like I said, I did have my stop loss at a pretty good area. So now that we have yes, there's some excess that we left on the downside, but we are coming into the European close in about half an hour, and usually there's a little bit of jumpiness around there, even in gold. So, so I want to see what happens into lunchtime, because nothing really has changed that much. Even with the previous candle, we didn't really manage to close back inside. At least yeah. So we didn't manage to crack the initial balance low, which is one of the orientation points that I look for. And we also have yet another supply as a kind of like a staircase. I like to call them staircase formations because they kind of look like a staircase. So that's also kind of defending that position. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be one of those days where I need to give it a little bit more time. But on a 4-hour chart, I did get that bearish engulfing. I got the new supply. So according to my rules, I still need to give this time. Unless the initial balance low at 2001.2 gives way, that would be my exit point. So if the next TPO closes into the initial balance, I'm out. But for now, I got the signal that I was looking for. So I've got to stay in, follow the rules.
Very good. Stick to your plan. Hey, Steve, it might be unexpected though, Eddie. What are we seeing hitting the wire right now?
You know what? Christopher, the baller Waller, is got some comments here. He's one of the feds talking about the Fed guidance may be too restrictive. He also says that forward guidance perhaps should also signal the possible path of policy rate. I'm still looking for something out of the ordinary here, but basically same things that they're sort of spreading around here. He said one lesson from 2020 is that the forward guidance should be more flexible, and forward guidance perhaps should also signal a path of a policy rate. So far, that's what we've got from the baller Waller.
Awesome. Did not see that on the calendar
today.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, do we see that on the calendar at all? Because I don't remember seeing that on Waller's name on the calendar, at least on financial.
Surprise. Somebody showed up and said, here, you want to speak? Yeah.
There you go. Well, sure enough, the selling started.
The only other thing I see is later on today, around the close, Barr will be speaking, Fed's Barr.
Okay. Yes, that's 3 p.m. Central Time. Nice trade there, Michael. Nice trade there, Isaac. That was really cool to see here on TopstepTV. Deanna's still in here trading. We bring live funded traders to you here. We bring the CEO to you here on TopstepTV. We bring all the best traders trading real money, real accounts, real P&L. Yeah, no BS, no 20 count, scatter shot here. We'll find the one that's up money, and we'll just focus on that one for the day. I know that's one of your favorite techniques, Michael, when people do that and try to act like they're real accounts. So we don't do that here at TopstepTV.
Yeah. I love that people extrapolate their P&L. Well, if I made $100, so if I had 20 accounts, Isaac, do you believe in that? If I had 20 accounts, I'd be up 2,000. Yeah, sure. I got the math, dude. It's 1 plus whatever. It's 1 times.
I get another 30-second rant. I got another 30 seconds.
Okay, hold on. I got to finish mine. And mine just goes as quickly. It just goes as quickly as this. How about you look at it if you're down 100? Why don't you look at it like you're down 100? That's where Mick always comes on here and talks about preserving capital, always watching your downside. You don't say if I'm up 100, that's 20 times. You say, well, God, man, why would I get 20 accounts? Because if I'm down 100, I'm already down $2,000. You're like, oh, but there's room there. Now, if you're not consistent on one, you're wasting your gosh darn money on 2, 3. Don't even do that at Topstep. Why would you say that? You guys are here to make a profit. No, we're not. We're here to find good traders. And sure, they're all for-profit businesses. They all are. So that's the piece of it. But I'm telling you, just do one. Just trade one and size down. Isaac's is sizing down after having a struggling week. If you're having a struggling account where you can't even get funded, stay funded, take consistent payouts, and make it even as a live trader, we'll extrapolate. We'll help you get bigger size. We'll do all right, Isaac. Mick will do that. My rant lasted way longer than seconds.
No, it's fine. I mean, there's a lot of people that talk about, our competitors, or even the fact that, here at Topstep, we're doing 3 accounts. There's been buzz about it being 5 now with the, purchase of 5 combines at a certain price point.
No.
And the issue is that multiple accounts does not make you a better trader in the short term or the long term. And on the contrary, I think it really enables you to be a bad trader, right? Or a worse trader than what you already are, or what you could be. I trade with big tick energy. Our team name is Big Tick Swingers now. If it's not a 20 to 40, if it's not a 20 to 40 tick opportunity in the S&P, I'm not taking the trade. If I'm not past a certain amount of ticks in a trade, so long as data is not telling me otherwise, I'm not moving my stop. I'm not cutting out of the trade. I commit to these trades. I commit to my plan. I believe in myself. I believe in my analysis and my skill set. And sure, like the way that you get better and the way that you make more money long term. And again, I've been doing this coming on 9 years, trying since I tried, right? And I've been a trader. I've been trading for 8 years, but I've been a trader for 4. Meaning like that I know what I'm doing, that I'm confident what I'm doing, that I'm able to extract money from these markets on a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual basis. I've only been a trader for 4 years. I've been trying at this for 9, right? But I've been a trader for 4 years that I can say I'm a professional trader. I got certificates to back it. I got reports to back it. I have bank accounts to back it. I have the knowledge, right? And the ability to have conversations about these markets and instruments and indicators and data and reports to back it. Looking to extract $100, right? Or 3 points from the market every day. Well, that's good, right? You got to start at some point. The way that you really build equity and grow as a trader is by going for slightly larger trades, right? Like if you have your setup and it might just be a 5-point setup, that's fine. I'm not saying people that trade for 3 points, 2 points, 5 points are not traders, right? They're scalpers. And, I got mixed feelings about scalping, right? But you make more and you have bigger hits, right, by getting slightly larger trades, but also adding more size along the way as you build up equity. So, and look at how trading 4, 5, and 6 contracts hasn't necessarily worked in my favor in February. However, I made sure that I traded my plan to a T in January, made my $75,000 in 30 trading days, right? And then now I can go ahead and make some tweaks and take some additional risks going into February, right? And just making those adjustments while preserving that equity that I have. So yeah, you don't become a better trader. You don't become rich. You don't make loads of money by having 20 accounts, 10 accounts, 5 accounts. You do it by mastering your abilities in one and then scaling up. Again, that balance between slightly larger trades, right? Because your entries and your exits should be getting better with time if you're really learning, and then adding on some size. And that's how you find success, in these combines and in trading as a whole.
Love it. Your rants. Andre, you've never really been on
30
a rant
seconds.
before.
My bad.
It's not my job. It's not my job to rant here. I let you guys rant. I get out of the way, clear the lane, and let you guys hammer on the dunk on the competition. And that's exactly what you did there.
Honestly,
hey,
I'm
Mike,
not.
So the Uber driver. It's not really your Uber driver. It's not really your Uber driver. Someone said something in the chat. I think Mick may have said something and spilled the beans in the chat yesterday.
Oh, that would be way cool if it was the Uber driver.
Yeah. It was not your Uber driver. I know you were trying to figure out who that was.
Thanks, Mick, for sharing everything.
He said it got nicked up a little bit. It was funny. Yeah, it was funny. Well, nice trade there, fellas. Deanna, how long have you? Deanna, I see this taken up. Are you still in this trade?
Yeah, I cut half of it. So I'm actually working on one lot in crude oil.
Nice,
so,
he's back.
Yeah, as well. Yes, I can't stay away. No, so I'm looking for the single prints to stay and to give some reversal in crude oil. Gold, I think I'm going to kill it pretty quickly if this European close doesn't start pulling it back from 2004 level. If it does pull back, then I might stay in or add back into the trade again. But just for the sake of risk management, I did cut that in half. So I'm just kind of giving myself a little bit more space. And while that's happening, I want to see what happens in crude oil. So it's essentially just to test the waters. It's not like a big position or anything. So yeah, it's again storm in a teacup, as you can see, in crude oil.
Wednesdays.
It's like the same story. Yeah, it's the same story most days. Doesn't matter what number comes out. They're just going to pull it back and then they mess around. And then if they're going to take it anywhere, they're probably going to do it in a couple of hours' time. So It's one of those time zone things in crude oil. There's one move for one part of the session, then that ends, and if you can't get a good position out of that, then it's probably not going to happen at all. And then the next stage where you want to look for the next trade would be typically about an hour or 90 minutes later. So that's kind of what I try to do. Just kind of partial it into different times of day. And so we'll see what happens into the close, whether they actually bring it back down again. Like I said, there is a single print trail still left, just a little bit. If that goes, then I'm not going to be interested in either one of these, and that'll be my day done. So right now, what I've done, cut half in gold, and then I used the second lot as my kind of max position size across 2 instruments. So I'm still trading 2 lots, but it's across 2 different products. Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced than some people. But yeah, I know these markets pretty well, so I know what I'm looking for. And if I don't get it, I'm just gonna bail. So yeah, we've got half an hour until, actually 15 minutes until the European close. So we'll see what happens there.
Those we are going to be talking about something here shortly, but we're talking about the 20 accounts, which I'm not going to rant about at all. But people like to go to other because there's like, oh, when you have a 99.25% discount or whatever, like whatever. We're at Topstep X, the new platform that just launched. It's $4.50. It's $4.50. What we get charged at the CME for level 1 bundled data is $4.50. No markup, no anything like that. And then there's no markup monthly outside of that. So your monthly is $4.50. Your resets are the same that you've always had on those. So that being said, you have this monthly low cost that you don't have to rush, that you don't have to worry, that you don't have to stress out, that you don't have to do any of that. But yeah, you have to pay the CME data pass through. Welcome to the world of trading. This isn't FX, which is woozy woo world of make believe, and nobody's trading in a regulated market or really their whatever liquidity pool is provided. So, yeah. So it's pretty cool trading in futures. Those that are FX traders right now, check out futures. You can trade FX currencies. They're in here. FX currencies that are futures products. And you're like, well, yes, it does make sense. Try it out. It moves very similar to the current cash spot market, which you guys are, that you're FX traders, that you trade. How many people are in here are FX traders? Put an F in there. Maybe that will help. If you're an FX trader, you've never traded FX. How about just going F, then the X? That shows that you're first, you only know FX. At this moment in time, you only know FX, but you're looking into futures. So
hell yeah,
that
Michael.
is
dude, it's good to have you back, dude. You are back.
Yeah, a lot of folks are not on MT4 or MT5 anymore. They pulled out of the United States. So that being said, stay with a regulated exchange, and with a prop firm that puts people live, that doesn't have 99.525 for sale signs all over the place. We're here to trade, and we're going to get those costs as low as possible. We're investing in you all, working with this company that built Topstep X. It's so damn cool. They're like the fee. It's like costs us like nothing working with them. And it's incredible. So we worked out deals with them. Said you guys got to bring us the lowest possible. They did, and we're just passing through the CME data fee cost to you.
Seems pretty fair.
We'll be talking about that more. Yeah, it seems pretty fair.
Hey, boss, sorry I got to cut you off for a second. It is 10:15, and we got to get to everyone's favorite stats that we display here. Jack, take it away, please.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at the top 10 funded, numbers 6 through 10. We got some new names in there. Wang J made his way in the top 10. Yeah, he's up roughly 25K so far this week.
Number 8.
Sung moves into 7th. Isaac, you're hanging in there at 8. Looks like you're going to be a little higher tomorrow. Good show.
Yeah. Ocho and Isaac.
Ocho.
Isaac. Wow.
All right. Now let's see the top of the top dogs.
Anonymous is holding, huh?
Nas Trader is still number one. Dakota took a hit yesterday, but is still nipping at the heels, so to speak. And then lastly, I want to highlight Karis, whose name we've been mentioning quite a bit. Jumped from 7th to 4th after a 12K day yesterday, and is also now up close 25K on the week.
So MP, I was thinking we should draft Karis into our team.
Yeah.
Which one?
Like
who we drafting?
Karis D. I like his stats.
Okay.
A lot.
All right. We have to circle up on a Chicago local. Who we added?
I think D was recruiting yesterday. Karis, he was his stats were up. His stats were up on shoulder tap for back-to-back days, and they're very nice stats. If you want to look at,
looking good. He's looking good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh. I mean, we got to get him off the waiver wire, because if you're on the waiver wire, all the coaches, this is how it's going to work. All the coaches will be able to grab that individual. So the coaches also have to be a good job, just like TopStep does. And when I say coaches, the coaches that are going to be coaching a team, guys that are listening right now, think esports. There's gamer teams, they travel the world and all that kind of stuff. TopStep's going to be investing in TopStep Trading League. It's just a trading league, not just think like NFL or what, Andre, what's the soccer one that you follow?
That's the soccer one that I follow. I don't know. UEFA Champions League? I don't know. Just this little old league.
Okay, whichever one.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Just kind of the whole world watches it.
F1 had,
the one that you watch, the little thing,
this little thing that happens over there.
The thing in Europe.
I didn't grow up around soccer.
Thank you, Deanna.
I didn't grow up around soccer. Come on.
Clearly.
Nebraska baseball, football, and basketball, and we made fun of everybody else who did anything outside of that. So I don't know. That's just the culture I grew up in. So they have teams. F1. There you go. Like, they have teams. They come in there, blah, blah, blah. They all work together. You as a coach, Isaac, we're still figuring out. I think it'll probably be Rips, the coach of his team, but he's picked you up. And then Dakota. But we'll figure that out. But we're going to have a league. This league is going to be able to have coaches. The coaches are going to pick out the traders at the funded level that they want to start on their team. If you're starting on their team, nothing changes. I traded like I normally would in my personal account today. I didn't listen to anybody. Forget about the house account. That was a different strategy. And I'm up $240 right now on my personal. That is added to the four other players. If they're up or down or all around, the total aggregate P&L becomes the team's score. The team score. So that's where we're starting. So that's what we're talking about. It's going to be coming out in a big bang, an announcement here soon. But everybody at TopstepTV will always know before anybody else. So that's definitely something I wanted to share with the 6,000 people here.
So, MP, we do have something special right now. It's not the fire drill yet, though. That is coming before noon, and perhaps quite a bit sooner if you catch my drift. But first, it is Valentine's Day. Dakota has been doing the slow markets after hours, but we've been working on something else as well. So I figured that I would preview it now on Valentine's Day. So, Michael, without further ado, this is for you, Michael. Here's a promo for the new after hours programming that I would like to do at TopStep. Enjoy.
Ooh. Rips, we got somebody in here saying, keep your hands on your butt.
In a way, you're just keeping your hands on your butt.
I'm keeping my hands on my butt.
I'm still sitting here with my hands on my butt. Opening
Holding
call,
my
we
hands.
talked about.
What was it? Keeping my hands on my butt.
Put your hands on your butt for a minute and just watch the market. On the
butt, right.
Yep, on the butt.
Hoop is saying keep your hands in your pocket. I call that pocket pool, but hey. So we're in this network. You share a house, you get somebody else's house. It's called the house swingers. Yeah, that is true. The owners of it stick around. Well, it's a lot of Europeans.
I hopped up. I'm just going to be honest. I was fully naked. So I want to see you hot and heavy in this NASDAQ today, buddy.
Oh, I'm going to be.
Come on, film me.
Play Johnny's when he gets in a position.
Like Kuma Sutra position or like a trading.
Wow.
Well.
Get your minds out of the gutters, everybody. That was a sigh. All right.
Nailed it.
Let's see if there's more degenerates on the leaderboard. Jack
Good job, Greg.
Mayoff.
Range bound ball.
Dolby does Dallas. Man Meat MP. Ice. Wallow.
Ice baby.
Yo, something so soft. My old friend Jack's Cornhole is here. Whoop it up, boys. It's Friday.
All right, on the leaderboard, we have Ask Clappers.
And,
no, we're not saying that one. You guys are gonna make me blush.
Oh my god, I love you, traders.
Made some decisions not too proud of. Ignore the couch and the camera, but it's totally normal office.
Whoa! Are you working some kind of casting job up there that you haven't told us about? Like I've seen that couch somewhere before.
Yeah, you did say you guys used to have several different types of income streams, so you got to do what you got to do.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. That's it. And we got to get the follower count up. And you started talking about making babies. I need to understand how I'm involved in that. I thought we were just going to hang out.
Gonna massage at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Jesus.
With Kelly.
Oh, God.
With Kelly. That's after I get the reverse vasectomy consultation. So that's kind of weird.
When we get the 2,000 likes, MPs.
2,000 likes.
And despite the haters, we remain strongly committed to our dual mandate of 2% long-run inflation and stealing your girl.
Amazing, dude. Absolutely.
I'm just gonna go.
It's funny how you can take little bits and take it so out of context, but it's awesome. That was incredible, guys.
Oh my God.
So funny. Love that.
Now, Jack, the fact you put that on there, somebody left a review one time. They're like, MP has sexual innuendos or something like that. I'm like, come on, man. No. Go watch CNBC. They won't. This is like a trading pit floor with guys and girls. We're all big boys, fully formed adults. We can handle conversations and we can handle anything.
We can handle adult jokes,
And
you know.
just for the record, you dirty dogs, I cut that from like 10 episodes out of 100. So who knows what's lost the time there.
It's on the cutting room floor. Jack, that was absolutely wow, Jack. Yeah, production's amazing here. Well, we are coming up to quick end. Talk like that one. To the quick end of
what's great about it. Hold on. What's great about it is we don't have any sponsors yet, but we are talking about one that wants to be exclusive sponsor. Let's see if they're tuning in, if they're going to be okay with that, and we don't lose our whatever sponsor. But the whole joke here is, guys, we're going to have fun. This is certified tradertainment. We're all traders. We're going to be grown-ups and have fun. Jack, production, you guys keep kicking ass. Bring us fun stuff that we laugh to, that we don't overtrade on, and we can enjoy each other's company. I love it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Isaac. As always,
that made me feel all warm and fuzzy for sure. That was a great video.
Mm-hmm. So Isaac, thank you for joining us today on Fast Markets. That was an amazing trade that you and Michael team traded there. That was awesome. I'm glad we got that on TopstepTV. One of our top 10 live funded traders here in the flesh, making real trades. Isaac, leave us with some parting words, then we're going to sign off for the day here on Fast Markets. Deanna, as always, thank you for joining us. We will see you again later this week, I believe, if I have that correct, right?
I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. But yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Isaac. Leave us with some parting words, and then that's it for Fast Markets.
No, this was fun. It was a lot of pressure. I was like, this is going to be a longer segment than the ones that I've had before, and I was going to be doing it with the man MP himself. But I'm glad the trade worked out. I don't know how it fares compared to the Big Short that you had with Danny's trades. So we're gonna have to compare and see, who walked away with the bigger P&L with you that day. But I did have a personal goal that if we did break new highs on the viewer count, that I was going to do something special. So if the production team wants to drop either like in the banner down below or in the chat, the link to my socials, my Instagram, it's go_to_Isaac. Everybody who's followed me from Monday of this week all the way through Friday of this week, I'm going to go ahead and send everybody via DM my trading guide. It's my direct trading guide that I trade to help traders get out of combines, XFAs, get called up to live and grow that account. But bigger than that, I'm going to go ahead and select with an app at random 10 random followers of all the followers from this week. 10 people at random are going to get a 1 hour one-on-one with me to talk about whatever you want to do. You want to shadow me trading, Q&A, ask questions, feedback. I'm willing to give that to 10 people, 10 hours of my time. And I'll announce that over this weekend. So 10 traders at random, anybody who follows me on Instagram. And regardless of those 10, everybody who follows me from Monday of this week through Friday of this week is going to be receiving my trading guide either via DM or email. And that's my way to give back from Topstep, from the week that the month that I had in January, and even this awesome trading day where we broke 22,000 viewers on the stream. So that's all I got for you guys.
Awesome. Sure. Hey, Isaac, it was awesome, guys. His Instagram is at the very top. This is what we do here at Topstep. Unlike anywhere else, it's not about us. It's about putting you in a position. You can come off the streets and pay $4.50 and get a Topstep X and sit here and listen and not have any trades at all and still pay another cup of coffee the following month for the CME data. That's your, just to tune in. Or you could not do any of that and just tune in. You'll learn along the way. You'll get funded. You'll grow your account and get funded. You're going to get a phone call from our risk managers like Isaac did and say, hey, by the way, you're kicking so much ass at trading that you're going to be trading our live account. Then you could be on the spotlight and you could be like here. You can trade with us on fast markets. You can go from a person off the streets to a trader influencer. When I say that, those are people that can lead a community in the right direction. There's good ones out there and there's other ones that hide accounts and reset 500 times in a year, and that's not okay, and they're not transparent. Go to the ones that are transparent. Topstep's already getting a level of transparency here. You saw Isaac on the leaderboard at number 8. Guys, these are we have thousands and thousands of traders. And so does other funding companies, blah, blah, blah. But they don't share all this. So we're going to do this for you guys. And you too could be that person. But it's putting yourself in the position. You guys, yeah, I know. You guys get as much information as you want from Isaac this morning. You saw how much he prepared. That shit does not just happen overnight. So be patient, work hard, listen and follow those that really connect with. Isaac's information is at the very top. He's giving away something that literally you can work hands-on with one of the top traders at Topstep. That's my rant, last rant of the day. Isaac, pleasure. Thank you for adding $11,288 to the house account. We will be working more and more to grow that account with you when you come on here, or any live trader. And Andre, thanks, buddy. Yep. Deanna,
yeah,
awesome.
Yep.
Good to see
Happy
you.
Valentine's Day.
Thank you, guys.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
All right.
And we're clear.
Nice.
All right,
Good
my
show.
crude oil.
Good.
Yeah.
Good show.
Okay. So,
what do you think?
Yeah. Cue the smoke in 2 minutes for the fire drill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like it. They'll never see it coming.
Yeah.
They'll never see it coming. Good job.
We also got Dolby. We got Dolby doing group coaching today. So let's hope he doesn't freak out David with all the pork pulling.
Isaac, you're the man. You nailed it. So fun to work with you. I mean, the fact that we got to do this is awesome.
All right. All right. So we're good to go on the fire drill then.
Yeah, James.
Okay. All right. Good show.
Yeah.
I'll be paying attention. I'm gonna bounce off here. Yeah, let's do it. Oh shoot!
You got to pick up the energy, Andre. Get your ass in gear, Andre.
Shoot. Chet says they might be on. Oh shoot. All right. I'm jumping off later. Oops.
Oh.
Gotcha. Hey guys, we knew we were hot. Come on, man. We knew we were hot. Just like the hotness, we got a hot. I don't like to call it offering. Let's call it offering deal. So got you guys on the hot mic. Of course, we're gonna have fun here. Welcome to TopstepTV, Certified Tradertainment. Now we will be offering something very, very special to y'all. Jack, can you describe it? You're much more articulate than I.
Oh, when I describe things, I wish I had them up in advance, don't I? We are going to put a form in here for 5 minutes for the fire drill. Mike, vamp for 1 second here.
There we go.
So here we go. We are giving away 1,000 traders the chance to lock in up to 5 50K trading combines each for $4.50. We're going to drop this form for 5 minutes. Enter your information to be part of the random drawing. The winners will be emailed on Thursday morning, and you are only eligible if you do not get the email for that offer on Tuesday. So
5
1,000
minutes
being
remaining.
given out.
There you go. There's your 5 minutes. I love it. Okay, guys. So nobody freak out here. 1,000 people are gonna get it. But here's the thing: only those at Topstep TV. That's why you got to keep tuning in. Only those at Topstep TV is gonna keep getting this deal. When do we do it next? I don't know. So don't ask. We'll tell. And when we get to that point. But right now, we're doing it for 5 minutes. Put the link in there. There it is at the very top of your screen. 1,000 people will get this. And this is something we're going to keep doing as we slow roll this Topstep X rollout. This has been a pre-release week. Now those folks are still getting it, and we're going to keep opening it up. And I don't know how long we're going to do the pass-through on the CME data fees, but right now we're going to start it out, and you guys are all going to get it and get your name on there. The link at the very top, fire it in there.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to roll. I see Hoag's in there. Mick, if you're in there, we're going to roll into shoulder tap soon. Yes.
Jack, this is not for a reset. Some people are asking. This is the start, completely new. If you're looking for, hey, I want to test out a platform, we have a lot to choose from. This is the newest one. We've added other new ones along the way. This is just another platform that's badass that we're adding that we're really excited about. Check it out. If you're one of the 1,000, and we'll do this again and again and again. So tune in and benefit from this. But this is just for a trading combine. It's $450 a month, not just the first month, a month. Resets are all the exact same that Topstep has always had. Activation's the exact same that Topstep's ever always had. Now the pretty much the barrier to entry right now is it's a cup of coffee to start with a platform that's completely new that thousands of people are on, but just started launched this week.
Yes. And remember, these are 50K Topstep X combines only for $4.50. If you were chosen, we're choosing 1,000 of you, and you'll be emailed by tomorrow morning.
Hells yeah.
All right, it'll be up.
So we got you guys. We got you guys
Danielle?
at the hot mic. You guys at the hot mic. Jack, good job. Jack, good stuff.
Sold it a little. Danielle, if you want to post what time that this is going down in all the excitement and see when it was posted on the clock. But you got a few more minutes here. And Hoag, the seat is warm for you to come on in. And Mick, are you here? Mick was here.
I am here. Good morning.
All right, let's do some shoulder tapping.
Let's get into it. Oh, we're live already. Okay. Hey.
Hello, Mick, and hello, everybody. Welcome to the shoulder tap segment. This is a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. I hope Andre's okay.
I got to say, it's been a very distracting morning. I had fast markets on, and it was hard to concentrate on doing work, putting trading cards together. It was a very interactive segment, lots of fun. I love that little clip that Jack did with all the, holding butts or touching butts and all that other stuff. That was hilarious. Good day all around. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day, Hoag. What are you and Donna doing tonight?
You know what? We're probably just going to hang out, maybe have a glass of wine, and cook something for dinner. It's also Ash Wednesday, so we'll probably make some mahi or something of the sort, and just relax. And we've had 30 or so Valentine's Days. So I got a card for her, and I showed her picture on the opening call today, and she doesn't know that yet. But when I show her later, she'll probably say, "Oh my God!" But I'm definitely married up, my friend. I definitely married up.
Shoot, don't tell Antonia you're going to make me look bad for not getting a picture queued up for her. I gave her some flowers last night. We put those in the vase for today, and got my daughter Gianna some flowers and some roses as well. And I don't know if people know about these, but these smushmallow things, they're these big, soft, squishy pillow things. I got her one of those when I was shopping at Costco yesterday. So she saw that this morning. And we're going to do some wine tonight too. We got a nice vintage we've been sitting on. So we're doing a little chimney rock tomahawk tonight. And we've got a frozen Lou Malnati's pizza that we're going to throw in the oven. Lou Malnati is one of the Chicago favorites for everybody out there who's familiar with it.
One of my fans.
It's always good fresh, but they actually do a good frozen pizza. And for anybody that follows Barstool or anything, you'll remember probably that Dave Portnoy gave a good review on his pizza reviews for the frozen Lou Malnati's deep dish. So I'm excited about that. A fun day all around. I don't like. I know I'm supposed to talk trading and stuff like that and get into the trading cards and whatnot. I will do that. Had a hilarious morning. So I've got the dog in the office with me, and we had someone turned the door this morning in here in the office. She comes to the office with me here at the Board of Trade almost every day. And I heard someone turn the door. She went bananas barking and like charged at the door. She's a sweet dog, but she's very protective. And I get up out of my seat to go see what the heck's going on. And she pokes her head out the door, and I see a couple maintenance guys in the building. Their backs are to us, and they're kind of like running towards the staircase down the hallway. And I'm like, oh, hey, guys, what's up? I say hello. They're like, yeah, there was a leak on the 41st floor. We're up here on the top floor in the Board of Trade. And they're like, there's a leak. We got to come in and check your room. And I go, okay, it's okay, Reva. These are the good guys. So she runs down, tail wagging, starts giving them kisses and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. Anyways, that was a fun fast market segment. I was happy to watch in and see all that. Nice having Isaac on. I see, Isaac, you and I were matching today for Valentine's Day in our maroon. You look much more dapper than I do, though. And shout out to Isaac, number 8 on the board. He was up 2,000 at one point today. I think most recently up 1,200. And it sounded like at the very end of the fast markets, there's a pretty cool opportunity. He was making himself available to work with our traders. So I've worked with Isaac for a while. He trades well. Very, very smart individual. I'm happy we've got him on TopstepTV. And for anybody that has the opportunity to be one of those 10 people or so, I think I remember hearing, take advantage of working with him. We always want to, in this business and any business in general, you want to be talking to people that, might know more than you. Hoag, you're one of those guys for me. I've always enjoy learning from you, bouncing ideas off of you. And, like anything in life, you don't want to be the smartest person in the room. You want to be in a room with smarter people. And if you find yourself being the smartest person in the room, find another room, find a bigger room. I
appreciate that, Nick.
Yeah, of course, John. Another thing I thought was funny is, Michael, I did mention in chat yesterday our interaction where I handed off the mail to you on Jackson and LaSalle in front of the building. Michael gets out of the car. They're in like a nice new Ford Expedition or something like that. It was like an Uber Black. I did mention you opened the door, smashed it right into a concrete flower pot. And it's funny, Michael gets out, he's like rubbing it, trying to buff it out. I see a big, half-inch chunk of paint taken out of the door. And he's like, oh yeah, it's no problem. And we're talking for like half a minute or something. And the guy walks around, checks it out. And Michael's like, it's fine. And the guy sees the big chunk and he just turns around, doesn't say a single word. And I go to Michael, I'm like, I think he's a little pissed off at you. Michael's like, it's fine. I'll give you $50. I'm like, yeah, $50 is not going to cover that. So yesterday was a fun day. Today's a fun day. I'm in good spirits.
Briefly, I have a similar story to that. I was probably out partying until in the wee hours of the morning, and I woke up late. So I had to get a cab to get to work. Right. And it's like 10 minutes before the open, the cab pulls up close to the Merc. And there's a bus right next to the cab. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna get out here and throw some money at the cab driver. And I open the door right when the bus starts moving, and it catches the door in the wheel well of the bus and rips the door off.
Ugh.
I'm like, dude, sorry. I had to run and get into the pit and get to work.
Oh man, that's the worst. That makes me think of a video. And sorry everybody if you don't like me not diving right into the traders, but I've got the floor here with John. I'm gonna take my opportunity to be a little bit social today. John, it reminds me of a video I saw on Instagram. There's, these people have the video dash cams right by their rear view mirror facing forward, and there's some guys in a Range Rover. They're stuck in traffic. One opens the door, and someone who is in a moped bobbing and weaving through traffic smashes into the one door on the driver's side.
Ouch.
Seconds later, the passenger of that Range Rover is about to get out to see what's going on, and another person in a moped who's bobbing and weaving, that passenger opens the door, smack right into the door. So one car takes out two motorists who were, I know these people in motorcycles and mopeds and bikes bob and weave, but they got two birds with one stone there. That's
why I gotta hand it to people that ride bikes and mopeds in the city. You never know when that door is going to open up.
It scares the shit out of me. I'm afraid of the bicyclers, the cyclists when I'm in the car, and when I'm on my bike, which is few and far between. It's not nice out, but I like taking the bike to work because it cuts my commute in half or more. I'm afraid of the people in the cars. I've got a bunch of Karens that yell at me for riding my bike on the sidewalk, and I stopped and had a conversation. I was civil, but I did say, I'm going to ride my bike wherever I feel safe riding my bike. I apologize if you have a problem with me riding on the sidewalk. It was some woman who was walking her dog. She was like 10 yards away from me, not even close to me. I did last week. I went nuclear on some guy who almost some guy was riding one of those motorized scooters, zooming down the sidewalk. We were actually by our old office on Jefferson. I was heading west on Adams, and some guy was riding his moped on the sidewalk flying, and the dog walks ahead of me sometimes. She's usually pretty good heeling at my side like she is right now, but she was out in front of me because she likes to pull when we're going home because she wants to see my daughter. She always gets excited, and this guy could have broken her neck or cracked her skull, and he just zoomed by, and I shouted, some expletives at him, and he kept going. But maybe I'll see him again. I don't know. My wife tells me to avoid confrontation now that I'm a father. But I don't know. Sometimes it's in my nature. I'm a nice guy, but don't mess with me.
It only takes so much.
Yeah. All right. At that note, I should probably get to the trading. Got a lot of shout outs. So yesterday, CPI in the morning, I mentioned it was a freaking bloodbath in the live accounts. There was so much red on the board. We did have some people make money end of day, one of which who got brought up earlier. She's actually, Actually, this is a public apology I've got to make. Karis, one of our live traders, trading in a live account. I had featured him on a trading card last week. We called him up to live. My public apology is I called Karis a woman. I said it's a he. He has been kicking ass in the live account. Only 2 days in, hasn't traded today, but in his first 2 days, he's back-to-back $12,000 winning days. Made 12 grand on Monday, made 12 grand yesterday. And because of the good trading he had in his XFA, we carried over a big old balance to the live account. So beautiful. That's got him at number 4. So Karis, I apologize. I made a mistake on the name, matching it with the gender. Karis is a dude. He's a damn good trader. So really excited to have him. I always feel really good about that when we call someone up. We have some bad calls. We have some good calls. Karis is making the risk team look good, being lights out just in his very first 2 days. Again, I mentioned Isaac, number 8. He's up money today, so climbing that leaderboard. I've got a big shout out also for Lenore, up $7,200 in their live account. I had a shout out for Ronald, trading in their live account. They were up $7 grand earlier today. John, down $3 grand now. What a shame.
It hurts.
What a shame.
It hurts.
yeah, what a shame. They are on the leaderboard. They're a good trader, but today was bad money management. That's a $10,000 swing going from being up $7,000 to down $3,000. So I don't like to see that. Shout out to Farouz though. He's up 4,500. Albert up $3,000 in their live account. I know Michael and Isaac were also doing the house account stuff today. 11,000. I've seen a 5-figure day on the house account.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And then also shout out to Sung Yu, up $6,300. Sung Yu is actually our first trader that we had called up to a live account that has been trading on the Topstep X platform. So
okay.
I will continue talking about him because he's been doing really, really well. And obviously, nice day today.
Awesome.
All right. So those are the shout outs and shoulder taps and social stories. I mentioned, so to move on to a familiar name you guys all hear about, and he might be watching, John R. I don't per se have a trading card for John R., but if we could queue up, yes, it's coming. It's coming. Told you guys this yesterday. This was going to happen. I said, John's going to lose his account tomorrow. He lost his account this morning. John is a big swinger. I keep talking about it. And I'm just going to give him shit today. You know, I knew this was going to happen because he's not making any changes to his trading. He's a big swinger. On the days that he's winning, he's having big winning days. But well, today was the last drop of blood that he could bleed out on this live account. So his account's getting closed today. I knew it was going to happen. This is someone I had a hard time calling up to a live account. But I feel like I kind of had my hands tied because he was trading really well in that express funded. But short-term success. And I have continued to bring him up on shoulder tap because I know he watches. I would hope that he'd be listening, but it's not resonating and I'm not getting through to him. I knew this was going to happen, and he lost his account today. He lost his account because he relied, and I said this yesterday, so sorry if you guys are all listening. Maybe you find it to be a juicy story, but he's relying on his home runs and his grand slams. And you can't, as a trader, you can't rely on, 26% winning days and 36% winning trades. You know, yeah, the winners are big, but, you know, you're losing 75% of your trading days. It's not going to work out. So John's got some soul searching to do. I don't want to give him too much time here, but he effed up and he's got to make adjustments. Otherwise, he's going to keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you, John, today because I want every other viewer who's listening who might be making the same mistakes over and over and over. I'm making John an example. I'm making his gravestone an example. If you don't make changes, you're going to have a gravestone next to your trading. John, I don't know if you've got anything else to share. You've heard me talk about him. You know, I've been a little irritated over the trading activity.
Yeah. So, you know, John, obviously, you know, some of the things that Mick has been saying, some of the things that I've been saying should be ringing really loudly in your ears right now. It's time to have some sort of adaptation of your strategies and look for more consistency, fewer home runs, try and hit those singles. You know, you got to the funded account. You were trading very well. Maybe it was a market state thing. Maybe something happened that changed your decision-making process. But if you want, you know, if you're going to get into an XFA account, I'm sure of that. You may even get into a funded account again. I'm sure of that. But think about the changes you have to make to stay in those accounts. One of the biggest things that I tell traders at the beginning is your first goal is to get into an account and stay in an account forever if you can. That's the goal. And then go from there.
John, to go along, I mean, that is the goal. And we talk about it a lot. Capital preservation is the goal. We're all here to make money, but if you're not preserving your capital, you're going to lose your biggest tool to continue to take advantage of opportunities. Tool being the live account, you know, a healthy account balance. If you don't have that, you're sidelined or you're benched. And, it's a bummer, but I'm going to move on. I never like to pass up an opportunity to talk a little shit. John, I'm talking some shit, but you can learn from it. Our traders can learn from it. It's definitely a blown opportunity. Try not to do it again. Let's move on, John. We don't have too much time. I think we got a few minutes. Let's pull up the trading card for Wade H. I wanted to talk about him yesterday. We ran out of time, and we're going to have to do this one quickly. There's not a ton to share here, but what I wanted to showcase is Wade's in an XFA. He's profitable. He's got a lot of days under his belt in this XFA, but this is one of those trading cards where it's like, hey, what I'm seeing out of Wade is kind of, average of what I'm seeing for a lot of other traders that are out there. I know a lot of traders kind of fit this bill with, they're right on their trades a little bit more than half the time. He is stringing together, most days are winning days. He's on a short time frame trading. Some things I really like about Wade is, 3 different asset classes: metals, energies, equities. He's trading them all well. I think I mentioned the short time frame. He's averaging 2 trades per day. This guy's kind of treading water a bit, like many people do. I treaded water for my better part of my first year trading, as I mentioned yesterday, like 17 years ago. I treaded water a bit, and the guys, the smart people that knew better than me, that were, successful people that I talked to, because I wanted to talk to, smart people that know more than me, that said, hey, if you are break even after your first year, you're in good shape. Wade's a little bit better than break even. So he's in very good shape, but I just kind of wanted to share something that wasn't like standout awesome trading. This is better than average, but I think a lot of people fall into this boat. Only 2 trades per day, something I really like. You'll always hear me talk about, favoring the selective traders who don't take a lot of trades. They're stalking the market. Keep that up, Wade. I also like that, he's good at paying himself. He's taken a number of payouts in this XFA. And John, if you have his trade report up, you'll see that he's never hit his daily loss limit. Never hit it. I think the biggest losing day was 700, if I remember correctly. And there wasn't anything really even close to that.
Oh, it was 443. That's his worst day.
Oh, 443. I was thinking of somebody else. Maybe that was Matthew, who I wanted to talk about on the next card. But
his best day is 771. Maybe that's what you were thinking of. But his average losing day and winning day, his average losing day is much smaller than his average winning day. His best day is much larger than his worst day. He's basically 1-to-1 as far as risk reward is concerned. He's right 65% of the time, but he's not getting upset when things aren't going well. There's a day, he at one point was down 449. He walked away down $214. That's just trimming the loss and saying, okay, I'm just going to take this and I'll come back. He made it back the next day. It's much easier to make $214 back the next day than it is to make $2,140 back the next day. That's one thing I like about Wade here is, if his first couple trades aren't going well, he's walking away. And when he has his good days, he may take an extra trade. If that's a winner, maybe that buys him another opportunity. This is, if he continues on this path, and maybe if he can improve his reward over risk ratio a little bit, Wade can build an empire this way.
Yeah, I think he's in the right size account, too, for someone who doesn't have any 4-figure winning days, doesn't have any 4-figure losing days. They trade small, their risk reward at 1-to-1. It's not up on the card here, but $200, $220 on the winners, $230 on the losers per contract. They're in the right. They don't need a 150K. They're trading in their comfort zone. We've got our eye on Wade. These are good metrics over 19, 20 trading days that they have been in the XFA. And, they're probably going to get called up sometime in the near future because, I like the low risk. They're mitigating their risk. They're not looking for home runs or anything like that. This is someone who, if they continue on this path just as they have been, it's a nice secondary source of income, something that you could potentially scale to. You go from 2 trades a day trading small size to a little bit bigger size. You'll see that average daily P&L go up from 150 to 300 to 450 to 600. And, at that point, if you've got a big sample size of it, you could start considering, do I want to make trading a full-time job? So, again, I'm very hesitant to, tell people to, go into trading full time unless you're consistently profitable. But, even the small, consistent profitability, you can certainly justify if you can scale the business, scale your trading business, you could leave something behind. Like one of our traders I featured yesterday who had a great motto, and he stuck to his motto, 2 trades a day keeps the doctor away. And we extrapolated that P&L, with, I can't remember I think it was like average $300 a day at 200 sessions. That's like 70 something thousand a year. And at 250 sessions, that's $90,000 a year. You can scale that and, be pretty well off. I know that's time for us, John, but.
Right. Well, we've got more stuff for tomorrow.
We do. We'll get to Matthew tomorrow. I know we didn't get to him today. We'll talk about him tomorrow. And I'm going to keep TopstepTV up in the background all day. Hopefully I don't get too distracted. Viewers, thanks for watching. And if you liked this segment, give us a thumbs up. And if you're from Chicago and you're doing pizza for Valentine's Day with your loved one, where are you getting your pie from? Drop it in the chat.
There you go.
What kind of wine are you drinking?
A lot of folks will probably be getting that Lou Malnati's.
Oh, I've been on a little bit of a loose kick lately. Comfort
It's good
food.
stuff. You got me thinking about it now. Pequods, Giordano's.
Is it lunchtime yet? Yeah, those are 2 of the top contenders for the deep dish. I'll also give a shout out to Green Street Local for their Uncle Paulie's pizza, which is a medium dish that is just fabulous. Oh, I might have to keep the Lou Malnati's in the freezer today now that I bring up Green Street.
Green Street, there you go.
We'll see. I'll have to take that up with the boss when I get home.
Tell Antonia and Gia happy Valentine's Day from me, and happy Valentine's Day, Mick. Folks, stick around. We've got a very interesting power players coming up here. We got Eddie, Robert, and Coach Jay. One of our coaches here is going to be joining them, so stick around. Mick, thanks again for all your wisdom and knowledge, and we'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Sounds like a plan, John. Thanks a lot. Give Donna a hug and a kiss for me. Wish her happy Valentine's Day.
Will do. Stick around, everybody. More to come.
It's time for Power Players, where education and knowledge from some of the smartest minds in trading are here for you.
All right. Welcome to Power Players. Thank you, Tone. And we've got Coach Jay and Coach Robert with us today for Power Players. And Jay, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Eddie. I'm doing good. Feeling the love today on Valentine's Day. Hopefully you're having a good day. How you doing, Robert?
I am doing well. Yeah, it was fun this morning.
Yeah, good start to the
This
day.
morning, of course, we had a lot of new people in here, and I'd like to say welcome to TopstepTV. If you're still hanging around, and stick around, we got a lot of good entertainment, tradertainment, traders, and so forth. But let's get this going here. Talking about trading, Jay, have you had any trades this morning, and what are you looking at?
I have, yeah. I traded the ES and gold today. Caught a little bit of that short with MP and Isaac. That was an amazing trade. But I'm trading the 50K combine in the Topstep X platform. Switching over. I'm just like you traders out there. Right? I got access to Topstep X yesterday. I'm loving the platform so far. Up about a little over $1,000 on the combine today. So maybe looking to take some trades in the ES. I'm looking at a potential long trade right here. But it's been a good start to the day so far.
Beautiful. How about you, Rob?
No trades, just working on the production all morning. Excuse me. But we're going to now. Yeah, you're driving, so we're gonna try to jump something in there. And good job on the first day of Topstep X there, Jay. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks. It's it's a great honestly, it's one of my favorite platforms to trade on because of the position management. Scaling into and out of trades is honestly way better than any trading platform I've seen so far. And it's still new, right? It's still growing. It's going to get better. But where it is right now, I think it's great to trade on.
I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of settings, a lot of options that you can sort of control your day, which I like a lot about. Like you said, I mean, it's a customizable, very easy platform, and good stuff. Robert, what are you looking at? What market are you looking at today, Robert?
I am looking at the NQ. I'm actually using micro NQ so I can put a few things on, pull a few things off, and not get hammered away. And just trying to play some fun with some trades. So I have two different screens up, two different charts, a 1 minute micro NQ, and I also have a 5-second micro NQ, but there's a reason for that. It's because it's on a Renko chart, the one on the right. I like to show a couple different things, every time I have the opportunity to share something. Renko, since range bars for this is my baby, they're still in the works, they'll be here. So Renko is only makes these blocks when the market moves a certain amount also. Point is, they are not time dependent, and that is something that I really, really enjoy. So I figured I would throw that on there. And the 1 minute chart on the left is just so we can see something. We're only on here for another half hour, so see if we can grab something here.
I've been looking at gold here. Gold just tagging a new high, 2006. Now, my question yesterday was, are we going to break the 2000s? I thought that would be a very psychological number, and that we'd run it a little deeper than we did. But we didn't. 1998 here, we had a low here of 1996.40, and that was, I believe, on the overnight. This session. But buyers are still here, bringing that market back up above 2,000 here. So I'm keeping an eye on that also.
That's good. I was looking for
gold. I was looking for gold to sell off a little bit more too, but 2,000, like you said, Eddie, major psychological level. It's not going to be the easiest to break. Right? And you need some convinced sellers that we need to trade a lot lower than that, and we didn't really see it yet.
Right. We got close yesterday, I think, by a couple bucks. Market closed, and the overnight set the precedence there, and we're just watching it. But you guys are trading the NASDAQ, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch this NASDAQ with you. See what we can do here. There we go. Thank you. Fast market. Now, let me ask you, Jay. What you've got your candlesticks there. What time frame
Yep.
are you using, and do you switch once you're putting a position on?
I do, yeah. So I still need to work out my layout for Topstep X, but I am switching between a 30-minute and a 30-minute chart, a 3-minute chart, and a 500 tick chart. Normally, when I'm trading on Quantower, I'll have all three of those up. But yeah, I'll switch between the 30-minute, look at a higher time frame. I said I was looking for a long as soon as we got on the call, and I think I missed my entry right here. Looking at this candle from yesterday, that the pretty strong candle we had in the close yesterday. We tested down towards that area, 49.70. Should have taken the long offer there. That's exactly where I was looking for it, but missed the trade. But yeah, I'll use a 30-minute time frame for looking for areas to trade, and then I'll zoom down into a 3-minute and try to pinpoint entries from there.
Okay. If you get any opportunity, by all means, let us know. Just watching the Nasdaq taking a bounce off that bottom here, 17,690 quarter low, and long wick here. I've got my 15-minute up, so I'm watching 15-minute candlesticks. Now you sort of use tick chart and time frame. How does this help you if you're doing the time frame and then all of a sudden you jump into a tick candle? What are you seeing that's sort of giving you the green light to put something on?
So for me, I like to trade volume and trade the volume that comes into the market. So I use the shorter time frame charts, a 1 minute or a 3 minute, to look at volume. If you can see this chart that I have up here, the volume indicator on the bottom, you see the biggest 3-minute volume candle came in right at 10 Central. So now what I'm doing is I have that candle marked out with some fibs, right? I know exactly where 50% of that candle is. That oftentimes gives me an area to look for an entry, and then I can set my risk at maybe 25% or 50% of that candle, and then from there I'll go down to a 500 tick just to see the price movement, right? Where Robert has talked about it all the time, tick charts and range charts. You're going to move with price action instead of time. So now I'm actually watching the price action as it happens instead of getting a candle every 1 minute or 3 minutes.
All right, so that'll give you the green light once things sort of line up, and it's a good time for an entry. How about an exit? How about if you got a good trade on, or let's take both ends of the spectrum. Good trade. What are you looking for an exit?
So for me, I'm more often than not just trailing the market as it goes in my favor. I like to have an idea of where I think the market can potentially go. Like I said, when I was looking at this long trade when we got on from 49.70 in the ES. My target would have been 49.85, right? Which pointed out that volume, the candle that came in, the volume of that on that 3-minute chart, right? 49.85 is 50%. That would be my target. So as we're approaching the target, I'm looking at the market and determining how good of a job is it doing at getting to that target, right? So if I got in long from 49.70, I don't want to just jump out of the trade. But as we're approaching 49.85, if I'm seeing price action continue up towards that, I'll let it go. But if we get 80% of my price target, I'm just going to take the trade off from there.
Okay, now let's spin that around 180, and you got an entry, but the trade, you got a losing trade. Now, do you have a personal loss limit, and if so, what would that be?
Yeah, so for me, if I'm trading this Topstep X, 50K account, you can lose $1,000 in that account. I'd like to lose no more than 500. More than half of that. Anything getting close to that daily max loss, try to tell traders, we can keep the trading in our own hands, right? If you say, hey, I'm going to cut myself off at this point. So for me, I want to keep it somewhere around that $500.
Okay.
It doesn't happen all the time here. But it's ideally where you want to be.
Well, I went short, just so y'all know.
Nice trade.
Where'd you get in?
I get in a short one contract MNQ. The short entry price is 17,731.
Okay, I see that right now. We're at that level right now. Last trade and a little rally here, kicking in here. I did see triple digit here up top. It's sort of moving around at 41 quarter, 41. Somebody's sort of juggling that 100 lot. It's going back and forth. So you do got a triple digit up top. They're sort of moving it closer to where we are right now. So looking at the 33s, 32s, 31s. Let's see if they chase it. But just keep an eye on that. As far as our bids go, we got the 720s, 721s. They're also moving that also up to a quarter. Watch this 100 lot on the bid. Moving up fast. We are all the way up to 7 quarters, 720, moving it up to 728, 728.
So, Eddie, I want to point that out. That 100 lot, it's something I've watched the NASDAQ Dom for years now. That 100 lot, if you watch it, there's going to be 10 points above the market and 10 points below the market, and it constantly trails as the market goes. It's always
somebody's
there.
working something there.
Yeah, it's an order that normally never gets filled. But if you watch it, right, every price tick that we go up and down, that 100 lot order is going to follow as well.
There you go. See, I don't trade NASDAQ. I learn something new every day. Thank you, Coach Jay.
No problem.
Writing that down. Now I know.
No problem. So for anyone that trade, the way I like to look at those orders, it's almost like they're probably like stop measures, right? Where the NASDAQ books aren't very thick, right? They're pretty thin. So there's 100 lots on each side to kind of help. The way I like to look at it, right, to prevent the market just from flying 20 points, right, without taking out any orders. And I kind of look at them like they're sweeping the market, trying to find where the real sitting orders are.
Right. Okay. In our chat, Isaac is chatting in. Okay. Who in chat took my trade with Michael and me? And Jay, you said you picked something up there.
I did. Yeah, it was a great trade. With the ES being above 5,000, like it was, we saw some buying coming up there. So I was hoping that that 50-10 held, and I think that's the level Isaac was looking at as well. When we started coming back down, you see the sellers come back in. I joined you guys. I didn't hold it all the way through, but that was a great trade.
Right. What'd you take out of it?
I think I took 8 points, maybe.
Okay. Hey, 8 is 8. I'd take that too. How you doing over there with your baby, Robbie?
Oh, it is just lovely bouncing back. We had a drawdown of like $12, and now we're about $6 up. I'm just going to let it hang on here for a little while. I did add a second position, and it is a little higher up. So if this does go against me, I'm going to let it break over another level, like the previous high level. But then if it goes to the next one up, I am going to add one there. It's not necessarily, although it looks like you're just adding to a losing trade, the process of this is if it comes to the next level, I want to get in a second time. And if it goes a little further, I just get out of both of them. Now, additionally to that, if it does come up and I do get tagged into that second entry for my second short, when it goes down, I will add another one, write it down some more, and then pull the trade. So you're talking pretty much a scale in, scale out once when it comes back a little bit, because I'm not adding to the loser. There's a specific reason. I'm going to buy one. I'm going to sell one peak. I'm going to sell the next peak because we know, especially NQ, how these things pop up. It's going to run up a little bit, run up a little more. My risk is still the same. I'm risking $100 on it. It's a micro account, 50K combine. So I'm not really concerned on it. So we'll see what happens. If it comes up to my certain level, that second level is right at the next peak. It is at 17,764. So if we reach that level, I'm going to drop one more micro on there. If it goes a little further, we just get out of both of them and look for another trade.
There you go. That's how it's done. Luke in chat. Wow, anybody else getting beat up today? Now, here's the thing. This morning I was getting beat up. And the thing is, you got to think as a trader, we're here to trade. We're not here to fight. And when you can recognize that you're fighting the market, you're not seeing it clearly, you're trading against it. It's probably best to step back a few steps, reevaluate, and even see if that game plan is something that you want to keep moving forward with. So, I mean, sometimes you got to call it a day. I called it a day. Like I said, I didn't want to fight the market. I wanted to trade. I had some trading opportunities. I got to where I want to be earlier today. And I'm shutting it down. I tell you, it's very tempting. I'm watching, but I'm not going to touch it now. It's it's been there, done that, and I want to make sure that I'm not being foolish or reckless, just trying to get greedy. So it's a choice you got to make. Be positive. It's okay. We'll be back here tomorrow. The markets will be back here tomorrow. Coach Jay,
I just got
I wanted to ask you.
Here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, sorry, I just got in a long 49.82, and I'm setting my stop right below 49.80. Right, I'm at 49.79 and a half. This will probably be my last trade on this account for the day, but I'm looking to see some of these levels hold up over here. I'm looking at the wicks on the 30-minute candle. Some of these candles over here. Looking for those to hold. And
what are the wicks telling you?
49.88.
When you see long wicks,
they're just giving me areas of opportunity, right? I think some of us might call it supply and demand, liquidity, whatever it is. The way I look at it, it's just an area where the market had to make a decision. The last time we made the decision there, the market sold off, right? I'm looking at the high of this wick at 49.83. So we're testing around that area right now. The market looks like it's using it as a support. So I'm going to get in long there, and I'm looking for 49.88 as a profit target there. My stop is at 49.79 and a half.
There you go. Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing that.
No problem. You were going to ask a question, Eddie?
No, I was that was the question. I wanted to see, how you interpret a candlestick with long wicks and a candlestick with short wicks.
Yep. Yeah, and if you look at this 30-minute candle.
Okay, go ahead.
No, if you look at this 30-minute candle, there's a really long wick at the bottom of it, right, where that looks like we tried to sell it off, and buyers step back up. There's about 8 minutes left on this candle, so it might not end that way. But I like the way it looks right now, and I'm okay with the risk on that trade.
All right. Robbie, you got a position on, right?
I do. It's still in the same thing.
You're short?
And, I am short. Yeah, I'm short at 17,731 with one micro NQ, and it's been bouncing. It's been going up $12, $15 and like down $8. We're just gonna let that sit there. If you're looking at the chart, once it gets over there, you see the left-hand side. It's the 1 minute, and I drew a square around it, Eddie, right? And see all of that square on the left-hand side, all of that mess, all that chop. If I'm watching these types of candles, it may scare me out. I'm like, oh wow, hold on a second, this is popping. No, wait, oh, there's a wick. Oh, it's going down. Oh, I have two red candles in a row, and it just gets in my head. On the right-hand side, I've watched one block print so far, so. Because it's not time. Now it's going up. We'll see if it breaches another 5 points, because I have the Renko set on a block size of 5, which means every time the market moves 5 points, it's going to print one of those Renko blocks. Okay, and it just did. So it just moved up 5 points, and I'm looking at one block, right? Because we trade that. It's scary for me on the left-hand side. I get like crazy on that stuff. Watching those things bounce around and wicks and flip, especially on Q with like this on a 1 minute chart, is crazy. But anyway, that's why I'm just demoing the Renko bars right now. So yes, sir.
How do you determine the size of the square? Is that following the market automatically, or do you set that size for that block?
I set it for this block because if it goes up 5 points, I'm not an MNQ now for this purpose, but at $20 a point, that's $100 a block. Okay, $20 NQ, 5 points. Okay, so that's 5, and I know that it has to come past the 5 and then another 5 before it flips over. So I know that if I'm looking at one block, it's $100 up, and if I'm looking at a red block, I know it cleared that 5 and then it put another one below it. So I'm looking at my risk, very easily done with a $200 risk. In this case, with micros, it's a $20 risk.
There you go. Okay, and Jay, you got a position on, right?
I do.
What do you got?
It is. Yeah, so I'm in that one lot, 49.82 3/4. My stop is at 49.88 and a half. I'm looking at this 49.85.50 level, which again, if you look just left on the chart, it's an area where the market has to make decisions before. There's about 12,000 contracts that were traded at 49.85. So if we looked at volume profile, that would be a high volume node, right? So I'm thinking about trailing my stop up. This trade's already in the profit. I understand what time of day it is, right? It's lunchtime, so we're not going to get maybe the greatest volume follow through. Thinking about trailing my stop to right under that volume that came in at 49.85, and then if the market takes me out there, it takes me out, and I'll make a couple of points on that trade.
Okay. Now, Coach, every day of the week. Now, for those that are new here, we have the Top Step broadcast from 8 a.m. Central Time with opening call, and we end it with Power Hour at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. But the thing is, the education does not stop here at Top Step. We've got coaches like Coach Jay, Coach Ray, Coach Paul, Coach Vince, Coach Dakota, Coach Robert. They are in the Discord channel. Now, if you have not joined our Discord channel, if we can put that link up here, please do, because you're missing out on some quality education. And you've got a segment right after 3 o'clock called At the Buzzer. And that sort of relates to Coach Jay as a basketball coach and Coach Ray, or I'm sorry, Coach Paul. I didn't mention Coach Paul. Sorry, Coach Paul. He is also a basketball coach. And if you can, real quickly, give us a breakdown of what that segment is.
Yep. Yeah. So the At the Buzzer segment, we really just do a market recap. We try to identify where there was opportunity in any of the markets that we're allowed to trade with Topstep accounts.
Okay.
A lot of times, I think traders, and there was a conversation earlier on TopstepTV about trading the market that and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? I default to certain markets as well, but sometimes those markets don't provide opportunities. And more than anything, I think what Coach Paul wants to do with that call is say, hey, there are other markets available, right? You could make the bonds your primary market. You could make, trading the euro currency your primary market. Just identifying that there are other places to trade. And then we just, provide our analysis of what happened on the day, what trades we took, what worked out, what didn't work out. I think traders enjoy it. And, the tip of the week for TopstepTV this week is to stay informed. It's why I join that class every day, right? My role is to help traders, right, and to speak about what I see in the market. But Coach Paul normally does the first 20 minutes of it, and I'm sitting here taking notes the entire time, right? Because what he's taught me on that call has helped my trading. So it's been pretty good.
I like that. Be informed. That is every week we have a tip of the week from Topstep. We mention it on opening call, and we try to keep it going throughout the week. And the thing is, too, staying informed allows traders to understand market dynamics, trends, volatility, shifts. This is awesome that you can follow these things now. Now, back on the trading floor, there was a lot we could not follow. It was just sort of, who's buying, who's selling. Now, this awareness is going to help you make better decisions, when to buy, when to sell, and when to hold. Sort of the know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Thank you, Kenny Rogers. God rest your soul. Shout out to Kenny. It's a great song, but that's your position on. We've got to post that position, Jay's position on. Do that here, but
it's about to come off in a second. I'm a tick away from my take profit, so I am. Yep, we're gonna move that up, and I'll take it from there. I just got out. What was that? 6 points on the ES. Not the biggest trade in the world. I'm also aware that the consistency target is close for this account, so I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. But for this time of day, I'll take that trade every day.
Every day. The thing is, too, we got to understand that, 6 point, 5 point, 3 point, 8 point, 20 point, 50 point, it's a winning trade. And, a lot of us like to look at the monetary views on trading. And I know I'm guilty as charged. I watch that because it's something that we like to see. And one of the things on the trading floor, nobody would ever say, "Oh, I'm up $800." They'd only talk ticks. I'm up 32 ticks today. I'm up 57 ticks today. I'm down 42. They never say, they never give monetary, but we talk about base hits, base hit, Now, a small trade like that is good to start that daily foundation, that daily safety net. And if you can start adding small wins, and then you sort of build it up as you go. But the thing is, too many traders, I think, like to jump up and swing for the fence, go for that home run trade right away. I need a big winner here first thing in the morning. And what you're doing is you're putting yourself at risk for possibly a big loser. I hope not. But that's something you got to think about. And I tell you, I've learned the hard way. Slow and steady wins this race. And well, actually, it's not a race; it's a marathon. But slow and steady.
For sure, that second entry did get hit, so we are now 2. And came up to that level that I was looking at. Excuse me, to put that second position on. So we're on 2 micros. The average entry price is 17,747. I will type that in for you guys. 2 MNQ short 747. And now I'm not going to continue to scale into a loser. That was just part of the plan. If it broke one level, we short it. It breaks that second level, we short it, thinking those are 2 resistance areas. And if it doesn't, we get stopped out in about another 20 points.
Okay. All right. Shorts 17,747. Got that. Real quick here, I just wanted to mention that not only is Coach Jay and Coach Paul going to be doing at the buzzer here, we've got a 6 o'clock with Coach Ray, volume profile supply and demand class. That's cool. Coach Vince will be doing bar charts and TPO at 7 p.m. Central, and the 8 o'clock slot, 8 p.m. Central, with Coach Dakota talking about slow markets. So a lot of education here. Just remember, if you are new, sign up for our email, sign up in our Discord channel. We just have so much to offer here at Topstep. So,
Eddie, I just
got
in the chat. There's
go ahead, Jay.
35,000 people watching right now. So welcome. If you're new to Topstep, if this is your first time joining us, welcome to TopstepTV. And thanks for joining us. I think they all came for Isaac. He's not here anymore, but he's in the chat.
But they heard you were coming up here, Coach Jay.
Right.
I heard about Coach Jay's. Yeah, people out front of my house were chanting Coach Jay, Coach Jay. And I go, he'll be on. Just relax. So they're at the wrong house. I gave them your address, so they're on their way over by you now. Good luck. Good luck on that.
Thanks.
Now, hey, I see, real quick here off the cuff here. I'd really like that painting you've got over your shoulder. Yeah, that one. That is pretty cool. Now, do me a favor. Where'd you get it? Who's the artist? And where can I get one?
Yeah, so cool, it's actually my godmother. She started painting a couple of years ago. So this done by her. A lot of her painting looks like that. If you want to check it out, her Instagram is Art by Grace Vieira. Really small page to start right now, but I love her stuff. It's all pretty good.
Very talented. I love it.
So yeah, take a look at that if you want to. And then the one that's on the shelf back there behind me, my sister painted that. So it's always cool to have that kind of stuff up there.
You got a bunch of talent in your family, and I guess you bring up the good looks, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's if you don't have talent, you got to have something, right?
You got to have something, right? You got it.
Right.
All right. Coach Robbie, how are we doing, buddy?
Well, we're still in those shorts. We're going to get stopped out on this. We're only like 10 points away, and 10 points to NQ is nothing. It is what it is. It didn't break. It didn't come back and make that change there. Okay, I see my chart now. I was looking at the first level, which is right down here, so like 17,740. And then we just get into it if it broke up over that next level, and it's obviously gone up over the third one. We're just a little bit away from it. So, hey, it happens. When it came up in consolidation, that's all we were doing.
Right.
No other math or strategy, nothing behind it saying, hey, if we're just going to come up and hit that next resistance level, we enter a trade. If we hit the next one, we'll put a little on to see if that's going to hold also. If they don't, we just get out of the trade. So we'll see. I'm assuming we're going to get stopped out on this, but hey, it is what it is. We'll wait for the next opportunity. Yep.
Let's hope not. I know.
Okay.
I know. This morning I was Like I mentioned, I was fighting the market. And I don't want to fight the market. You know, we're here as traders to trade. So, you know, not here to fight. Oops,
how often have you won? How many times have you won that fight, Eddie? Because I've been in that fight too. My record is not very
You know,
good.
the thing, it's just human nature to, it's like they say, no blood, no foul.
Right.
Yeah, if it's a bar fight, you know, if I know that I'm losing, yes, fight or flight. But with the markets here, the mentality is, oh, the market's still trading. I can get it back. I can get it back. And I've talked to so many traders that tend to dig that hole first thing in the morning and not really sure, not going by the game plan, sort of winging it, improvising. And that hole keeps getting deeper and deeper. And, you know, a lot of educators and mentors say, you know, hey, don't worry what you did yesterday. Focus on what you did today, which is correct. But yesterday, if you dug that hole deeper than you wanted to, you got to fill it up. It's plain and simple. But the thing is, you don't want to try filling that hole back up all in one swoop. And that's why I talk about, you know, these small profits, anything that can start building that foundation, or building that safety net, or filling that hole from a previous session. So take your time. All right. Market's going to be here. Opportunity is going to be here. And as you can see, Coach Robert going very small, setting himself up for, you know, more than one position. And he's doing the micros too. So he's doing the micros, and we'll see how those sort of play out here. And your short here still there. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Now, let's put a poll out there. Are you doing the poll, Robert, or we got somebody else doing the poll?
I think somebody else is doing. I don't have that screen up right now. It'll block my current window. But
let's see if we can get a poll.
Else.
How many people? Okay, how many people trade the micros? I'd like to get an idea. Let's put it up there. What do you trade, micros or minis? See if we can get a poll up here. And I'd like to see how many people are on that that micro mini thing here. Eduardo says check NASDAQ just bounced 1777. Saw that. Yeah, a little pullback right now, back to 68.5. I guess we've got no poll here. So we got a lot of traders that, oh, both is an option. Okay, I forgot about that option. Sorry about that. Let's, I guess, can we add both? Or I guess not.
Oh, there's a poll.
All right.
Poll just showed up. Just popped up right there for you,
Good.
Eddie. Yeah.
All right. Let's say majority. What do you trade the majority of? Micros or minis? Of course, if you do both, what is the majority of your trade? And it looks like it's sort of almost sitting on the fence here. A lot of people trading micros, a lot of people trading minis. And
I like what Mike Beatty said here. Micros if the daily goal is met. I think that's a good way to do it, right? Where you hit your whatever your daily target is or your average day, but you want to continue trading. You may see setups continue to play out, but you don't want to give back what you made on the day. Scaling down to the micros to take advantage of the trades. I actually have suggested to traders sometimes. Well, you know, sometimes in a 50K account, you might be trading a one lot with a mini, right? And you don't want to. You may not. You can't scale in and out with a one lot, right? But taking off the one lot and then putting on micros where you exit allows you to stay in that trade, but take off some of the risk. So I think a mix of both is pretty nice.
Right. But another thing too that when I was trading the 50K accounts, probably about maybe a month ago, 3 weeks ago or so, I was getting very close to passing the 50Ks. And I was a little worried about, you know, I got to practice what I preach. Don't try to reach for that target, that goal of passing in one big trade. You know, small trades, baby steps, because you don't want to do something bad and pull yourself back again. But the question was, you know, hey, Eddie, trade the micros. And I thought that was a great idea. And it definitely helped me. It definitely helped me. And once again, from what we help our traders and we give them advice and we try to teach them, and through experience, they're doing the same to us, and they're doing the same to the community too. And I think that's fantastic. So appreciate that tip. That's something that I wasn't considering or even thinking about, but yeah, it was pretty good. Hey, out of 624 votes, what do you trade, micros or minis? We've got a 62%, 63% trading the minis and 37% trading micros, which is a lot. I mean, I thought there would be less than that. But there you have it.
That is a lot on there, and I was looking through some of the comments, and traders were saying it's too slow for me. It's too boring. It's like that's okay. Everybody can trade their own thing. I go back and forth myself. I'm throwing micros on here because look at the risk I put on. The trade that I put on here, my maximum risk if I lost this trade is $160. If that was minis, it's $1,600 for the same dang trade. I am totally on the risk side of things. I would absolutely love to make a trade like this, like you're seeing. Lose $160 and be like, all right, I got some room. I can get some trade. I happen to be wrong and move on to it. I don't care if it's boring. It's a personal preference. Is it boring? Put a trade on, walk away, get yourself a steak, and then and see what happens. It's all of this. This game is all about risk management, and from coaching, it is bar none. Too large, too fast, too soon is when we hit the loss limits, bar none. Like there's absolutely no question that that's the reason. These markets move so fast. Watching NQ, these markets move so fast, so far, so quickly. You don't have a lot of room. $1,000 is that's not. It's 50 points. 50 points on NQ. That we have a 47-point 1 minute candle about 15 minutes ago. So you can be wrong for one candle in 1 minute and lose $1,000 in your account. So I'll take the boring. I'll take the managed risks over trying to make $1 million a day any day. That's me. It doesn't matter for everybody else. I see these traders, they're killing it making these things. Dakota, he's going to be on next. I am going to be glued to the screen at 1 o'clock today because I want to hear what that gentleman has to say. I see him on the overnights. He just absolutely kills it. Looking to learn something there for myself.
Well, it put it into perspective. You know, a winning trade is a winning trade. A profit is a profit, whatever it be. I mean, you go to the corner gas station, buy a $1 lottery scratch-off ticket, win 10, and say and throw it away. No, you're gonna cash that in and maybe get some Hostess products, you know, or something else, or some more lottery tickets.
Eddie, additional to that, and then pass it over to Jay, I guess, for his comment. I saw another comment in there, and I'm just addressing these. Say, well, I only trade minis because I don't want to pay for another month of the service, right, of the combine. Well, okay. It's $49 if you're on a 50K. It's $49, right? Okay, now let's do the math on this. If you targeted $100 a day with micros, which is not that hard to do, you're passing 20 days. That is still within that month-long time frame. It really just it really kind of gets me a little bit when you're just throwing a whole bunch of contracts on there. It's like, no, I got to do this. What do you make for a salary a year? And say, well, what do I need for that? 50 grand a year is $250 a day. And you can do that with micros with no problem.
There you go.
Risk management. Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Management, exactly.
No, I 100% agree with everything you guys are saying. You know, just the thought of it's going to take longer. That some of us could use that, right? I use the analogy all the time, right? If I wanted to go visit Eddie in Chicago and I'm driving from New York, if I did the speed limit, there's a higher likelihood that I get there safer, right? I could drive 120 miles an hour, but I might end up in jail cell. Right.
We'll pass a head for bail money.
Right.
He made it 2 miles away from his house in like 10 seconds, and he's in jail. All right, but listen, hey, we are done here on this segment. I'd like to thank everybody for the wonderful comments. Of course, Coach Jay, fantastic coaching advice. We'll see you back here for At the Buzzer in the Discord channel. And Coach Robert, I love you, man. I love both you guys. Jay, you're my guy, and Coach Robert's always there. So we're gonna take a short break here, and coming up next, oh joy! All right, so we've got coming up here, like I mentioned before, Top Quiz. Yes, Top Quiz. Give it a shot, where you can randomly, possibly, get yourself free reset. So have fun with that. We've got Bonnie and Jack. And we're going to take a break. Guys, once again, thank you very much. And we'll be right back here with Top Quiz.
everybody, and welcome to the very, very, very special Valentine's Day edition of Top Quiz. I'm going to center myself in the frame right now. I am Jack. This was the kind of most Valentine's Day shirt I had, Bonnie. You got some red going on, too. How's your Valentine's Day?
It's going good so far. It hasn't really started it yet. But happy Valentine's Day.
Yes, happy Valentine's Day to you, too, and to everybody out there. Hopefully the many, no doubt, bots that are watching right now won't crash Kahoot for us, but we look good at the moment. If this is your first time, enter using that link that is pinned to the chat, and then it is 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you are entered into a raffle for some free resets that we will reveal later in the show. We'll also give free resets to the people that finish in the top 3. You got to answer right and fast to do that. And of course, today is a very special Valentine's Day edition. So all of the questions will have to do with Valentine's Day, romance, finance. I worked it in there somehow. So I'm excited. We got group coaching with David Green coming up at noon. So I don't want to step on their time. So we're going to get started here in just a couple seconds. All right. MP Zuber driver is in here. I think it's ready to go. You set, Bonnie?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. Here we go. As mentioned, this is the Valentine's Day edition. Here we go. Question number 1 is, which famous playwright coined the term star-crossed lovers? Is that playwright or author E.L. James, William Shakespeare, Jane Austen, or Nicholas Sparks?
I feel like it could be Nicholas Sparks.
I think it's older than that, Bonnie.
Shakespeare.
Here we go. It is indeed William Shakespeare from Romeo and Juliet. Perhaps some of you have heard of it, but I do enjoy several of the Nicholas Sparks as well. There might be one more question about that person later. After one question, Q1E1, Brazil, Salustimo, Roy, and not just you pee freely, we pee freely. Nice. Rounding it out. All right. Ready for question numero dos?
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Which of these publicly traded dating app companies has the highest market cap? Is it Match Group, Bumble, Grindr, or Topstep X?
It has to be Topstep X.
Oh, we're not publicly traded that I know of.
I think it might be Bumble because I feel like everyone talks about Bumble.
Well, they are high, but it is Match Group.
Really?
Yes. Well, I'm going to show a graphic after these updated standings here. Mufasa, Futures Forever.
I've never heard of Match Group. At least like with my
Match.com?
friends. No. Bumble's more popular, I feel like.
Yes. It's more popular among certain age groups and demographics. So Futures Forever is Jack the Goat? Maybe. We'll see. And why not me and Cola Chase? All right. 2 more questions. And by the way, for those saying it's incorrect, here you go. These are the...
I'm very surprised by this.
Yeah.
Wait, so Tinder is owned by Match Group? If that's the case, then that kind of makes sense.
They must be. I just went off the market cap of like the biggest dating app companies, so they must own Tinder. But if they don't, somebody can tell me why. But either way, Match Group has the highest market cap. Question numero tres. What 1990 film features the most undeniably romantic scene involving a pottery wheel? Is that The Notebook, Titanic, Pretty Woman, or Ghosts? Ghost. Are you not familiar with the reference?
No, I'm not. I've seen The Notebook and Titanic, though.
Well, in this case...
I haven't seen Pretty Woman or Ghost. So it could be one of those.
It was Ghost, yes.
Okay.
Ghost with the pottery wheel. And
Was that
who
a
was
good
alive?
movie?
I think so. I've only watched it in passing, but I do have one more graphic for that. Shining Turtle enters the mix. We got one more question left, but first, since you haven't seen Ghost, Bonnie, this is the scene in question. Only instead of MP and Hoag, it is Demi Moore and my man Patrick Swayze. I have not shown this to I did ask Hoag earlier to take a selfie of him in profile like that because I didn't have it. So you're welcome, America and the world. All right, we got one question left coming up right now. Last question. The oldest known Valentine was sent from where? Was it sent from a ship, a hospital, a church, or a prison?
I'm thinking. Would it
It's not the most romantic
either
place.
hospital or prison.
It is indeed a prison, and I believe I have my notes right here. The oldest known Valentine still exists today as a poem written by Charles, Duke of Orleans, to his wife while he was imprisoned in the Tower of London following his capture at the Battle of Agincourt. So there's your history lesson for the day. Let's take a look at the final scores.
Thanks for all the hints today.
Yeah,
I'm
no
gonna
problem.
watch. I'm gonna watch Ghost after.
Do it.
Tonight.
Is Jack the Goat in second? In first, we got Futures Forever. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for playing today. Hope everyone has a wonderful Valentine's Day. Bonnie, thanks for playing as usual. It's Ask is Jack the Goat, but Bonnie, you are always the goat of TopQuiz. We're going to take a quick minute or two right here to get things set up for group coaching with David Green and Dolby. And then we got at 1 p.m., we have Coach Dakota, Andre, and Hoag, and then Power Hour at 2 with Andre, Dolby, and Isaac Suffren. We got double Isaacs today. You won't want to miss it. So stick around. We'll be right back with the group coaching.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Group Coaching with the one and only David Green. Dolby's supposed to be here. We're trying to get him in, but in the meantime, I know there's plenty to talk about. David, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Everything's great. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
I think what I would like to do during these sessions is certainly address anybody who is struggling. We cater to the beginning traders. If anyone has any questions about anything, pop them up there at any time. I know we have some pre-prepared, but ask questions about anything. I would like to talk about a couple of things before we get started that really have nothing to do with the actual trading of the futures, but just some rules that we have that I follow. And it really has nothing to do with trading, but it's more about trading. And it's a little different for futures than it is for trading stocks. Everybody here, 99% of people here are trading futures. But I have some rules, general trading rules that I stick to. They're like my 10 commandments. I will never vary from those rules. The first one I want to talk about for everybody who's here is stop orders, right? There is no way I will ever get into a trade without knowing what my downside risk is before I get in it. So for me, when I'm trading the ES, and I think everybody can see my charts, I'm usually going to have a 5-point stop. So if I have one contract in the ESs, I'm not willing to risk more than $250 on that. And if I'm in the NQs, I'll usually give that a 10-point stop. I'm not willing to risk more than $200 on any one trade that I do. So I do not. Do you know if Topstep offers bracket orders?
Oh yeah, we offer
do.
bracket
Perfect,
orders.
Beautiful. So what I do is I use a bracket order on every single trade that I do. What that means is when I get into a trade, it's going to automatically put my stop order in, and I'll put in some of my profit target. And once I hit some of my profit target, I will always raise my stop up to my break even. I am a big believer in give me some money right away. I always want to put some money in a bank on my first trade. Always, or any trade that I do. And in the NQs, it depends on what kind of trade I get in, what my profit target will be. And I'll go over that in a little bit. I'll show you guys a couple of trades that's set up based on our technical analysis. We always want to get the most out of our winning trades and lose the least out of our losing trades. That is probably, if we asked everybody who is here, I'll bet you they would all put up a 1 and say that is probably one of the biggest problems that they have. They're getting into trades and they have a little profit and they just take that profit off and they'll let the losers go forever and they won't get enough out of their winning trades. It's got to be the exact opposite. I want to get out of my losing trades as quickly as I can and make the most I possibly can on my winning trades. And when we talk about technical analysis in a little bit, I'll walk you through some trades that we did today, explain why we got in them, where we got in them, and what our profit target and stop losses were. So I will not make a trade, and I don't care what you're trading, without having a stop order in place, ever. I want to know my downside risk. One thing you should not be doing with Topstep is treating this like a casino, right? We know there are several steps that we have to go through to qualify our accounts. I am not opening up accounts here and just FOMOing into things to try to get these things, qualified as soon as I can. I treat this deadly serious on every account that I do, and that's how we've been able to stay consistent and actually get money out, over a period of time. So there is no YOLOing for me in these accounts. I know it is so easy to blow up trading accounts doing this. That's not what we do. And what we teach people how to do is just use their technical analysis and, more important, trade management, what to do once you get into trade. Might have a little trade setting up now. I'm looking at the NQs. We're sitting on our 200 EMA right now. Don't like that level because we've tested it a few times. But one of the technicals that we use is a pivot point. And we have a little pivot point down here at 17,735, which will be down another 25 points from here. Anytime I'm looking at a chart, ladies and gents, when I have technical analysis below where a stock is trading, those are possible entry points on the buy side. And when we have things that are above where the stock is trading, that is possibly entries on the short side. And again, I'll go over the technical analysis a little more in a little bit. I always tell people when we do a webinar or anything else, If you listen to the rules I'm going to talk about in the next 10 or 15 minutes and you follow them, you'll be a 50% better trader than you were 20 minutes ago. All right? So what the heck happened to my chart?
Oh, no.
Hold on a second, guys. I think our swim froze. Just give me a minute. I can keep talking while we're getting this back up. So rule number 1 is I always have a stop order on every single trade that I do. The only time I ever change it is when I'm locking in a profit when it starts going in my favor. Rule number 2, and this is especially important in the futures, I am very rarely averaging into a trade. I am waiting for my technical analysis to set up. When my charts tell me to get into a trade, I usually will start with a very small amount, and if my technicals show me that we're holding those levels, I will get in with my full size and then have my stop order. All days we picked to have trouble with my computer. You guys had trouble getting in. Now my think or swim is frozen for the moment. So let's give it a few.
It's a conspiracy against us on Valentine's Day of all days, you know?
Hold on. Let's see if this does it. Okay. Rule number 2, I do not average into stocks ever. There'll be an occasion in the NQs, and as soon as I get my charts up here, which should be coming up in a second, when I will average into a trade if it's severely overbought or severely oversold, and I will show you that too. Let's just let this thing come up. Give it a second. Okay, so I very rarely average into stocks. Rule number 3, there are going to be some days where things just don't work for whatever reason. Our technicals don't work. We had Fed speak come out today in the middle of the day. It was not even scheduled. And we saw a big dipsy doodle in the NQs when this guy started talking. Here we go. Just give me 1 second. Should be able to get this back up right now in a minute. We had some Fed speak come out of nowhere. Nobody knew he was even going to speak, and the NQs went down like 50 or 60 points. That could happen. We are always at the risk of the market. There is nothing we can do about that. There have been times where I've been in a stock and it stopped trading and went down 50 points. And it's just, there's nothing you can do about that. That's why, we're always at the risk of the market. But what I will do, and guys, this is just very slow. It's just not even coming up for me. So give it a minute. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Should come up in 1 or 2 minutes. What I do, guys and girls, if I have 3, there we go. If I have 3 bad trades in a row in any one day, ooh, did we almost hit that? All right. So you see how close we came to this pivot point, guys? I think we missed it by like 1 tick and we went up 10 points. So I will not do that trade now the second time down. That was a good technical level the first time we hit it, or it came close to it. But if everybody can see that, we went down 40 points, just missed our pivot point. We missed it by, just trying to see, it was 35. It was 35, and it got to 35.60. So we just missed it. Now, I will not do that trade the second time down. I will only do trades the first time it hits one of my levels. Because it came close here, and we got a 10-point bounce off it, I'm not going to do it if we get down there the second time. My next spot to look will be this double bottom that we made down here. So every single thing that we do is only based on my technical analysis. Okay, and I want to show you some trades. Just let me finish talking about the psychology and the rules and stuff. If I have 3 bad trades in one day, I am done trading for the day. We'll come back from a bad day. I'll come back from a couple of bad days. Very rarely, I don't remember ever a time using our technical analysis that we've had 3 bad days in a row. But usually what happens, guys, is when you have 1 or 2 bad trades, you're going to start doing things that you shouldn't be doing. Why? Just so we can get that money back, right? That's the first thing we say as traders is just let me get that money back that I just lost, and then I'll stop trading. There are going to be days where things don't work. I just stop trading when that happens. And I tell all my guys in my group, 3. If I have 3 maximum loss trades in one day, it's just a bad day. I'll chalk it up to that and move on. Even more importantly than that, and we've all done this a million times, right? If I am having a good day, I will never turn a winning day into a losing day. ever, 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 ever. So I have a goal. Whatever your goal is to make $100 a day or $200 a day or $300 a day. You know, for me, if I make $500 in a day, I'm not a very big trader. I'm more of a teacher than I am trader. But I shoot to make $500 a day when I'm trading the NQs. And when and if I hit that goal or get close to it, and we've talked about this before, I will go into my simulator. I will stop trading. I am done trading for the day. Usually when that happens, it's not going to get any better. You know, when we have a few good trades in the morning, usually it's not going to get any better than that. And if it does, I don't care. But the worst thing we can possibly do is have those days where we're up a lot of money and then turn it into a losing day. And all these things that I'm talking about right now are the same mistakes that every trader makes, especially beginning traders. You know, this isn't the holy grail stuff. This is stuff that's been out there for a long time. But I am about as disciplined a trader as you will ever see. I stick to my stop orders. I'm about hitting singles and doubles. That's what you guys should be too. There will be times when we should get in with bigger size based on our technical analysis. And I'll go over some of that stuff with you. I'll share with you guys the technical analysis that we use. Okay. But I'm never going to turn a winning day into a losing day. That is the worst feeling in the world. You know, you say to yourself after that happened, how could I possibly have done that? Yet we do it and we do it and we do it all the time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, well, we've brought a very special facilitator to help once you are
here we
things
go.
we want to cover right now, David. Yeah, we have John Hoagland with us, who is going to be reading some of the questions as they came in. But David, feel free to keep on talking. This is great stuff right here.
Hello, David.
Always a pleasure.
I know you were
John.
expecting
Thank
Dolby,
you.
but we're having, I guess, some technical difficulties, and I'm very happy to be with you.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. So if you see the technicals, guys, right? So I'll walk you through what I would have done on this trade. And we missed it by 1 point. And guess what? That's going to happen a lot too. You can't get frustrated because a lot of times if you miss it by a little bit, you'll start FOMOing in at a higher level. We're not going to do that, okay? This was where my spot was. We missed it by 1 point, right? And it's up 20 points from there. Happens every single day. It happens all day long. You can't beat yourself up when you miss a trade. It just happens. Sometimes we miss it by 1 tick, and it works for us. But what I want to explain is if we got into this trade, okay, where should our profit targets be? And this is very, very important. I'm getting into this trade based on a support level, right? So if I'm in this trade for a technical support level, doesn't it make sense to get out of it at a technical resistance level? And if you look at the chart, okay, here is my support level. My first resistance was right here at about 54. That's my 200 EMA. And my second resistance was on my trend lines. We used the 9 and 15 EMA to enter into trend trades. And I'll show you one from earlier that we were able to get in. So it rallied from here. There's my first target. Okay, that was 54. That's 20 points, guys and girls. All right? And I'm okay if you take some off at 5 points and 10 points. But if I'm getting in at support, I'm going to get out at resistance. So if I took 5 points, 10 points, here's 20 points, and here's where I'm at a whole trade, and that is 26 points. Okay? And as it's going up, I'm always going to raise my stop order. Once I take a 5-point profit, bring me up to break even. Once I take a 10-point profit, bring me up to lock in a 5-point profit, and so on and so forth. But you can see how the technicals played out beautifully off our pivot point, rallied up to resistance. Perfect. Will I do this trade the second time down? No. Only our trades based on what we use for technical analysis are going to be most effective the first time. And I'll show you one here. And this is when Fed Speak started coming out, right? Right here, 1050. Nobody knew it was going to come out. Some guy came out and made some very hawkish comments. What I mean by hawkish comments is, you know, it has to do with interest rates. And that's why we saw that big dipsy doodle down here. Here was our first trade this morning. This is our 200 EMA. And our EMAs go in order of strength. Okay, they start with the weakest, the 9 and the 15. Then I have my 30, my 65, and my 200. Depending on the technique, and I have 5 different trading techniques that we teach everybody. We have a trend trade, a regular moving average trade, a far from moving average trade, a double top, double bottom. and a base trade. Yeah, and that's all in our course. It covers everything. I will never make a trade unless one of those trades set up. So if we look here, guys and girls, early in the morning, and I'm just getting a price, 17,817. Check it out. It went down 67 points and hit our 200 EMA. That is a huge move in the NQs. I consider the NQs a big move. 30 to 50 points is a big move, right? So it hit our 200 EMA at about 50, and here's our resistance. That was 74. Again, 24 points. And I don't mind taking some profits. Give me 5 points. Give me 10 points. Okay? 90% of the time,
David,
when something comes back and tests that level again, it's going to break through. But I did this trade again because we were up so high and I didn't know there was news coming out, and I lost on that trade. Okay? We went down 65 points to hit the 200 EMA. Not every trade that we do is going to be a winner. Everybody has losing trades. If they tell you they don't, they're full of shit, right? So I got stopped on that for a 10-point loss. I got out. It went down another 30 points. Lived to fight another day. Then it rallied up, and we used our 9 and our 15 EMA for trend trades. And you can see here, we went from 1706 to 1760. Exactly hit our 9 and 15 EMA. Boom, 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 boom. We went down 33 points. I covered as soon as I saw this green bar. So when we're in a trend trade, I'd love to see it stay in this trend for the rest of the day. But once I see this green bar, a little changing of the guard, that's where I'll get out of the balance of my trade. And that was like 23 points. Could have got back in on the trend here. The same exact thing happened. Then here it touched our trend trade a couple of times. Not going to be as strong, and you can see it busted right through. But that was a few good trading setups we had in this today, just totally based on our technical analysis. One other thing that I look for in NQs, and John, stop me if you have any questions or anything, because I'll go on forever. One other thing I look for in NQs.
Question.
You have a question, John?
Yeah, you mentioned when you, let's say you're in a trade and you're trading on a 5-minute chart. You're pretty short time frame when you're trading these NASDAQ. You mentioned that as soon as you have 5 points in it, you're moving your stop to break even, and then it goes another 5 points. You move your stop another 5 points into profit. Does that change at all with greater or less volatility in the marketplace?
100%. Yes, it does. Absolutely. If we're in a market where things are just going sideways, you can't expect that big of a move in anything, not just the futures. So yeah, it changes. If I see, first of all, with the NQs, every day, John, we're going to get multiple opportunities in this thing. It just does. There is not a day when you don't see much volatility in this. But I'll tell you this: if there isn't, I won't trade. It's that simple. If something's just sitting in a tight range for the whole day, there's no money to be made anyway. And then you just kill yourself going back and forth trying to find something that's going to work, rather than just waiting for these outside moves to hit some of our technicals and then get involved in the trades.
Okay.
And in NQ,
Understood.
you see something. This happens 50 times a day. There are times when I will look for.
Pardon the interruption.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
No. That was the interruption. Please go ahead with what you were saying.
Cool. There are times when we will look at a longer term time frame. Like yesterday. Was it yesterday when we had the big dipsy doodle down? The gigantic dipsy doodle. We were down for about an hour before everything rallied back up. Yes,
we'll have to add that to the glossary, the trading glossary. The
dipsy doodle.
Yes.
I have the dipsy. So when we were getting absolutely crushed yesterday, I went to a daily chart. Right, so it's a little longer term time frame, and we broke through our 15 EMA, which was a trend. So I went to a weekly chart. Okay, and weekly chart, we are still way above anything. Right, so everybody who was crying yesterday that this market, that's the end, we're going down because we were down one day. We are still significantly stretched above any important moving averages on longer term time frames.
Right.
But we had a level on our daily chart, and if you check it out, okay, I had a pivot point yesterday, right here, at 17,560. It was something like that. And I think we only broke it by like 10 points, and then we were off to the races from there. And then today when we pulled back, we hit the 15 EMA almost perfectly. So when we get really volatile, I'll go to the longer term time frames and start looking for other levels. But again, it's just all technical. I'm not doing anything unless my charts tell me what I'm going to do and when I'm going to do it. But for NQs, 99% of the time on my 5-minute chart, I'm always going to have something. Another one of my favorite trades I like to look for, and I'll see if I can set up, is when I'm trading the NQs, and it very rarely happens. But if we get an RSI that gets anywhere between like 75 and 80, and for those of you who maybe don't know, RSI is our relative strength index. What that measures is whether a stock is overbought, if it's going up too high, or oversold, if it's going down too high, too low. And what I'll look for in the NQs, and this is one of the only times I'll average into it, when this thing gets between 75 and 80, which very rarely happens, I will start to look. If it's going up, I will start a tiny short. I will average into it. I'll go to my 1-minute chart and look for my far from moving average trade and then get my full size. Again, that's another trade that we do. It's called the far from moving average trade. When we get to between a 75 and RSI, I will tell you 99% of the time we will get a pullback in the NQs. But it's a way not to average in heavy. So if we would have looked here, and John, we only got to like 67 here. Okay, but it's a little example. When we got a little stretched out, you can see, it spent the next 15 minutes going down 40 points. So imagine if this got up to an 80 RSI, right? And got really stretched out. You're going to have this same kind of reaction when that happens. That's one of my favorite trades in either of the futures. So I'll start very, very small when I get up near 75 or 80. I'll switch to my 1-minute chart then, because the 1-minute chart, as soon as I see that red bar, is where I'll add to the trade. And I'll still have a stop order if it turns around and goes above it. But it's a high reward, low risk trade, and it tells us exactly where to get into the trade. I mean, just for shits and giggles, let's go to 10:15 and look at the 1-minute chart. Let's just look, and I'll show you what I mean about getting into the trade. Let's get to today. Okay, let's get to 10:15. Let's see if this is today. Okay, and here was the first time that it happened, right? We were spiked all the way up. It was like 1740. And on a 1-minute chart, we could have caught this at like 38 to 35. And in that 1-minute chart, it went down 16 points. So that's what I'm looking for when we get a really high RSI. And if it's going to work, it's going to happen very quickly. And I always, give me 5, 10, 15 points.
Yeah.
That's just another.
See, I like that one. I like that one, David. And of course, there's no guarantees that any of these things are ever going to work. But looking at your RSI on that last chart, you had a divergence. Like price moved higher, but the RSI did not. And that to me is something that I will certainly look at is those divergences like that. Like price continues to move higher, but the RSI kind of falls short of the previous high. Those divergences I've found to be very useful. And again, there's no guarantees that anything is going to work. And if it does, it's going to work a little bit differently than it did the last time you saw it, right?
100%. Yes.
Yep.
100%. But, and again, you don't even have to average into this trade, okay? Wait till you get the high RSI. Go to the 1-minute chart. As soon as you see the red bar, you bang it on, and you'll take a quick 5, 10, 15 points. And what I would do then is just have a stop a little bit higher. If it goes a little bit higher than that, then okay, that one's not going to work. I'd look for the next
I like
time.
that because if it doesn't work, it's cheap. You don't have to lose a lot on that trade.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So maybe I'm risking 5 points to make between 10 and 20 points, which I'll do all day long. I'll do that every single time.
Oh yeah.
So just another setup to look at if we get overextended upside or to the downside. Because if you look at the 5-minute chart in the NQs, check here. Look at this one, John. Look at how this got to about a 74 RSI. Okay, the high was 17,811, and quickly down 21 points. And it just came down to a support level, right? So if we're in here, I cover, and here's my support level. That's where I'm out of the balance of the trade. But it worked again right there perfectly. And you'll see the RSI, it doesn't get that high very often. It got there here, it pulled back. It got there here, it pulled back. Now we're just kind of sitting in the middle.
If only there was perfection in trading.
Oh, please. There isn't. All we can do,
If
John,
only there was,
is
but there isn't.
all I try to do, and all anybody can do, is try to put the odds in your favor of the trades working. That's all you can do, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're not gambling. You know, when you go to a casino, no matter what game you play, you're going to lose because the odds are against you. Okay.
Right.
But if we use our technical analysis and our trade and money management, we're putting the odds in our favor of the trade working. Again, it doesn't mean it's always going to work. But I'm not getting into a trade unless I think the odds are in my favor of that trade working.
Sure.
And you know what the bottom line is, too?
And the reward, the risk is in your favor as well. You know, if you're risking 5 points, you want to make 10, 15, 20 points on that.
Exactly right. You know, look, if you catch 10 points a day on one contract, you're putting $200 in your pocket, right? I mean, that's a decent goal. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, the thing with our PA accounts and when we're trying to get qualified with this is to be consistent. That's what you want to see. You know, we don't want to see somebody that makes 3,000 one day and loses 5,000 the next day. That's not what we want to see. I want to be consistent. I want to slowly build up my account. And look, those things get noticed, right? I mean, Topstep has some of their elite traders. They get noticed.
Right.
But they're not flipping around. I'm willing to bet that even those guys, even though they're at a higher scale, they're not flipping around a significant portion of wherever their account is at on any one trade. They're just not doing it.
No.
Because the risk reward just isn't there, right?
Right. Yeah, we've got some really good traders here, and that's what we've been looking for since we started the company, and you know, we feel like we've really got some good people. But my favorite ones are the ones that are doing exactly what you're saying, and that is, you know, managing risk, watching the downside, looking for better opportunities with greater reward than the risk you have to take, and are doing so with relative consistency. We do have our fair share of YOLO traders, and that's fine if that's what they want to do. But those are the ones that are going to probably come and go. It's the ones that are consistent, looking for the right opportunities, and managing the risk, looking for cheap trades. Basically, is what we're doing here, right?
100%. Yep. Yeah, we're looking for the ones where the odds are in our favor. That's what we're looking for. And again, it doesn't mean it's always going to work, right? Now we're stacking up a little bit here in the NQs. I have nothing here telling me to do anything. I certainly would do a double top if we get up there. You know, I'll tell you another trade we could have done here, and some people in my room were looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Here we tested the 65 EMA. Here we tested the 65 EMA. Here we tested the 65 EMA. Mm-hmm. We like to call this a momentum trade. Okay? Yeah. And simply what a momentum trade is, it's like banging on a screen door, right? You bang on it once, the nuts get loose a little. Second time, they get a little looser. The third time, you can knock the screen door right off.
Sure.
And you can see that. And this is, again, a very low-risk trade. This is a trade that's either going to work or it's not. So since we tested this 3 times, the 65 EMA, that was about 7761. Okay? Check it out. Here's your momentum trade. As soon as we get above that, you get in with a market order, you have a 10-point stop, 5-point stop. Either this is going to work for momentum or it's not. You know, we're past lunchtime. It's 1:35. This is when things can start picking up a little bit. So how do you get out of this trade, right? I'm in a momentum trade at 65. I'll sell some at 70. I'll sell some at 80. We're at 92 now. I'm not going to sell the last part of this, okay? I'm up 30 points on some. You know what my stop would be right now? The bottom of this green bar, right about 84. So I'm locking in 23 points on the last part of this trade. But why get out of the whole thing? You know, this thing is just, maybe it consolidates here and goes up again. But now I know I'm locked in 23 points on my last part of that trade. And when you're in a trade, guys, that is significantly going in your direction, why should you be in a hurry to get out of it? There's no reason to, right? This is not telling me to get out of this trade yet. It's still going higher. So you know what? Raise your stop a little more now. It's going to pull back at some point. There's no question that this is going to pull back at some point. We're now almost 30 points above the moving average. But let the chart tell me the way to get out the last part of the trade, right? This is how we can get, and by doing this, guys and girls, by consistently doing this, it overcomes so many losing trades, John. You know what I mean? When I can average 15 or 20 points on a trade, okay, and I'm willing to lose 10 points, and my hit rate, which is mega, mega important, I'll talk about that for a minute, and my hit rate is 70%, even 60%, right? I'm going to make a lot more money than I'm going to lose. And my winning trades are going to be a lot better than my losing trades.
Keeping the math on your side.
And that's something that every trader should know. You have to know what your hit rate is. If you don't keep a journal and don't know what your hit rate is, you're doing yourself a great disservice. You have to know at the end of a week or the end of the month, is my hit rate 70%? Is my hit rate 80%, but I'm losing money? You know, if your hit rates, and I can tell you ours is, especially in the NQs, we're close to 80% in this. Because we're patient, because we're disciplined. I think we've lost money one day in the last month in these things. We've been doing really, really good at them. But that's neither here nor there. And that brings me to another point. And I know I'm going all over the place. You will never hear me talk about money. Ever, John. We don't talk about it. I don't let my people in the room talk about it. I don't want to know how much money you're making. Make your trades. Your P&L will take care of itself.
Yeah.
Forget about the money aspect of it. You'll never see us on TikTok or X that I made this and I made that.
Talking about
this is one of the most humbling things in the world to do. And everybody knows it. So don't talk about it. And on the other side of the coin, don't get upset if you have a losing trade. That's going to happen also. Losing trades do not mean you are a bad trader, okay? If you don't handle them correctly, then you're not going to last very long in this game. That's the bottom line, right?
Right.
So
and,
here we have now, we're up 40 points now, John. We're up 40 points.
This isn't a trade you're actually in, right?
Yes. Once it got above the 65 EMA, that was a momentum trade. So look, now we're getting really stretched out. I'll go to a 1 minute chart now. And as soon as I see a red bar, I'll get out of the trade. I'm not going to get shorted, but now we're significantly stretched out here. So on my 1 minute chart, if I get a little red bar here, I'll be done with that trade.
All right.
Well,
David, we got a bunch of questions that we've compiled from people in the system here, and why don't we jump into some of those?
Perfect.
Here's what advice would you give somebody who is just starting to trade now, knowing what you know now about trading? What would you tell somebody knowing what you know now that's just getting into it?
Education. Education is the key, okay? Finding a good mentor that is doing this for the right reasons, not to just take money from you, right? And trust me when I tell you this, I mean, Topstep has some of the best traders and teachers in the world, okay? You have to have anyone who tries to do this on their own, it's just not going to work. Or it'll take you years before you figure it out. Years. So find yourself a good mentor. I would not go out and spend $50,000 on any trading courses because I know some people who have done that.
Yeah.
They've done it with, I can't think of the name of the firm now. Online Trading Academy. All right, I'd be out of this trade right now. I don't care if it goes any higher or not. It's showing me a little tiny weakness. You know, that was 47 points. Done. The trade is over. So educate yourself. That is by far the most important thing. Do not, and that's why Topstep is so spectacular, right? Because the barrier to entry is so little. That's what it is, guys. So my advice to everybody here, and you wouldn't be here if you weren't, definitely start with a Topstep account. You're only risking what you put in, but don't treat it like a casino, okay? John, I don't know, what is the smallest amount we can invest to open up a Topstep account?
Well, right now, if you are using Topstep X, or if you get chosen out of the 1,000 that applied today, you can get into a Topstep X 50K trading combine for $4.50.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
No.
Can you do multiples?
You can get up to 5 accounts for that. Now, that's not for everybody. If you're already in or using Topstep X, that doesn't include you. You're already in it. This is all, we did a fire drill today, and 1,000 people are going to be randomly chosen to have the opportunity to get into
Beautiful.
5 50K accounts for $4.50.
If you're not one of those 1,000 people, what is it, like $50, something like that?
Yeah, you get into a 50K combine for $49.
There you go. Okay. So the barrier, and guys, I don't suggest you trade stocks. I don't suggest you do anything else. I suggest you concentrate on trading futures. You're talking about a $50 investment, okay, to open up an account. Worst case scenario, while you're learning how to do it, you blow up a $50 account, you open up another one, okay? That's the worst case scenario, right? So that is 100% the way you should go. And other than that, it's education. You just got to educate yourself. Find yourself a good course or a good mentor. We have a course that we offer. It's a one-time fee. We never charge you anything else other than that. We mentor you for the rest of your life. We have live meetings every Thursday night where we mentor you and answer any questions that you have. Before we get out of here, we'll give you the link to that. But yeah, education. All right, what else we got, John?
Yeah, education and experience.
That's it.
I know a couple of folks asking about risk management. Like what is risk management?
The only way you're really going to learn how to do this is to do it. But as John just said too, the trading rules that we talked about at the beginning of this are more important than any chart you're going to read, than learning how to do technical analysis. Because I'm telling you, if you don't have that part of it down pat, and it's not hard, they're rules. Just follow the rules. I mean, sometimes, look, we're human beings. Sometimes it's hard to follow the rules. I get it, okay? But if you don't have that part of it down pat, you'll go through account after account after account. It's just follow those 5 or 6 simple rules, and you're 50% better trader than you were when you started. And then it's
I've lost accounts. I've lost a lot. I've made a lot, but I've lost a lot too. And it's always when I'm breaking my rules when those big losses tend to come in, right?
100%. 100%. And it's easy to say you have to avoid those big losses at any cost. Well, you do. I mean, it's in your control, right? You're putting in orders, you're putting in stop orders. It's in your control. So you just got to follow those rules. And you see how, John, we got out up there, whatever it was, and we've come down 20 points from that. So that was our signal to get out, but not until then, right? Now, I think we're setting up for an uptrend. I'd probably get back in right around 56, right around down here, maybe 68 to 66. That would be a nice 30-point pullback.
Moving averages.
Yeah, right where the moving averages are, pull back to all these, and then hopefully we stop and we continue that uptrend. Yes. But now we're in nowhere's land. Could we go higher from here? Absolutely. Could we go lower from here? Absolutely. Is there anything technically to tell me to make a trade now? Nope. A lot of people FOMO into this now because it's, it was up higher than where it is now. There's nothing technically telling me to get into a trade here. 0.0.
So you don't do anything.
More questions, John? Let's try to help as many people as we can.
Yes, of course. There were a couple of people asking about risk management. One just says risk management. The other is Travis is asking, Hobby is asking, what is risk management? What is risk management to you, David?
Risk management to me is never blowing up one of my trading accounts. Risk management is knowing how much you're willing to lose on every single trade that you do. That is risk management. Some people will do it as a percentage of their trading account. Okay. I've never done that. When my risk management is how many points I'm willing to lose when I get in a trade. That's what risk management is. It's very simple. It's capping your downside on any trade that you get in. And you do that by using a stop order. That's it. It's pretty simple. That's what risk management is.
Know where you're going to get out if it goes against you. That's risk management, and take it. A lot of people have a hard time taking losses. That's for sure, myself included. I mean, nobody likes to take losses, but you have to be able to accept them and move on.
As a trader, you're going to have lots of losses, but you want to be able to stay in the game. That's the most important thing. You have to be able to stay in the game, because what happens with a lot of people is once they take these big losses, they just get discouraged and they say, I can't do this. Well, that's bullshit. You can do this. You just got to follow some clear sets of rules. Look, I teach people every day that don't know the difference between a stock and a clock. Okay. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter what you're trading. I don't care what you're trading.
Sure.
If you start out with a good foundation of the rules that we talked about, you are way ahead of the game. Then find some technical analysis that works for you. Find a mentor that's going to help you and hold your hand, basically, through your beginning process, and you got a much better shot at doing it. That's it.
So
the X's and O's of this,
yeah,
anyone will tell you, this is the easier part of trading. I can teach anybody how to put some technicals in a chart and read the chart. Easy. But there's also 1,000 people out there who will read the technicals, get in a trade, and still have no idea what to do once they get in them. So, it's both sides of the coin.
Right. So James is asking, what is the most important thing a trader can do that if they have to be successful in trading quickly?
Not do it. And I'm being honest with you. Okay? This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Yeah, I mean, anyone worth his salt is going to tell you that. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is something that is a learned skill. It takes time. I have had people that have come to me with a shitload of money, okay, and say, I want to start trading, Dave. I got plenty of money. I got an inheritance. I got this. I got that. You put in the smallest amount that you can possibly put in, and you learn how to do this the proper way. To me, that's like going to the casino and saying, I have to win to pay my mortgage. That's not going to work out for you. This is hard enough to do. And there's enough pressure on us every single day, knowing what we know, right? Imagine trying to do this if you're just walking into this cold. I'm just telling you the truth, man. It won't work. It just will not work. It won't work. That's it.
You can't trade with money you need.
100% not. I always tell everybody this should be discretionary funds. But again, guys and girls, this is why Topstep is so spectacular, okay? Open an account with $50. Spend a little time learning how to do it, right? It doesn't take forever. Look, honestly, I tell people 3 to 6 months is a good learning curve. And for some people, it's more than that, okay? Anyone who takes my course, anyone who I teach how to trade, I tell them it's a minimum of 3 to 6 month learning curve. It doesn't mean it'll take that long to make money because you're going to be picking things up along the way. And if you follow all the rules and everything, you'll be able to follow trades and stuff. But it's a process, man. And it just takes a long time. There's no easy way around it. None.
Yeah, and there's no
one
guarantee
of the
it's only going to take three to 6 months. I mean, there are people that
it could take much
that
longer.
work at this for months and months, and sometimes even years and years before they really get their teeth into something and get their mindset in the right direction to be successful at this. There are a lot more people I think that could be more successful at this, but like Jim Dalton says, they either run out of time or run out of money. And, that's what we do at Topstep. You don't have to lose a whole bunch of money to get past that learning curve. If it's a month, 3 months, 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever it takes, you're not putting your money at risk when you're trading at Topstep. A lot of people say that the losses they take in trading are the intuition, the
tuition.
Not intuition.
Cost of doing business.
Well, yeah, it's the cost of doing business. It's the, what you would pay to go to school, right? I mean, you want to be a doctor, you're going to be paying a lot in classes and years and time. This is a profession like that. It takes some time. So again, if you're going to be in a hurry, be careful. We got a question here from Michael, and I like this question, and I'm really interested to hear how you answer this, David.
Let me
I was up today, $760 and ended down 970. How do I stop when I'm up? In my head, I always think I need to make an even number like 800. Help.
All right, tell me the numbers again.
Up 760, and then ended down 970.
Okay. Again, let me comment on one thing we said earlier. The good thing about what we're doing here and with Topstep and with me and Peter is you don't have to lose a lot of money learning how to do this. Just follow the rules that we talked about. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I mean, who is this from?
Michael.
Michael, okay. What's a normal good day for Michael? I mean, I need to know, Mike, what's a good day for you? Is it 200? Is it 300? Is it 500? Need to know, what a decent day is. But I will tell you this, okay? Once I hit at or near my goal, okay, and let's say you were up $1,000. Let's make this easy, John. All right. If I'm up $1,000, and again, this is something you have to do. There's no stop trader angel over your shoulder. There's just a devil that's once you have a bad trade, you're going to keep doing bad trades, right? How about once you get to that level, just kick in the 20% rule. And I do this every single day, and it doesn't matter what you're trading, okay? If I'm up $1,000, I will not give back more than $200 ever. And if I'm in a trade where I'm losing $200, hit that button and get the F out of the trade. Just do it, okay? I always kick in the 20% rule when I'm having a very good day. It's hard to push that button, man, but think to yourself now how good you would feel if you hit the button and you were still up $800, right? How good? Yeah, you had a bad trade, but I'm getting out of here with my $800. So whenever I get to a number that I feel is at or even above my daily goal, okay? And I try not to have daily goals, John. I try to trade in whatever the market's going to give me that day, it's going to give me, right? You shouldn't trade, I have to make $1,000 today and then be up 900 and give it all back and lose 900. Yep. So you shouldn't have a set number, right? What I like to do is trade the morning. I suggest not even looking at your P&L. Why? Why do you have to look at it? If I'm making good trades, I'm making money. If I'm getting stopped out of the trades, I know I'm not making money. But a lot of times people will trade based on their P&L too, rather than the technical analysis, right? So why look? Trade. At 11 o'clock, the market slows down to a dull roar. Open up your P&L and see how you're doing. If you're having a good day, kick in the 20% rule, but never turn a winning day into a losing day. Ever, ever, ever. Again, we're coming back to money management and trade management and risk management. That's what we're coming back to. But I'm stopping when I'm up 800. I ain't going to sit there until I go down 900. And again, I know it's nothing that me and John are talking about is easy to do. It's not. No. We know that. And sometimes you sit there like a deer in the headlights, hoping and praying that it'll just turn around and it'll go back up. And I can tell you that hope is not a strategy.
Not alone. Michael's not alone.
Absolutely
These things have happened to us.
Everything that we're talking about are the common mistakes that traders make. This is not new. Guys, I'm not coming up with the holy grail here, guys, okay? I'm not the first guy that ever invented risk management and rules for trading, right? They're there. The tricky part is to follow them all the time. The tricky part is to have someone beating it into your head all the time, okay? When we're having a good day in my room in the morning, I make people leave. They're either leaving or they're getting on their simulator. And quite honestly, do I know if they're really on their simulator or not? I don't know. But I know if I have 52 people at 9:45 or 10 o'clock when we've had a good trade, and 5 minutes later there's 27 people, I know that 25 people listen to me. And they're gone and they're going about their business and they're enjoying the day. And that's really should be your goal. Your goal should be to hit a couple of good trades, whatever it is. Time is the most precious commodity in the world. We are never getting that back. And then go enjoy your day. That's it. That should be your goal.
I used to stand in the S&P pit, and my goal was $1,000 a day, 40 ticks. And if I was 3 ticks from it, I don't know how many times my clerk came up and said, "Hey, you're at your goal. You got 37 ticks. Why don't we just go?" And I'd say, "Now let me pick up that extra 3 ticks because I wanted to feel like I had reached my goal." I don't know how many times that next trade was a loss, and that just snowballed into more and more losses, and taking a $950 winning day down to a losing day is exhausting. It saps, of course, your financial capital and your mental capital, because you could have walked out up $900. You could have walked up $760. Love what David is talking about, the 20% rule. We always tell people, once you're up a certain amount of money, you cannot lose it all. You have to have a percentage of that you're going to keep and then move on. And, like David said, you don't know that the market is going to provide you that extra money to get you up to that $800 profit. You don't have to end on an even number. Be happy with the 760. You know what they say in Queens, New York? $760 is $760. You'd still have it if you were able to walk away and say that's close enough.
It is. And as much as there's people out there that'll tell you that or think how easy it is to trade, bullshit, man. It's hard to make money trading. I'll tell you what, it's easy to do. It's very easy to lose money trading. That there's no question about that. This whole game comes down to patience and discipline. That's it right there. That's what it comes down to. If you have a gambler's mentality, I hate to tell you, you're in the wrong business. Even with eval accounts, you can't treat it that way. You can't. And you just got to treat it the same way as if it's your real money, and you'll get there. You'll get there. But the most important part is what me and John have been talking about all day. It's all up here. This is the hardest part. You got to get through your brain.
Right. All right, David, I'm sorry we're kind of running out of time here. This was a live account that you've been trading these trades on, right?
Yes, sir.
Live account, having a good day, and doing well. So I know that
in my trading room, I post every single trade that I do live in real time. Stop orders, profit targets, boom, boom, chaka-laka-laka.
Cool. And what was the other thing that you was a loop-de-loop?
Loop-de-loop, wackadoodle. There's a whole glossary. If you want to join my trading room, there's a whole glossary that I send you. You have to learn.
We're going to add that to ours.
Bagel schmear is another one I love. Yesterday, the market got bagel schmeared.
All right. Well, David, thank you very much. I know you were looking to see your friend Dolby. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to be here. I'm very happy and proud to have the time to spend with you here. And let's do this again really soon. Any last words for everybody?
Yeah, just let me, John, we are doing first of all, our course is available at wsgta.com, Wall Street Global Trading Academy.com.
The link is in the chat.
Course. Yeah, that comes with lifetime mentorship, guys. If anyone buys the course today, we'll see you tomorrow night at our live mentorship. And we are doing a free webinar next Wednesday night. Go to WSGTA to sign up for the webinar. Free for all.
A week from today.
We'll do what we did today and a lot more. But yeah, I'll be back next Wednesday. And any other time that you guys want to have me, I thank you guys for the opportunity. Thank you, John.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, folks. Thank you, David, for your time and knowledge. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. We're going to be hanging out with Coach Dakota. So give us just a few minutes. Stick around, and we'll be right back with you. All right, welcome everybody. It's time for Back to the Futures, and it is time for recapping or a check-in with Coach Dakota, who is currently in a really nice-looking trade. Hello, Andre. Hello, Coach Dakota.
Hello.
Tell us about the trade you're in, Coach.
Hello, Hoag. Yeah, let's share my charts. This trade is just running. You guys seen me in chat? If you guys were in the YouTube chat, everyone, I just got into a short at 17,802. You can see it on my screen. The left-hand side is a 5-minute chart. I got in short here. Very, very simple. Like you were saying, Hoag, is we've been respecting this 800 level, and it's a really strong resistance. And essentially, this was a cheap trade. We rally up there. I take a short. I'm able to limit my risk. And then I just let the runner go. I was into another contract. I took one off for profit. And then I'm going to probably just trail this one to see how we end up for this
Shooting for 100
hour.
points.
We'll see. Like I said, I already have one 100-point trade, Hoag. I think you were there with us. I think it was just us three. This was the gang that
it was us three. Yeah,
we had that big sell-off. Now remember, I'm looking for base hits, and if I'm able to put myself in a position to capture something like that, 100%. I'll let this run.
Starting up, we got 1,600 sitting on the offer at 49.85 in the S&Ps. I hope everyone can see that. John, can you confirm you're seeing that? 1,650 on the offer, 49.85.
Yes, 49.85. Look at that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a big one.
Ooh,
that's a big one. I might get short in front of that thing if I can, unless it's fake. All right, sorry, Dakota. You were saying about the 100-point winner, but yes, you don't typically see size like that in the S&Ps. So something. Let's keep it above that. We've got 500 sitting on the offer at 49.85 3/4. So they're stacking offers here as we keep going on the downside. We'll see how that plays, Dakota. But yes, all three of us were together and during that 100-point breakdown. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. We'll see if we get another one. Like I said, I'm just going for average, and in no way in this world am I going to be shooting for 100-point winning trades during the New York session. However, if I get into a position like I am, and the market decides to sell off, then I want to take advantage of it. And just so you guys know, this is my live account that I got last week. And there's a question, Dakota, if you sound like I'm on muscle relaxers. I did have a dentist appointment this morning. I warned the team. I said I just got done with a dentist, and you could see the whole left side of my face is numb still. But here I
am. So yeah, let's make some money then.
So now this is your live account,
right? So that's a good thing.
This is your live account. Currently, what is your overall P&L, daily P&L in your live account right now?
So my live account, I'm sitting around $2,200. This trade is at about $1,100 for this one trade.
You also have 3 XFA accounts. How are those today?
Correct, Hoag. My 3 XFAs, I'm about just over 4,000 per XFA that I'm copy trading. So about 12,000, 13,000. I'll have to double check. I stopped trading them this morning right before I went to the dentist, and I have short-term memory. I don't know exact dollar amounts. I'll review that at the end of the day.
Just so you guys know, he was talking about before we came in here, we were in the green room and he was telling, we were asking how he was doing, how his day was. He says he's up about 12,000 in his XFAs. He's up 1,100, 1,200 at that time with this position on in the NASDAQ. And he started yawning. I was like, wow, you're real excited about that, aren't you? That's calm, cool, and collected, isn't it, Dakota?
I tell the traders all the time, like, good trading is boring because it's the same thing over and over again. I stopped getting excited about the markets. I mean, if the market right now would just say drop 100 points and I make, another 2,000 on this trade, yeah, I'm going to be excited about it. And I think we were talking about this the other day, Hoag. I get more excited when I start seeing traders that are passing combines and XFAs. I get excited over that a lot more than I do over winning trades. It's just one of those things where I've been trading for so long. It's just boring and nothing's new, I guess.
All right. So he's used to taking big wins and of course big losses, but I think that's something that everybody can learn from Dakota is there's no reason to get excited. There's always another opportunity. There's always something else going on. There's you have a good day, good. You have a bad day, okay. But I think it's very difficult for a lot of people to do that. I know most traders, especially newer traders, if they were up 12 grand in one day, they'd be jumping up, screaming up and down and hollering. But that also just takes up mental capital, right? I mean, even winning trades take mental capital. I mean, for most of us, you seem very cool and cool as a cucumber, Dakota. That impresses me.
It's really just the repetitive nature. I don't really look at the P&L. If you remember, I was in the chat yesterday. I took a big loss yesterday. Today, I'm having a decent sized win. I focused more on the points, and then when I focus more on the points, it doesn't really matter if I make say 50 points on a one lot, or 100 points on the one lot, or 10 points on the one lot, or if it's 10 lots, right? I focus on the points, I focus on the process, and then the dollars will take care of themselves.
That's just what one of the best traders in the world that I ever met said. He was a big trader. I was a new one lot trader. I said, how did you make so much money? And he said, Hoag, that's the wrong question. That's the wrong way to look at it. I started as a one lot scalper, like everybody, like you, but my goal was to learn to make good trading decisions. And as my trading decisions improved and my intuition and all of those things also improved, the money started coming in. And I kind of view the money as a byproduct of that. And it sounds to me, Dakota, like you kind of treat it that way. It's all points. It's not money. It's, am I right? Am I wrong? I'm wrong for less than I win. So I'm good.
Correct. Yeah. Money becomes a tool, right? Just like a construction worker, they'll use a shovel, or a golfer would use a golf club. We use a lot of sports analogies here. Money is a tool for us as traders. And if we have that emotional connection to money, then it's a lot harder to see it as a tool. And we have such a bigger connection than money than we would to, say, a shovel or a golf club.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, we can all live without a shovel or a golf club. Right.
Yeah, that's the hard point. Money makes the world go round. That is a big part of our lives.
Well, and your relationship with money is very important. If I started out as a trader and I had only worked for hourly or salaried jobs at that point. Now I'm standing in the S&P pit, and I don't have a job that's going to be paying me a salary like that. And the realization of that was very difficult. And I did a lot of work with trading psychologists just to hopefully kind of even out my relationship with money. Some people think, and just if they think it doesn't make it true, that anybody who makes a lot of money cheats, or for some reason is cheating them. And that's not a healthy relationship to have with money.
Yeah. If there was a cheat in the market, point me to it. I've been looking at it for so long. The closest thing to a cheat code is risk management. I say that all the time. Every single good trader, regardless of what your strategy is, it's all risk management. That is the same thing. So that is the cheat code, is risk management, and then trying to control your emotions the best we can. Even though everybody, regardless of how long you have been trading, at least everybody I know will always struggle to manage their emotions, because we're emotional humans, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and even things, that are things that happen outside of trading can certainly affect your trading. If something happens, somebody makes you mad, that can affect your decision making process. You really want to start the day in the right mindset, and if you're not in the right mindset, the best thing you can do is recognize that, size down, or wait until whatever it is that's bothering you has been reconciled. There's things that happen in life that can affect trading. You're right, Dakota. We are emotional people, and I've never been one of those people that believes that we can control emotions. I want to be able to recognize those emotions, have them tell me when I'm at risk of doing something stupid, and then not do it. And also, some of the emotions and some of the things we learn from those emotions actually, I think, will help us in this arena at some point, just recognizing patterns in those emotions. What puts you in a trade? What makes you confident? What makes you less confident? Are your confident trades actually better trades, or are the scarier ones some of your better trades? All of those things are things that we can try and kind of memorize or kind of put into our arsenal as traders. But I've anybody that knows me, Dakota, Andre, all of you know that I am a very emotional person, and that has cost me at times. It has helped me at times, but I always try and recognize when I am being emotional, when the market is making me emotional, if it's losses, if it's consistent losses. I've gotten very good at saying, okay, this is not a good time for me to be trading, so I'm going to walk away. And then you got to recognize when it is a good time to trade. You got to be feeling good, not hungover, not sick, rested, plenty of fluids, a little bit of food, not too much coffee. You've done your homework, then you're ready to get in. Just the emotional side is the hardest part, if you ask me, and the most important part. I don't know, Dakota, Andre, what you think about that, but anybody can read a chart. It's being able to respond to the chart and manage those emotions and recognize what those emotions are telling you that's most important. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely, John. Yes, I'm a very emotional creature. Something that I've tried to work on. The chat's been enjoying the emotions that I can't contain in my face. The trade that I did, I remember we talked about, there was about 2,700 sitting on the offer from 85 to 85 and 3/4. And yeah, the chat like this one. It's 85, about 2,700 sitting on the offer there. I had the harebrained idea of getting short 2 in front of those, in front of that 2,700 lot. Sure enough, that was a terrible idea. It ran right through it, and we just gone to the upside. So I am a little salty that trade did not work. It was a tight stop, man. I only lost 2 ticks on the trade, but damn it, dude, if I can't lean on 2,700, a 2,700 lot to take us lower, what can you really do in these type of markets? So I was being a little emotional, playing it up for the camera just a bit. But yeah, it's very frustrating. You get short in front of 2,700, and it just turns out that the 2,700 lot just ended up being a good buy. So everyone got a piece of that action, and we've gotten over to the upside. So that's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes.
Liquidity gets
I called it out of my trade as well.
Dude,
just
John,
so you guys
2,700, even 2,700. I mean, I get that's liquidity, but that's almost like that's pressure, man. That's got to be some downside pressure.
You remember that 3 grand that Michael traded against, picked up about 8 points on that in the S&Ps, but eventually it did get taken out.
It's unreal. It's unreal, man. It's uncanny how these ES works, man. So yeah, well, next time you see a 2,700 lot sitting in there, just fire right into it and catch the wave, whatever direction it might be going. So lesson learned. Only cost me a few ticks, but man, if you can't lean on 2,700 lot, what can you lean on these days? You know what I'm saying, Dakota?
It's one of those. I mean, we had, what was it, hot inflation yesterday, or just some hot number yesterday. We have another big key number coming out Friday, and I think we're just in a point in the market where we might see a little bit of choppiness. Who knows? Maybe there's just a small injection of fear after yesterday's big sell-off. It's crazy. It just seems like every single sell-off has been great buying opportunities.
Yes.
It's hard to say. I see traders all the time. There's like, this time's different. We have hotter than expected inflation numbers. We had a big, almost I think we were at negative 2% at one point yesterday, and a lot of traders are saying, this time's different. This time's different. Wake up this morning and we were up almost 1%. Like, it's hard to say. I mean, you have to follow your strategy. Follow the trend is typically the best advice.
Right.
I guess I could say.
30-minute chart, like the world was coming to an end, right?
Yeah.
But look at a longer time frame chart, a daily or a weekly chart, that was a blip.
Yep, just a normal pullback, and buyers stepped in, and of course, with hindsight at our back, it's easy to say, and you say, oh, that was just a pullback in a bullish market since October, and another great buying opportunity.
That's what these markets bring. Buying opportunities.
Easier said than done, though.
They don't.
That's all it is, man. That's all it is. Just buy the dip. But today's been a bit of a chop in S&Ps. For those that are up money in S&Ps and NASDAQ for that matter, good on you. This market hasn't really wanted to pick a direction one way or another. We thought we saw the sell-off coming, and sure, the buyers came in. They thought we were going to rally us up. Sellers came in. VWAP hasn't really been much of a play one way or another. Support, resistance. It's kind of been choppy all over the place. So I'm down 325 on the day. I'm cool with that. It's definitely manageable. I'm going to sit on my hands, or my hands on my butt.
Put your hands on your butt.
Hands on my butt. That was an incredible video. That was an incredible video this morning. Absolutely. That was an absolute masterpiece by Jack and the production guys back there. But yes, I might not take, well, I say that now, but I don't see myself taking another trade unless this market gets on its high horse and starts moving somewhere. Dakota, are you still short? Sorry, or did you cover?
Yeah, I covered it down there.
Look at you.
Pretty much the same thing you're seeing, right? Like, we had that big order come through. We started to break through this. Let me see if I can show it. I get in the trade on a 5-minute chart over here on the left, just in case anyone's wondering. Yeah. I could walk through it. Maybe, I'm sure I get a lot of traders asking me. We had a lot of resistance, and I think you said this, Hug. This is value area high. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I had no idea, because I don't look at that. I was looking at some very basic technical analysis. We rallied up. This is the afternoon, and we were up I think just over 0.5% when we were up here, and it was just a very simple and basic trade for me. Like, are we really going to have a new breakout to highs in the afternoon, right after we had some injection of fear come into the markets yesterday? Got into a short, really cheap trade. You guys seen it? I don't know that. I think it was like right in here somewhere.
Yeah, we saw it.
Had a stop loss above that resistance, and I come over here to the 100 tick chart, and then I just trail it down. And as you guys were seeing, my stop loss was here. Then as it sold off, my stop loss was there. Then as it was sell off some more, then I'll put my stop loss down there. And very much like you guys see before, over and over again, very much like we had that great day when we made 100 points. It was the same thing. Just move over to a 100 tick chart, and then I'll trail it. As soon as it shows any type of reversal on a smaller time frame, just get out. And that was the story. Very basic, very simple, but the key to everything that I do is just risk management and try not to be emotional. Of course, I would have loved to hold this to see if we rallied or sold off 100 points, but even if we do, I'm happy with that trade.
So you were just kind of protecting profits, moving your stop down based off of the kind of stopping points on that 100 tick chart. 100 tick chart.
And the 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ, anything could happen in 5 minutes. We can move 50 points one direction or the other inside of 5 minutes. So I needed some way to trail my contract in a more granular point of view. And you could see on this 100 tick chart, and if I could bring it up a lot bigger for you guys. So
yeah,
let me know when my chart's being shared.
I think we're looking at it now.
Okay. There we go. I was just confirming it on the tube. So let me show you at the 5-minute chart first. So here is the 5-minute chart. And my analysis on the 5-minute chart was we were at these highs, and we came up here, and I was looking for a short. My stop loss was above that resistance, a very cheap trade. And I was looking to just see if I could trail this down. Maybe we come down to the lows, or somewhere in between. So once I get into this trade, I think I was short, like say here, and I know what my risk is, risking about 20 points, $400. I will zoom in to a 100 tick chart, and now this is the 100 tick chart. I don't pay attention to every little price action. I'm not looking at the individual candles. I'm really just looking at these pivots.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I will. Oh, that's not my. So I would move my stop loss to here, then to here, then to the next one, then to the next one. I mean, it's as simple as it gets, right? So I don't have to overthink. I don't have to pay attention to every little move in the market. It's very simple, right? Like you guys say, KISS, simple risk management. And if the market decides to run, I'll let it. So that's a very quick summary of a top down of.
So where did you? Who told you about that? Who taught you that? Something you figured out on your own?
Nobody really taught me, I guess. Originally, it was more like trial and error, right? I started because I like to trade off the 5 minute. Then I tried maybe like a 1 minute. That still wasn't giving me the clarity I wanted. Then I tried like a 30-second, then a 20-second. And I ended up just starting liking the 100 tick chart. To be honest, I can't remember why or what it was, but ever since then, it's just been my go-to. I don't always recommend it. There's no golden thing. I'm not here to say the 100 tick chart is perfect and everyone should do it. I'm just saying this. It's just one of the tools that I use to manage my trade when I'm in a position.
And you've been trading 15 years, you said?
Just over 14.
Just over 14 years?
Yeah, I think,
so you started when you were 5?
Yeah,
so legally here at Topstep, I have to say I started when I was 18. I got a Slack message from someone behind the scenes saying, "All right, let's put this in your bio. We have to say you started at 18."
Yes,
for the legal.
Absolutely.
However, here in the U.S., as long as your parent or guardian can sign for you to open up an account, I did that when I was much younger, and I started it. I'm learning how to trade then. So 14 years ago, I just turned 30 years old. So, I mean, yeah, whatever the math is, 16 is what I typically say, because anything less than that, it's just raises flags.
Yeah.
Yes, it
You were old enough to drive. Why not start trading?
I got my driver's license.
So you want to see what your trade looked like on the profiles?
Yeah, let's take a look at that, because I'm curious. And this happens a lot. I noticed it, especially hanging out in Discord with everybody. We all have our own views and opinions of the market, and sometimes different trading styles just tend to line up very similar. Like you said, that's what value area high. So let's take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up Tradeovate because I think it'll line up better, I think, on screen. So let me get that up and then we'll take a look.
What a rally.
Might take a minute to
for everyone out there that bought those 49.85s, good on you. Instant 10-point winner. That was good on you guys if you bought those. Pretty much the greatest buy ever if you think about it. Just, no turning back. Just plowed through 2,700 of them to the upside, and here we are, 10 points higher. Looking to approach on 5,000s here in the S&P. So hopefully you bought them. You're long. Hang on. We might be making new highs by the end of the day today.
Just buy the dip,
flat. Buy the dip, man. Doesn't matter how much is there. Just buy the dip, dude. Never getting short again. Never getting short again. You guys mark my words.
Don't say that.
I'm never, ever getting short again. It's bad news down there, dude. It's bad news.
Well, I am a permeable, and I have been shorting the market lately, and my worst trader has came from shorting the market. I took my $8,000 loss yesterday from a short. And even though we were down 2% and it was a really ugly day, I had horrible trade management yesterday. I explained it in my slow markets. I was in short yesterday. The market sold off really bad, and I still lost money. So we're only human, and I love the transparency here at TopStep. You guys know we have what's our team name? It's Big Tick Swingers.
Big Swinger
Been
ticks.
talking,
Big
working
tick
with Rips and Isaac, and that's the reality, right? I love the fact that we're being a lot more transparent. We're showing executions, we're showing the accounts, we're going over it, and everybody here gets to see the reality of what true traders go through. It's not, all this rainbows and all these winning trades and making all this money. It's grinding out and it's a headache. I think even last week with you, Hoag, I took a couple losers shorting the market as well. That's the reality.
Why do we do it? Why do we do it? But yes, we're very
Just buy
transparent.
it.
John, you got that? John, you got that profile up? I was very interested to see this.
Yeah. So here's the NASDAQ profile for today. And what this is giving us is that first hour of trade is from here to here. The initial balance high is the high of the session. The initial balance low is here. We've extended the range a little bit into the volume value area from yesterday and even less into the TPO value area. So the market is not really accepting value from yesterday. But when you took your trade, this was this green bar here. So what I want to do is I want to split this bar, split this profile. So now it looks more like a 30-minute chart, right? Each TPO is a 30-minute range. So when you took that short up here, what was the execution price? Was 802?
Well, let's pull it up. Give me a second, and I'll
sounds
see
about right.
It was pretty close. It was 1802 on the money. Yes.
Okay. So this little marker right here, and it's hard to see on this platform. Maybe I should use the other one. But this is TPO value high, 17,801. You sell it at 802. You put your stop basically, I think, just above here.
Correct.
And then you catch the roll all the way back to, guess where? Value area low. Let's look at this on a different platform. Let's see if this looks better. So here's the T4.
I close it out
profiles.
in the 50s.
That's you pulled it out where?
I closed it out in the 50s, I believe.
So in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
So that's volume value low. So this green bar here is current TPO value. Current volume value is presenting as a lot higher in the S&Ps here. There's kind of reasons for that, but it's not really lining up that way on that other platform. But when you got short, this was value high in the S&Ps. 802 is what this is presenting. So you got short right at the high of value. You took maybe a little bit of heat on it, but then the market rotated back right to where? Low of value. 30 was that low. So you moved your stop down into the 50s, which was kind of volume value low, points of control here, volume value low. So you were in that trade down to the value area low, which would have been a wonderful and perfectly normal spot to put a profit target for a trade like this. If we're going to stay range bound, you're short high of value, you get out low of value. That would have been a perfect spot. But that's what your trade looked like on the profiles. If we want to make it a little bit bigger, it makes it a little bit longer. But each of these TPOs is four ticks. Each is a point. So you see how long these profiles can get with the NASDAQ and its whippy, rangy nature.
Interesting. Yeah, because of course I was in one contract. So typically if I am in multiple, I'll take it as we go down. But that's give or take, right, Hoag? Where if I'm leaving some wiggle room for my trade to run, it's just a fact. I will be giving back some of the profit. In no way in this world would I be striving to get the exact top and the exact bottom.
If you do that, it's only luck.
Catch a chunk of it. I mean, I think I've only caught the exact top or bottom like a handful of times in 14 years, and it's just been luck. I'm like, hey, I just happened to get in, and the market turned around. Like that's just luck.
Yeah, I'm much better at selling the dead ass low and buying the dead ass high than I am doing the opposite.
Same, like right there. Yeah, just put your bid in. I'll sell right into you, and we can turn that sucker around. Look at this rally.
We'll just say break even.
Break even. Yeah, we got some strategies that we're working on for the trading competition. We probably going to reveal. Wait till the day of the competition to start hinting at them, or maybe you guys will just have to see it for yourselves. But there's going to be some strategy. What's that?
I think we don't.
I don't even think we have to trade. You guys are all going to hit your daily loss limits.
I'll beg to differ on that one.
That's our strategy. We just sit on our hands. We're getting up here closer to 5,000. We can see 5,000s in the S&Ps here, boys. 400 sitting on that offer. 408. So yeah, we'll see. I'm glad I can save your account.
We should get MP in here to buy a 50 lot there.
MP, if you're out there, I'm going to get long, and then you buy the 50. You buy 5,000 50 times. We'll see if we can rally this sucker. But what a turnaround right here. We're starting to see a rally.
If we get long, he should sell 5. He should sell 50.
Yeah, well, wait, to take it higher? Well, I'm saying, I mean, the way this is going, I don't know. It seems like you're just buying offers, buying the paper, and we just, I mean, look at those 85s.
Yeah,
I know I keep harping on it. I mean, I'm jazzing it up for TV a little bit, but really see that where you do see 2,700 just get plowed through, and it's just no looking back.
Goes to liquidity. Look,
yeah, it goes to liquidity. It runs through liquidity. So what are they doing with such an offer? What are they? They're not setting shorts.
Short here. Yep, I'm going to try it. Probably going to risk $200-300 on this one. Just a real quick one to see. I might get out of this one really early. The main reason for that is I'm looking for the market to consolidate and seeing if this is going to be a pivot, a lower high. So we'll see if this will be a lower high or if I'm just going to take a loss here.
I mean, you're kind of up against value high again.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, because over here on the 5-minute is where I'm watching the trade setup. We did have these, 3 5-minute bars, and there is a lot of resistance up into this zone. Everything's a zone. Nothing's perfect. I always tell that to everybody. We have this resistance here. There's some resistance here. And of course, I don't want to go back and go through this. This is more of a zone, and I'm really expecting the market to be a lot more like really choppy going into the last, hour or two. And so, sure, this might not be the best fill. We do have this pivot right here, as you guys seen on the 100 tick, which matches up. So for me, same thing, cheap trade. If this market does happen to turn around back down into this low, then I'm only risking $200-300 to make another, 6-7. So 3-to-1 risk reward on this one.
Okay,
we'll see where it goes. I'd take that every time.
Absolutely.
Yes, looking for the good risk reward trades, even if sometimes it's very hard to sell the market while it's rallying, especially after what's happened the past few months. A little bit of PTSD.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you.
So here we go. I put my stop.
You know your risk.
Then what I'll do is I'll just do this exact same thing, like rinse and repeat. I said that to you before you started the stream, Hoag. This is what I've been doing all day. Is we come up, we sell the high, and we rinse and repeat. And if we get the sell off, I'll trail it down. Exactly what I was referring to on this 100 tick chart. Only one contract, not a lot of risk. If I was more confident, and typically I'll go to like maybe 1 to 3, take profit on 1 or 2 contracts as we sell off, and then get me into a risk-free trade where I don't mind, maybe even going for lunch or walking away from my computer for an hour.
Are you still putting on trades and going to sleep Dakota?
Yeah, I do. Every night during slow markets. If you guys are not in Discord, I would recommend joining just to maybe get that perspective. It's just another style of trading where still looking for good risk reward trades, same risk management, same understanding of the markets. And we have a lot of traders that are international. We have traders in the UK, London, Australia, Japan, China, and they have jobs. They're sleeping during the New York session or whatever the situation is. They can't trade the New York session. So they trade, or some of them don't even trade because they can't trade the New York session. And a lot of people are just programmed to trade with this idea that if I can't trade the New York session, then day trading is not for me. It's impossible. And that's not the reality. The markets are open, 23 hours a day? And there's plenty of opportunity that happens while we're sleeping. And I think I even seen MP put an overnight trade, and he ended up like $2,500 when he woke up.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's what he does. That's what
I've always
does.
been, I've always been of the thought process that there's such little volume, there's no major participants, that trading overnight is, I just didn't see the reason why. And I'm so glad you're here with us, Dakota, now, because there is opportunity there. You've of course been proving that since you've been here. And I think it's great that you're offering this to people that may not be available to trade during the regular trading hours. And there's a lot of people like that, and the people that do trade during regular trading hours that are trading during lunch, they're probably not taking the best trades. They're only trading because that's the only time they've got to trade.
Correct. Yeah, there is low volatility. That's why I called it slow markets, right? But my average hold time is really long. It's like 3 to 6 hours, depending on it. So even though there's low volatility, over that long period of time, there can be big moves in the market. Sometimes we'll wake up and NASDAQ dropped 200 points overnight. I think we've seen that quite frequently, where it's up or down 100 or 200 points before the New York session is even awake.
Hey, John.
So you're just putting on brackets and going to bed?
No. It's a lot more complex than that. It's putting on orders, right? Like a buy stop, sell stop, which will trigger if the market breaks support or resistance, for example, or limit orders, where if the market goes down to, for example, value area high or value area low, like we're talking about, then it will trigger me into a sellout limit. And then I have my predetermined stop loss, of course. And, I wake up in the morning and I either don't get get triggered in, so I didn't even take a trade, or it hits my stop loss, or it hits my take profit. Or maybe I'm still in a trade when I wake up. As long as we are able to practice proper risk management, then nothing should surprise you. If the market jumps up 100 points or down 100 points for some random news event, it should not surprise you.
Agree.
So you don't have a profit target on something you're leaving?
Yeah, I do. It depends on the trade. If I get into 2 contracts, I will have a take profit in one and then let a runner go.
One fly.
It just depends on the individual trade, because no 2 trades are exactly the same. Sometimes I will leave a runner on. Sometimes I will take profit. I just moved my stop loss, though, by the way, on this, based on this next pivot on the 100 tick.
Okay. All right, I see it.
Yep. They're short.
I see it. Delta.
John, can we get
positive 19,000 in the S&Ps?
Coming positive 19,000?
19,000 in the S&Ps.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Different setup. Different setup.
2,300 in the NASDAQ.
2, 3. Cool. Okay.
You saw that pullback yesterday off the low, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I forgot the price was somewhere in the 40s, I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay, look.
Yeah. We got down to like over 23,000 in negative delta on that. And by the time that 2:30 to 3 o'clock bar closed, it was positive 778. We unraveled all of that negative delta on that pullback off the low yesterday. Not seeing that the same thing is likely today.
That was a big rally yesterday, right? There was like 150 points from that low. Am I right?
It was a squeeze. It was a squeeze for sure. That's what John's referring to.
Yeah.
When they start unwinding that delta from minus 23,000, eventually, John, I want to say we got back to essentially neutral by going into the 3 p.m. Central Time close. We were neutral, so they unwound
right at
all
3
those
o'clock.
shorts.
We got back to even.
They just ran that right through all the short covering. I mean, it's just a textbook short squeeze. I was getting a little greedy on the entry there. They got the party started a couple points ahead of where I wanted to get in, but the second the buyers came in, you can see the shorts just unwinding and unwinding and unwinding. And before you know it, Delta was neutral and we'd rally about, 15, 20 points and just textbook. But yeah.
That's crazy. I just closed down my trade
stuff.
minus $5.
All right. All right.
That's a profit.
This is $5 minus $5, then commissions or whatever it is. Yeah, I think that sums it up for me, guys. In terms of my trading, we're gonna I'm gonna keep my hands on my butt. Our new phrase here for when we don't want to trade. It sounds like, and just gonna enjoy watching the market. If you guys have questions for me, ask them. I'm going to a beautiful Lakers game tonight here in Utah. Lakers versus the Utah Jazz. Excited. This is going to be as much of a big LeBron fan. You guys know I am. This is going to be the first time I get to watch him. So I'm really excited.
Enjoy. He's so lightning quick at that age. You're going to see the second best player of all time, Dakota. So enjoy it. What do you got, Dakota?
He's going to be out there with a cane and gray hair and still dunking on these young 20-year-olds.
These young whippersnappers. Dakota, for those that didn't see you last time, I think you bought a goat. Do you mind showing us the goat that you bought? If it's handy.
Do you want me to go get it?
If it's nearby, you can show the people. Yeah, you can show
me
the people.
1 minute.
But,
I'll go get it.
You got it.
Give me a minute. I'll go get it. I'm going to put my stream on pause and gonna run and go get it.
One question before you go, or if you're going to the game tonight, who's going to do slow markets?
That's a good question. He just jumped off. That's a good question.
That is not. If everybody was in my slow markets last night, then they know I sent out the announcement that there is not going to be a slow market. We have one tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So
great. That's the amazing thing about Discord, everybody, is all the updates are in there. We have an events calendar, so whenever there's new events, you guys could look and you could see it, and you could get notified. And then when coaches' schedules may change because life happens, right? It's Valentine's Day, and I'm going to a nice event. I announce it. Give a nice period of time of a heads up so everybody's aware. And that is the life of being able to be a trader, right? We don't have to trade. However, we want to respect everybody here. Like I said, helping traders is a lot more fulfilling than making really big trades. So everybody needs a break every once in a while.
Oh heck yeah, we get burned out. You get burned out. All right.
Yeah. Let me go get that baby goat for you, Hoag. We don't want you guys.
We're gonna put a poll in here. There's a lot of people asking if you're wearing pants or not. Is Dakota wearing pants? Yes or no?
Put that in the poll. When I come back, then I'll reveal it.
We'll figure it out.
Or I'll give you the answer. I will not reveal it. We learned it's Valentine's Day. I seen that video. I don't want to be on one of those blooper reels.
They got us good with that one, Johnny. But have you taken any trades today, John? Or have you been smart and sitting on your hands?
I haven't really done much of anything. I haven't been on screen, so been
good on you.
Working through the Series 3 stuff.
Oh yeah.
And
how's that going? I'm gonna have to take mine here shortly, or start studying up on. How's that going?
Well, I'm already in Unit 7, and dude, it's harder than I thought it was going to be. I mean, we've been in this industry for a long time.
I know,
and there's a lot of shit we still don't know. Sorry about the language. I try not.
I figure that, man, because I took that practice test. I got 9 out of 10, but all the questions have to be about euro dollars, so I happen to know all that stuff. But I don't know what else they're going to ask. And
I mean. A lot about bonds, options. If you don't know options, that's going to be an issue. A lot about hedging and hedging correctly, and profits and losses from hedges against actuals, and it's something. It is something. It is going to be. It's going to be tough. And I'm already into Unit 7, which is options. You're just getting started, dude.
Yeah. I'm just
What are
getting
you guys
started,
practicing for? Did I miss something? Are you guys taking a Series 3 or series like a
Series 3?
exam?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's this.
You know,
It-
in a
for
59-year-old,
everybody.
we don't learn as quick. There's the goat.
There
he is. Yep.
There is the goat. This little LeBron James.
Yeah.
Love him or hate him, you
Incredible.
just have to appreciate him while we have him
100%.
and we could watch him.
100%.
Well, you got to respect the
We have
talent.
fun. It's never hate. This is always just fun teasing. Appreciate a great player while he is still here.
Absolutely. And it's good to see the chat has their opinions on Michael Jordan versus LeBron.
Everybody does. It's one of those big
as we
debates,
suspected. Yes, ESPN's made has made a fortune off that debate. So here at TopstepTV, we'll try to do the same. All right, so Dakota, we got about 5 minutes left in the segment. Any more trades that you're looking to take? I know this is a little bit earlier than your normal trading time. You will be trading this evening. I know you have a basketball game to attend, but will you always have one eye on the market, even when you're at the game, or are you able to unplug?
I'm gonna unplug tonight. Usually I'll unplug. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll hop onto the market, do my analysis for an hour, and turn my computer off. Right, that's the great thing about slow markets, where we can place trades, turn the computer off, and just go about our night, go to bed, whatever the situation is.
Good on you.
How many beers are you gonna have?
None. I don't drink.
No.
Nope.
John,
Nope. Closest thing to alcohol I've had was some NyQuil.
It does the trick.
So I don't feel like I can trust you then.
I heard he got paid a nice little check over there. I seen that video for you going a period.
Oh
of
yeah,
time without.
yeah.
So
No, I went dry January. I've had a couple here in February, but today being Ash Wednesday, I'm thinking about going back on the wagon at least until Vegas, if not until Easter.
Nice. See, it pays to not drink, right? That's confirmed.
I forgot it was Ash Wednesday, John. Shoot, my mother's gonna kill me. I should have known that.
Yep, it's Ash Wednesday, St. Patrick or St. Valentine's Day. 14th. What else is it? What else is today? Seems like everything's today.
It's Wednesday. It's midweek. If
Hump
you guys
day,
are up money, it's hump day, right? Don't force any trades.
Yeah, ready for St. Patrick's Day. I'm getting a Series 3 because I'm being told I have to.
Interesting. So tell me more about that. I'm curious, Hoag. I heard you. It sounds like Andre's working on it.
Yeah.
What is it a little bit about that? Is it just because we're on TopstepTV or?
It's NFA. You know, it's the regulators of the futures sphere, right? It's the NFA and the CFTC. And if we want to be, I guess, we're not going to be CTAs. We're not going to be commodity trading advisors, right? But we want to have those qualifications for anything that we talk about or say or do. You know, we're always very careful. We don't want to suggest the purchase or sale of anything. You know, that's not our role here. But I guess we just want to be prepared for regulators and be, in the right, what's the word I'm looking for, Andre? The right sphere of things, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
That's awesome. I love that about Topstep. I mean, I've been working on getting my CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst. Kind of put that on the back burner, focusing on a few other things. I think that proves to so many people, because I see it in Discord. I see it all the time when traders are comparing different prop firms and everything. And that's why I've decided that I love Topstep and I wanted to help out this community, is for that exact reason, right? It's from traders, like built by traders for traders. And I don't know if there's another prop firm out there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. And the fact that we're doing things the correct way, right? Getting the certifications, leading by example, doing everything above the table, and doing it right. To number one, help out traders and provide that guidance for this industry, showing that, it's not gambling. It's not gambling if done correctly. And you can make money of this. It's very, very difficult to make money in terms of, sure, maybe we make it look easy sometimes, which, yes, it's easy to click a button and it's easy to make money. It's also easy to click a button and lose money. But doing it consistently the way that a lot of the great traders here at TopStep does it is what do we want to say? Maybe night and day from what we typically see in this industry, where they're just trying to sell, combine after combine after combine, and they just want to just rinse and repeat and squeeze traders from what do you call it? Pinch pennies and just trying to suck traders.
Nickel and dime you.
Yeah, nickel and dime you. That's the word. So
there you go.
Yeah, that's why I love it. And now if you point me into a direction where there's another group or prop firm where they're trying to get their certifications and they're doing everything the correct way, then I might be wrong, but I have not seen that yet.
No, and futures are regulated. We want to be compliant with regulation. Now, we don't have to do this, but we feel as though we should. Like you can trade Forex, but there's no regulation. It's the Wild West out there. Friends don't let friends trade Forex. Come trade futures with us. And, it is regulated. We are, completely transparent. And we are here to help you. Dakota, you're doing a great job in doing that. And every time you're on, you always kind of remind me and mention to me that the happiest you are as a trader is when you get somebody else through a trading combine or into an XFA or through an XFA and into the funded account. That's so rewarding, isn't it, my friend?
Yeah, 100%. I actually have a folder. You can probably see it on my screen. I have a folder. I've been saving screenshots or snippets where whenever
I have one too.
Yep, I call it heart warming, and this is just a small fraction of it, of just tons of traders who maybe never traded the slow markets before, never traded Asian. There's traders who say and tell me, hey, I gave up trading. I didn't think I could do it because I got a job or I have a family and I started trading and now I was able to pay off this credit card or something. Those stories is what makes me happy. Yeah, you don't have to become a successful trader and make millions of dollars, but even a couple $100 a day or even a couple $100 a week can be life-changing to so many people, right? Because I'm here 100%. In the United States and the average income is much higher, where we have traders from around the world, right? Like say, Africa, Australia, and $100 a week can change someone's life in such a positive way.
Yep. Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Great segment today, guys. Dakota.
Absolutely.
Love you, brother. Andre, love you, brother. We got to get to the Power Hour coming up here. Andre, Dolby, and Isaac. You guys ready?
We'll find out together. I think so. Right. Yes, that was awesome. Great. Power Hour coming up. Nasdaq. You know what hour it is. It is the Power Hour here on TopstepTV. We are joined by the man in the middle. You may have seen him before. He's joined us a few times. Isaac Suffren. The man on the other side of him is Nick Dolby Time, looking to trade it up here on Power Hour. Isaac, thank you for joining us again. Tell us how the markets have been to you since we've seen you last, and what are you looking to do going into the close?
You know, market has been. I can't have too many complaints, man. Obviously today it's abnormally choppy. I think from start to finish today we've been pretty choppy, but we've also, I kind of expect chop after the kind of moves we got in the past few days. We've gotten really, really aggressive moves. So, having the price action just settle a little bit is not a problem at all. But yeah, no complaints, man. No complaints at all. I was able to catch some really good trades the past few days. Today has actually been the only day where nothing really seemed to stick. As you can see, you just look at today's price action and see that we've been kind of just up and down. But that's just a part of just being a trader, right? Most of the 90% of the time you're waiting on the right setup. Not that you have to wait so long, but you can look at yesterday's price action or the day before that. Really trending moves, just really, really good moves to catch. Versus today, not really much direction. So I haven't been not too aggressive today, but we'll see what happens Power Hour.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Dolby Time. Since we saw you last, you were up in the mountains, about 8,500 feet elevation. Now you're back at sea level here in Chicago. Welcome back. You ready to trade it up? And what will you be trading today?
It's going to be Nasdaq today. I'm going to have to pull chat for a couple things. Obviously, we've been playing a little of a loosey-goosey recently, but I want to get back to my roots. Just going like 2-to-1 on trades. So I need some chat advice here. Maybe even Isaac S can chime in. What's a good daily loss limit for the NQ if you're on a 150K account? Chat, if you want to put in what you use for your personal daily loss limit for Nasdaq for a 150K account, please do, because I'm open. As of right now, I think I might be sticking with like 300 with a target of 600. I think that's what, 5 points, 10 points. Is that right, Isaac?
Yeah, and Dobie, not to even interrupt you or go change the topic a little bit, but I'm actually looking at this NQ buy here.
Go for it.
We've been holding this zone all day. I did get in a small position above this zone, and this also is also pre-market high as well. So if we kind of finally close above pre-market high, I mean, a nice move right above 17,800 all the way to potentially 839 would be super solid. I've got in, not a crazy position. Again, today's been kind of up and down, as you said already. So I'll just see if it can hold. I would love to just close above this level, see if we can take it on up. And if you see here, I'm actually on the 15-minute chart. So what I usually do when the price action's more choppy than not, I always veer towards the bigger time frames, simply because it's less noise, which is why I'm on the 15-minute versus, if we go on the 5-minute here. Let's see. Right, the 5-minute, just a tad bit, just more all over the place. You can see we're pulling back already. Just can't commit above that level. So again, if we can stick, if it can close and just make our way up, I would love it. If not, I don't have any crazy expectations. So we'll see what we can get. And sorry, Dobie, I didn't mean to change the topic on you. I just couldn't help but just let you guys know what I was looking at for a second here.
Love it.
Hey, entering in a trade is way more important than whatever I was talking about. So it looks like chat was trying to pull on chat here. We're talking about hair in chat, apparently, or the lack thereof.
Idiot, come down, idiots.
Oh my goodness, chat, miss you dearly. So it looks like everything between 400 to about 1,000. So I'm kind of on track here. So we're going to stick with 600, and that should give us two trades, which is about what I was doing in crude oil when I got funded. So like 2 to 3 trades. So we're going to roll with this for a while. Pulled pork, we're putting that on the shelf because that doesn't pay the bills. Let's be honest. We tried that. It does not pay the bills, man. David Gray came on, just dressed me down,
people
man.
in the chat Dobie, I feel like we've been through this before. Obviously, chat, man, they have some mix. Some of them have great intentions, but man, I see a lot of comments who just want you to just go all in. I don't know if we could just ask chat anything, man.
Chat can't hurt me. Chat can't hurt me. Only I can hurt me. Chat can't hurt me.
A quick Delta update here. We got, I saw from Rooster in the chat. Thank you very much, Rooster. We got plus 21,500 in the ES. That was about 5 minutes ago. So we will keep you updated on that as we get closer to the close. Yesterday, we saw a count in the ES of minus 23,000. And then all we did from there is we saw that unravel. We were talking about this in the previous segment. And sure enough, Delta went neutral by the end of, by the closing bell. And sure enough, we saw about a 20 handle rally in the ES off of those lows. Currently, we're seeing it plus 22,000. Thank you, John. Plus 22,000 Delta right now. So if we don't keep rallying here, it might be a good short we can get in there. We'll keep an eye on that. John will keep me updated. Taking a quick look at the tilt, 61% long in ES, 61% long in NQ. So favoring the long side. Still early. We'll have some more coming out to you as this power hour continues. But Dolby, yeah, why do you think the chat thinks they can nudge you into taking 15 lots?
I don't know. Because it worked once or twice. But I don't know why people are telling me to pull pork with 15 lots when we got people spending 25s and 50s. I mean, my plate of pulled pork is very, very small relative to that one.
It's so good.
So good. 1810s breaking to the upside here. I don't think Dakota was working that short for a while. He's probably out of it now.
Yes, he was.
But we're starting to push the upside here. So we will see. Also, I closed down my personal account today. I'm waiting for Topstep X. I'm putting that out there. I'm waiting for it. I'm done with the personal brokerage until we can get Topstep X in there. I like being able to manage my daily risk, all that stuff. Getting on trades easy, got the tilt, all that stuff. Also, you get so many cool indicators with Topstep X that like other platforms would have charged you, like they would have nickel and dime you all these fees for like volume profile, all this other random stuff. It's like Topstep X already has it. I'm waiting.
Included.
Yeah, it's all included. And they're going to eventually add in community indicators too, which is going to probably 10x the size of all the indicators that are going to be on the platform.
Crazy.
Yeah, so we're waiting. I'm waiting for that train to come, and we're going 2-to-1 on trades, but I'm still going to trade the same setups here. So we're still going to look for some 5-minute consolidations on the NASDAQ, and we'll take some trades, but just one lot at a time. One lot at a time, chat, not 15, you degenerates. Get it together. It's why you're all asking for resets all the time, because you're pulled pork and everything.
So no risk, no reward, Dobie. No risk, no reward.
I'll get out of here. Manage risk, manage reward. Manage risk, manage reward. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's good. We'll see what's good. Trading Lizard 1 lot plus 14. Bro.
I like that.
Hey, at least chat can do math. Good job.
Yeah. So Isaac, we had a fire drill today. It was very successful. Also, happy Valentine's Day to everyone out there. So I'm guessing we have some new viewers in the house today for Power Hour. So if we could give us a little introduction as to who you are, how you found Topstep, and about your trading journey.
Yeah, so my name is Isaac Suffering. I am 23 years old. I'll be actually 24. Fun fact, Andre and Dobie, I don't think you guys know this, but my birthday is actually on Leap Day. So I actually have a February 29th this year. Yeah.
I met one. I finally met one.
Yeah, usually I celebrate it on the 28th of February. But so 2020 was the last one. And then 2024. And it's crazy. My last birthday, my last February 29th was my first year actually getting into the market. So now to see where I am on the next one is actually pretty dope. But yeah, wow.
You're a leap year, you're a leap year baby. Incredible.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah.
So many questions. So many questions, if you don't mind. Do you guys always celebrate on the 28th, never March 1st?
No, I like to keep it in February.
For sure. Okay, yeah, I guess get to it sooner than later, right?
I guess. Well, my wife's birthday is the 4th, of March.
Okay.
So it gives me, I try to keep it in February, so it feels like I can at least think about my birthday for 24 hours before I start thinking about hers.
All right,
Well, yeah,
incredible. Are there any? Yeah, is there any disadvantages? Anything like any pain? Anything like that's annoying about being born on February 29th?
There was only one time there was an inconvenience.
Okay.
It was my birthday, 2021. When I was turning 21 years old, and I wanted to go to the casino. So I got there on the 28th. I got kicked out of 3 casinos, but one let me stay because it was like technically we can't let you we can't let you gamble because you're not 21. I was like, bro, there's no 29th. Just let me in.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, well that's really cool. Amazing.
So just an update on the trade really quick, guys. I'm currently up about 700. Just on this NQ long. Again, I'm gonna hold this trade. There's no advantage or no point in selling it. I've got out of that. Like I want to actually see if we can test this 839, get some late volume potentially. You can already see it pulling back. So I'm just gonna stay patient. If anything, I'll exit this trade break even. I never like to go red when I never like to go green to red unless the play from a technical standpoint is still valid. But for this trade, if we end up going back in that chop zone, I'll just get out. But if it doesn't hit that stop loss, I'll just be holding it. So we'll see what happens.
Where's your stop at currently?
Under 17,800.
Under 17,800. Okay, cool. Let me see if I can get long 98 and 3/4. So it's basically like the bottom of the 5-minute range that I see. So I'm going to see if we can get a pullback there, but maybe not. It might be going to Isaac's levels and will be a rich.
I hope
Which
so.
account are you trading
We'll
in
see.
right now? What are you in? Live account? XFA trading combine? Which account are you in right now?
I am in my Express. I just locked in a new Express account.
Nice.
So I'm getting, you gotta get past that 3 contract threshold. So just tuning it up, and so we can unlock some more.
Nice.
Yeah, some more size.
What's like your happy place for size?
I am in the range of, I would say 5 to 7 NQs. 5 to 7 is probably like my average. Light enough to where I can hold it and handle the volatility. But big enough to where I also see really big profits when I take a good setup. And that's something that I think obviously the number will go up over time. I just think there are certain levels you have to feel comfortable with before you move on. Like I used to not be able to trade more than 2 NQ contracts. It was like way too fast. But once I got used to it, understood how to manage it, then I went to 3 and 4, and then stayed there for a while. Then moved up and move up and move up. 5 and 7 just my sweet spot. So I'm okay with keeping it there.
Yeah, and that. Jeez, chat. Okay, and what kind of setups do you
Don't read that one. Don't
what
read
kind of
that one.
setups
Toby.
do you- what kind of
Don't read.
setups do you look for?
Say again?
What kind of setups do you look for? So what was like your reasoning to get into this trade that you're currently in? Want to kind of break it down for us?
Yeah, so I'm primarily a breakout guy. So I like seeing levels that just maybe the buyers are having trouble breaking, the sellers are having trouble breaking as well. And I identified those levels of just pressure, I would say. And then, hey, if we could finally get above that level, then hey, there may be something here we can actually take advantage of. I'll give you a quick rundown of kind of what I kind of look for. Like here's an example of a trade I took not long ago, right? So if you look at this trade, you see that this level, this 17,891 level is constantly being tested by the buyers multiple times. It ended up being the high of day for the previous day, right? So when we opened up the next day, we actually opened up above that same level, held that level, and then took off, right? Nice little support resistance flip. Obviously, this was a next day kind of play, but just showing you, hey, I noticed that, hey, the buyers are really having trouble. So eventually when the buyers can actually get above that level again, hopefully they can make something happen.
Okay, cool. So like a longer term level that you were looking at. I'm just seeing it kind of like come to fruition a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so I utilize every time frame. I'm a price action guy, price action setups. So the thing about price action is that you can see the same setup on every single time frame. The only difference between a setup on the 5 minute and a setup on the hourly is the longevity of that trade, right? And again, it just depends on multiple factors. I never make a decision based off just one time frame. But if I'm looking at a chart on the hourly, right, or let's say I had one setup on the hourly, I had the same exact setup on the 5 minute chart. The hourly move is going to be a lot more aggressive and bring a lot more profits simply because it's a bigger time frame. So that's why I always utilize every single time frame, because there may be opportunities there. Like right now, the 5 minute didn't look good at all. I didn't like it. There was no trades right there, but the 15 minute looked a lot better. So I went on the 15 minute, got my entry, currently up $700, $800 right now. And if it's my price target, awesome. So that's kind of like where my mind is at with it.
Nice. Did you start with like 5 contracts, or did you like
strong stuff
add in?
Well, no, like so in this, you talking about for this particular trade or just in general?
Yeah, just this one in general.
Oh no, I didn't. So I originally came from options. Options. There's pros and cons to options and futures. Options, you have and some may call this a con depending on what side you're on. But if you're used to trading futures, you may look at options and say, hey, options, they just move a lot slower, right? You can trade SPY and QQQ, accumulate positions, and then let it go, right? In Q, you can't do that. As soon as you get in that trade, that thing is going to move, right? Even if it's chopping, it's going to move. So when I came from options to futures move so fast. Like NQ is like SPX for options times like 10 in my opinion. It's a major difference just because NQ is so fast. So I only started with I was like, you know what? Let me just understand what these different sizes feel like before I get to maybe 3, 4, 5. So I started off with like one contract. I couldn't believe how fast it moved, and I had to get used to how little of a move you needed to actually make a lot of money trading NQ. So when I started loading 5 to 7 contracts, dude, one candle, I'm up $2,000, and I'm like, yo, this is actually amazing. So ever since then, I've been just locked in.
Yeah, I've definitely had a learning curve with NQ, and it's how volatile it is.
And we're coming up on $1,000 right here for this trade. Just crashed it just now. So looking good, feeling good about the trade right now. And for those who know, I use Thinkorswim to chart. And I actually was super fortunate to be able to test out Topstep X before anybody else got it, because this is like super exclusive. I feel good saying that. Topstep X is on par with trading with Thinkorswim in my opinion, maybe even better. Just because of what you can do on the platform as well. So if you're not into Topstep X yet, definitely take advantage of it. And for anybody who knows me, if I didn't think so, I won't say anything negative, but I wouldn't say anything at all. So I would highly recommend Topstep X. But this trade's looking good, guys. Currently up 1,400, approaching PT.
Well done. Well done. We are seeing this bid. S&Ps, we are getting closing in on the daily highs of 5,009. Ooh, just caught a, wow, here we go.
Oh, it's starting to get bid
up.
Here we go. Big time.
Yeah, we're getting bid up here right now. Isaac, are you still in this trade?
Yep, currently up 1,700. I'm gonna probably get out of here pretty soon when we start heading up to this 839 level.
Okay.
I can't really scale out of like 3 contracts because it's not that big of a position size. So I'll just lock it in pretty soon.
Smart.
Taking 1,700 and drinking like a Slurpee. What is that? What are you drinking right now?
Yeah, what are you drinking? What is that?
Smoothie. Oh, can y'all is that really obvious in the camera?
Yeah, man, you've been slurping something. What do you got?
Everything.
Look at that.
Okay, so here we
go. New highs, S&Ps.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lock in 2,000 right here for for this trade.
Here we go.
Nice. Look at that. What a power hour, huh?
What a power hour, right? We are pushing here.
Already 2 Gs in power hour. Damn, dude.
Well done, man. There you go. Great job, Isaac.
Caught it live, baby. Everybody saw it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way.
Yep. New highs in S&Ps. Delta is increasing. Plus, time we checked, it was plus 24,000. Plus 24,000 in the ES Delta. Buyers are in control. And buyers are in control as they take this thing higher. Oh, you guys are idiots. We are going. You guys are going.
What do we train these people? It's like
Train the
AI.
monster.
Like we've trained the AI to do just
Train the
terrible
monster.
innuendos. That's all our fault, Andre. That is
Yes.
all our fault.
Yes. New highs in S&Ps. Here we go. We'll see if 27,000.
Chat. Did anybody catch that trade chat? I did.
Yeah,
call
throw some W's in there.
Yeah, throw some dubs in if you caught that one. I don't know. I'm not much of like a momentum trader, so I'd probably need to take a couple lessons from you, Isaac. To see. I always think those trades are too expensive. So are you getting out of those trades pretty quick then? If you don't get the exact momentum that you're looking for when you get into like a Momo trade like that?
No, I don't have a problem like kind of being patient and letting the trade continue to set up as I'm in the trade. But I will say most of the trades I do get into usually make a move almost immediately. So it does kind of feel like I don't like to say I'm a scalper, but sometimes the breakout just is just very fast and it just happens. But yeah, this was one of, I guess this is more of the patient trades. I mean, this was a 15-minute trade maybe.
Oh, nice.
Sick.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So is that not a scalp? Is 15 minutes not a scalp? That's a trade.
I wouldn't consider.
I don't know where the line. I
consider
don't know where the line delineation is.
I would say anything under 2 minutes is usually a scalp.
Okay. And what's
But
after that?
Some people
Just
may
a trade?
say 5. Some people may say 5 too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's all relative, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Stacks and networks. No, man, I'm hosting a show, dude. I can't. I wish I could stacks and networks. Yeah, but hey, throw in the chat what you think the line, what the cutoff is for from a scalp to a trade. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Throw in the chat there. I'm just curious to see what other people think because we have this debate all the time. Is it a scalp? Is it a trade? Is it a swing? What do you got?
My lot size. I had 3 contracts. 3 contracts on there. Hopefully,
5.
I mean, I'm up, so I should be able to upgrade tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it'd be tomorrow that you can upgrade. I mean, it all happens automatically.
I just forgot what the number was, like what you had to get to unlock more contracts.
1501. I think it's like every 1500 approximately. I think you get like a couple extra. It's been a while since I looked at the scaling win.
Yeah. All right, we got MOC imbalance coming up here. Eddie, my man, jump in whenever you get that info. Be early MOC.
Roger, Captain.
Thank you, sir.
Be coming up. You ever mess with the? You say you go down to the 1 minute, right? For NASDAQ every now and then.
Sorry.
You go down to the 1 minute for some of your NQ stuff, like entries.
Oh no, never. Nah, I've always stayed away from the 1 minute. At a certain point, I tried to incorporate it in my strategy.
Right.
But yeah, nah.
MOC imbalance, 205 million to the buy side.
205 to the buy side. Thank you.
Nice.
All right, well, while we got a little lull here, JD, we got you here. What do you got for us, JD?
Hey, what's up, guys? We got some standout trader updates coming straight from our risk team. Shout out to Brett for supplying us with this information today. All right, first off, you guys can hear me, right? Just checking.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
All right. First, we have Leonore A., who's up 7,200 in the live funded account today. Next up, Farouz T., who was featured yesterday on the shoulder tap and was also on our top 10 list earlier this week, is up 4K trading in the live funded account. Those are today's standout live funded traders. We also have an update on Isaac, who joined us earlier this morning. He's now up 6,500. That's up from 4,500 earlier today. Great trading, everyone.
Nice. Good numbers.
Nice job. People making money today. All right, Dolby, we have not taken a trade yet today. We have not taken a trade yet, or I haven't yet on Power Hour.
Have you? Like you've taken one.
I have a couple bad ones. Well, actually, a couple bad ones. One winner, 2 losers today. So down 325, manageable. It's been choppy. A lot of the strategies have not been working today, especially with the VWAP play. We've been cutting through VWAP upside, downside throughout in the ES. So that's kind of not really working. So hands off for now. We will keep an eye on this delta as we go into the close. But for now, we're just going to see how this plays out. Isaac, they say that they love you in the chat, man. They love you.
Oh, well, love you too, guys. Changing my name to Isaac Witt, that's actually crazy.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Enjoy chat while you can, Isaac. It's only a matter of time before they turn against you.
Hey, what's the hero quote, Dobie? They
yeah.
Die the superhero or live long enough to be the villain.
Die hero. Live long enough to see yourself be a super villain.
So how long has Dobie been is Dobie even a villain? Like, I don't even know.
No.
No way Dobie's a villain.
I am just warning you. I'm just warning you. Chat loves you one day, then the next day could be anything. Could be anything.
This might be a little pullback here in the ES. See if we'll buy one here.
So I sold here because you see this 839, like this 839 20 or 30 resistance level for NQ.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of why I just wanted to go ahead and get out that trade. We've already rejected twice to start the day. Usually we need another test or two to not reject again. So I didn't want to there's no point in just like holding and risking that. So went ahead and got out that trade and was able to lock in those profits.
Yeah, that was a solid one. Yeah, because you're coming up to like a pretty heavy level at like 840. So as I always say, come failed moves, come fast moves. So if buyers can't get over, then they're going to start heading for the exits and try to find some more ammo to the downside so they can push it higher. You got like 100 lot at 816, and now it's at 817. So it is floating around here, down by the 814s, which is where we touched a couple times today. About 4 or 5 times, actually. So we'll see what happens here. But I would like to get long in a pullback. How would you feel about that? It's a little long at like 810 or so, Isaac. Is that a good level?
At 810? Let me actually go on a 5 minute because I think I actually saw something on that. Yeah, if we can come back and okay, awesome. Yeah, 810 on the 5 minute doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, that's about where I would have a potential retest. And you have the 9 EMA right there, which oftentimes acts as a support. So either that retest right there would be awesome, or if we just break the high of day. I always love a high of day breakout because the buyers usually like to gain a lot of momentum. So I'm not mad at either one of those scenarios.
Yeah. So to the upside, then you're trying to like you would do like a buy stop or market order at say like 850 and just like roll with it or something.
Yeah. So for me, if we were to break, and it looks on the 5 minute, it's more like a 843, but those levels are just relative, or you could speculate and talk about what the exact number is. But over the high of day, I always would like to take a just a starter position to see if we can hold that level. If we can if we hold that level, maybe open up above that level again, then I would add to that position and see if we can carry the momentum to the upside more. And I do that with high of day. I do that with low of day. Because oftentimes, like I said, if we could finally break that high of day, then I think the buyers could make a move here.
Nice.
I hope you're right. I got
movement.
Got long on the pullback from 506 quarter or 5,006.25. 6 quarter in the S&Ps. Looking at the 5 minute, is a bit of a pullback. Delta last time we checked is 23,000, so buyers haven't really gone anywhere. See if they can keep pushing this higher into the close. Real quick before we get the real fireworks started here in about 9 minutes, I'm going to throw it to James. James, what do you got?
Yeah, I got the TopQuiz winners coming up for today.
Nice.
But before we do that, got one other piece of content here. If you were with us during Fast Markets for our news pack, you might remember we covered this story, using a mouse with your mouth. And we've already got an audition tape from one of our on-air personalities who's going to show us.
That is, I believe that is how you use it.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. So get ready. You're about to see a whole new level of Power Hour coming up.
Oh,
Colby and I are going
my
to only
goodness.
trade with our mouse, just like that.
Oh my God.
Send you all
You can't, you can't
Here's
unsee
TopQuiz.
that now. Here we go. I mean, looks pretty okay, right?
Looks relatively
Nothing-
safe.
Pretty good.
Yeah, nothing. Wiggle my
Bonnie, marry
that's
me. I
borderline.
love Vanessa. Who's Bonnie? Every day. Who is Bonnie?
I'll
her
take no
boson.
wicks. Kind of rhymes. That's cool.
You know who Bonnie is?
My second day. Anyway, congrats to the winners.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Dolby. I didn't know you had the prototype that handy for.
It was closed beta.
Oh, gotcha.
One of the first 10 to get
Gotcha.
it.
Very nice.
Yeah, hands free.
Okay,
Good
so
stuff. Good stuff.
yeah, very good stuff. Thank you for that. Just recapping here, we did see some buyers come in, Nasdaq as well, S&P's light bid. Yeah, tilt here, 57% long in the ES, 62% long in Nasdaq. Still chilling. We will start seeing some liquidity injections at 45, 50, and 55. Who knows what the rest of
I have a
Power
cheap
Hour
short
has
up
to
here
hold.
if you want it. I don't know if I want it though, but it's a cheap short. Let's try it. Isaac, you're not long, right? I don't fade gas.
You want to short? What are we talking?
Like 846, like just new highs, and just see if it rolls over.
I am looking at getting long. I don't want to go against you.
Really?
But
Whoa. Okay, well then I'm not doing anything. I don't fade gas. That's rule number
We don't
one.
fade gas. Yep, do not fade the gas.
Yeah.
Because I just got a long position in NQ again, just to see if we can hold above new high of days. Because right now we're breaking 840. If we could hold that, bigger time frames look good. Like I'm on the 30-minute right now, seeing what the momentum looks like. We could potentially get a nice push. We did yesterday, so it wouldn't surprise me if we got a nice push. So we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, I'm light size.
What do you got for your sizing?
I'm in, because I only can get 3 contracts. I'm currently only in 1. If it looks solid, super solid towards the end of this 15-minute candle, I'll load the extra 2 and I'll just let it rock. Because my next level is around 891. Not saying we'll hit that today, but we'll see. We'll see. I
891. That's like not even that far away from Nasdaq. I don't feel like anything is ever that far away from
new
Nasdaq.
highs. New highs. Boom. New highs.
Did not short. Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, though I was going.
I know, Rips. I know, Rips. Oh.
Wait, let me see.
New highs. Who's gonna stop this one?
I'll keep this size.
Wow, we are running. We are running. Look at Nasdaq run.
So essentially, what I like to do is, get in the trade, hit my price target, get out before the pullback, enter when it's ready to run again. I don't like to go through all that up and down with my P&L if I don't have to.
Right.
See, if I got 3 contracts, I would be up like another 600 right now, but I'm only up 300.
I would take 300.
Oh yeah,
I'll take it right now.
Still pushing.
I think Riviera would have up 12 grand. Power Hour scared you? Oh, come on. We're a bunch of teddy bears, Isaac R. We shouldn't be scaring you out of a trade.
Man, you made all your money being short too, Isaac, this morning. All that money was to the downside.
Yeah, there's like nothing really setting up on the 5-minute here for like me to take. Like even now, it would still be like another probably 15, 20 minutes for like another setup to happen. But let's see.
Update 25K.
So my rule of thumb, Dobie, is I don't trade. I don't like, and you're not necessarily wrong for like, hey, we're at a resistance level with these new highs. Let me go short. So that idea isn't like a bad idea at all. For me, I like to stay on the side of momentum. So even if we're approaching a resistance level, but it looks like we have solid momentum, especially on the bigger time frames, right? Bigger time frames over anything, right? If the 5 minute looks like it potentially could be short, but the 15-minute, 30-minute hourly look like there's bullish momentum, I will not take that short, right? Because again, wherever the big time frames go, that's where the smaller time frames are going to follow. So that's kind of like how I think about it. So even though you weren't wrong, that's why I was also like not wanting to do that, just because the 30-minute did look a little too bullish for potentially to to go short right there, if that made sense.
Right. Yeah. So how do you define momentum? Because I've heard like Anne Marie just say like she'll look at like the VWAP and be like, if the VWAP is like trending upwards, then she wants to try to get in line with that, and vice versa. Is that like a good way, do you think, for that kind of determine like bullishness or bearishness, or what methodology do you use?
Yeah, so for me, first I'm a price action guy, but I also like to use EMAs as well. One of the ones that I really like is when the 9 crosses the 50, right? When the 9 EMA crosses the 50 EMA, based on what I've back tested, if you can use that in conjunction with price action setups, you can get really good momentum plays, which is the reason I took the trade I took earlier to make that first 2,000. That was, if you look at my screen, the 9 crossed the 50. I didn't get in as soon as the 9 crossed the 50 because that's not an indication of whether I want to get in or not. But the 9 crossed the 50, showing maybe some bullish momentum. And then I saw that we broke the pre-market high, which we were holding for the whole day, right? So that gave me more confidence to get in that trade and hold that trade because, again, price action setup, plus it looks like we had some good momentum, plus the fact that it was on a bigger time frame as well, gave me everything I needed to know to take that trade.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like it is ripping to the upside still. Glad I did not get short. Rule number 1, don't fade guests. Perfect. Works every time. Every time.
New highs. Buyers in control. We did the resets earlier today. We did the combines earlier today. You got to hit up and pay attention. Fire drill happened earlier today. Smashing success. New highs. Here we go. Oh, and they come and do that. Then they teleport on us.
I know.
Then they do that, dude. Oh, it's tough. Wow.
You get a big wiggle like that. That's wicked. I still want to put on the order though, just to see what these brackets are like, see if they're actually wide enough for what I'm trying to do.
Hey, Isaac, you're long from what price? Sorry.
It was 847 for me.
Okay, cool. Thank you. 847, Robert. 847.
Oh, nice. I like that entry. It's kind of like a 1 minute pullback on there. Not that you look at the 1 minute, but it's like pretty nice.
Just a quick reminder to those that entered the form, we will send the code to today's winners tomorrow morning before the broadcast begins. So be sure to check for that tomorrow morning before the broadcast begins.
Oh, chat, I don't want to short it right now. I don't know. That's what I do. Taking like all the time off from trading and stuff has not been easy.
It's not.
So,
it's tough.
Dude, it's so hard. I'll be honest. It is really hard to trade while having like an actual job. It is very, very difficult. Because you get so distracted. You have like so many different things that are like pinging you, or like Discord, all like the different responsibilities. So it's tough to like stay focused and concentrate 100%. Crude oil, 67% on the long side. NASI, 61% to the long side. What's the average long? Is 37 is the average long.
We're
so
ripping here.
Great entry
We're ripping.
for the average. Yeah, that's really good.
We're ripping. Here we go. Here we go. Just got back
Dobie,
my day.
I'm so glad you didn't take that short, brother.
At least I'm learning something.
Yeah.
At least I'm learning something.
Keep ripping here. Eddie, keep us updated on MOC change. 14 minutes.
We'll do. Still unchanged. 205 million to the buy side.
Buy side. 14 minutes. These bulls are back. 1 day of selling yesterday. 1 day of selling. Then they started the buying. 20 minutes left in power hour, and we'll Those prices, they must be loving those fills that they got long from.
I mean, I really have to wonder how many people got short, 'cause it seems like a lot of people were eager to short this. And I just wonder how bad that short squeeze is going to be if they can find the funds to keep on pushing it.
Yep. Does feel squeezy.
We got 870. That was kind of interesting.
You got any levels here, Isaac?
Nah, man.
Okay.
I mean, you could have maybe possibly had one around, 855, but I feel like that would have been a little overkill, just too close to the previous level. Nah, I don't. One thing I don't do, I don't add levels after I get in a trade, because that means I am changing my. When you add a level after you get in a trade, you can 100% say that you're adding that level simply because you were either scared of what may happen if it doesn't work out, or you were trying to convince yourself of something that the market isn't really showing you to make you feel more confident about your trade. If it wasn't there before, if it wasn't there when you had a clear mind, then it shouldn't be there when you have something on the table. That's kind of how
like that.
Like my
I like that a lot.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that bit of advice yet on TopstepTV, which is don't add levels to your chart after you run a trade. That's pretty badass. That's a unique little piece of advice there, chat. Did you get that one, or are you too busy yelling at me for going on short? Taking shorts?
Did they get that?
Trying to figure it out. That was great, man. Thanks for
Still trying
sharing
to push
that.
here. Yeah, still trying to push here. 2 minutes till.
Yeah, exactly. So M said basically Isaac is saying you're altering your entries because at that point you come by. Yeah, because one thing that is super scary about trading, and when I figured this out, it changed my trading forever, is that the scariest thing about trading is that you could possibly be making decisions based off information that you don't even know that you have a bias for. And you form a bias based on what you believe or what you want to happen, and you only have those biases when you're in the actual trade, right? So for me, the reason I had that rule is because I had a hard time being able to develop a mindset that removed my emotional thoughts and my emotional impulses from the trade itself. So when I told myself, hey, this, review, change up as many charts or whatever, as many times you have to clear your charts and put the levels back on there. Do that as much as you can, but also know that your hard rule is, like your non-negotiable rule is, when you get in a trade, you can't make any adjustments. Because what a lot of people will do, will be short, right? Dobie, let's say you went short when you did go short, right? An undisciplined trader, a trader that really doesn't know exactly what they should be doing at that moment, would start plotting levels just to say, oh, we're probably gonna reject here. Oh, no. Oh, okay, we're gonna reject here now, right? And all of a sudden, you realize we done went from 840 all the way up to 870 now, and you're still trying to make up a reason why you should still be short, right? That's why you don't want to, and if it's okay to feel that way, but it's more important to control the actions. And once you control the actions, you'll slowly start to develop the mindset you need to have in order to be able to trade without bias. Like now I'm not nervous that I'm seeing something that really isn't there, because I have great risk management. I understand the setups. I study, I practice, and there's no reason for me to kind of get emotional. But it's really easy for a newer trader.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's I'm across the wire here.
We got an update here coming over the wire here. MLC imbalance 550 million to the buy side.
Thank you.
Nice.
Use a little push to the upside. S&P or Nasdaq still ripping.
Yeah, cracking 870. I had a line there on the 4-hour chart. That
Here we go.
Just ripped right through that.
So we did.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something I currently am like really struggling with, Isaac, is like, and I think it's from like all my times when I was trading crude oil and it was super volatile, and like you could hold a trade and just get paid because the volatility was so good consistently. And what's been chopping me up is that I'll like hop into a trade and I want to hit, like big levels, big figures. And instead I'm just getting chopped up, or maybe I'll get like a couple $100 profit, but then I'll let it run all the way against me because I'm trying to hit homers all the time. And it's something that I've seen you do. I've seen Rips do it. I've seen like Dakota do it. And y'all are just so good at just taking profits consistently. And like the amount of almost every trade I put on, I would say is probably at some point in time like in the profit, or I would say either it's in the profit for a while or it gets stopped out immediately. But the amount of money I leave on the table by not taking base hits is absolutely insane. It's stupid. It's so stupid. I love seeing you guys come on and just take profits constantly. A couple $100 here and there, a G here and there if you have size on. It's really good to see, and it's honestly it's what I feel like as day traders we really should be doing. Is just trying to take out little bits as we can.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, so Dolby, I would say that if you're having that issue, you need if holding a trade longer is what you want to do as a trader, because you can make money scalping, you can make money holding trade longer, right?
Yeah.
Number one, what you need to do is have a strategy that is centered around holding your trades longer, right? Because if you have I don't know what if you're on the 1 minute time frame and you're complaining that you're not holding trades longer, or not complaining, but you're maybe frustrated, or maybe, hey man, I wish I could hold my trades longer, then maybe you should be on a slightly bigger time frame developing a strategy that's going to help you hold trades longer.
Right.
Because I know a lot of scalpers that expect day trading results when they have a scalping strategy. Those are two different strategies. And I know some day traders who like to take profits really quick, right? Okay, you should have a strategy that's more tailored towards scalping, right? So I think that's something you have to kind of think about based on like how you like to trade and your I guess your style. But I had the exact same issue.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely frustrating. It's definitely frustrating. Because like honestly, most of the time the markets are going to give you base hits. It's not going to be giving you home runs. Maybe a double or a triple every now and then. But the fact of the matter is, like, base hits are going to be the easiest thing to get, and it's like those things add up real quick. Like I remember, back in the day, I was in the trading combine. I was trading crude oil, and just for like shits and giggles, I was like, I'm just going to go 2 to 1, or maybe I'd risk 200 to make 400. And all I did is like, I'm just going to try to have one more winning trade than the previous day. And it starts off kind of slow, but you start just like building equity in your account, and it's not sexy, but like a couple days later, all of a sudden you have, 2 or 3 Gs, you pass the trading combine, and now you're funded. Just going like 2 to 1, super easy.
And let me even offer more perspective on that. Most people just in general aren't profitable traders, right? That's not a secret. But here's something that I think we should all take into consideration. Number one, it's not hard in the market. First of all, we have to define what we call base hits, right? For some people, that may be $1,000. For the average person, I would say, hey, $200, $300, right? That's very doable in the market. If you do that, if you make $200 every single day, or $200, $300 just bases like you're talking about, before you know it, you'll have $7,000, $10,000 months.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean,
we're running, boys.
Yeah, it's NASDAQ.
S&P's giving out here.
Hates shorts.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and even like David Green was talking about this earlier. It's like, trading is just all about like delayed gratification, and for me, I'm such an emotional person. Like I'll get sucked into like the present moment, and it's not a good present moment. Me trying to chase profits or trying to save an account. But really, really good traders are just really good at delaying gratification. It's like, yeah, I'll lose $300 today because I know I'll make money tomorrow. But for a new trader, losing $300 is like the most painful thing on earth, because they still have $700 of risk left on the day in their account, but their personal daily loss limit is $300, and like that's the breaking point of becoming like a professional or an amateur trader is, can you stop trading, or can you follow your rules? Can you wait until tomorrow to see the benefits of your decisions today? Most traders have a very, very hard time doing that. I have a very, very hard time doing that. I think most humans have a hard time doing that. It takes a lot of practice, right?
Most definitely. the emotional aspect of trading is a skill. Like controlling that, it is a skill. It takes time. I mean, well, once you get it though, you'll never have to learn it again, which is something I told myself when I was up and coming. Only got to learn this stuff once.
Yeah, but I do feel like discipline is one of those things that it's like you always have to practice it. Like it's almost like what do they say for like alcoholics? Like once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Like for discipline, it's like you always have to be disciplined. I don't know if there's a time like you really want to have like a chink in the armor of discipline, because all it takes is one, right? It takes one bad day to ruin all of your money. It doesn't matter if it's $1,000 account or like a multi-million-dollar account. Like the market will take all of it. It has plenty of room to take all of that.
Very true. We did see some sellers come in as we made new highs. It looks like that was just a good entry to get back in there. This has been a wild little power hour has been wild lately. Isaac, we got less than 3 minutes left. We really appreciate you joining us and watching you make some money along the way. That was awesome.
So glad you said that. I'm about to. I just got out. I was literally just holding. I forgot that it was 1 hour left in the market. Yeah, I'm out that trade. I took another 800 off of that. I didn't add any to my.
Yeah, man. Dude, that is how you carve it up, chop it up here on Power Hour. That was awesome. Dolby time, I'd say this is another successful Power Hour for us. I had fun. Did you?
I had a great time. I'm so pissed that I couldn't get my stuff working for David's green segment. I really enjoyed talking to him.
Oh, yeah.
I heard that was awesome. It looks like chat really enjoyed his wisdom. But I mean, how can you not? He's been around for like, what, 20 or 30 years in the pits. So always a pleasure. Isaac, always a pleasure to see you as well. Look good, sound good, traded great. So anytime, come on back. I'm glad I got my stuff fixed though. And we're just going to start hitting some base hits, chat. Just some base hits. Pulled pork is done. We're going to pass a little trading combine here. We should be good. Well, we're just going 2-1 for a while and see how that plays out.
Awesome. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers that have been with us. Everyone watching us today on Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. You guys rule. We got less than a minute here. Eddie, as we continue to see push to the upside, Eddie, if you want to take it away from here, by all means.
Yes, sir. Yes, we got a few seconds here left, but I want to remind everybody about tomorrow. Oh, boy, there's going to be meat on the bone early. Remember, 7:30 Central Time. We do have a lot of big numbers coming out. We got the core retail sales. We got the continuing jobless claims, initial jobless claims. We also do have the Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index at that time. Sort of trying to watch here for the bell here, doing both. And my eyes are getting crazy. So 7:30 is going to be really big for us, folks. So just be aware of that. Also throughout the day here, at 8:15 industrial production. We got business inventories, 9 o'clock retail inventories. We've got the 10:30 4-week and 8-week bill auction. And we've got some speakers. Waller's going to be speaking tomorrow. We also do have here Fed balance sheet. That's going to be near the closing bell. And tomorrow's menu, yes, tomorrow's menu would be Thursday, the 15th of the month. We'll be here at 8 o'clock Central. For opening call, Hoagland, myself, we do have for Fast Markets. We've got Anne-Marie going to join us for Fast Markets. Mick and Hoag for Shoulder Tap. Carson G for Power Players, going to be here with myself and Robert. Vanessa's going to join us for TopQuiz. And we do have group coaching with Hoag. Recapping with Rips. Rips is going to be with Andre, Hoag, and Dolby from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And that should be it. And don't forget, we got At the Buzzer in our Discord channel. And Coach Dakota will not be having the slow markets today because he's going to a basketball game. But don't go away yet. Don't go away yet. And James, you have something here? Is that what I hear?
I do. Just in case anyone missed the special Topstep After Dark video we aired during Fast Markets, we're going to air it for you one more time before we sign off. And yeah, all right. It's a good one. So if you haven't seen it, stick around.
Thanks for being with us, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Rips, we got somebody in here saying, keep your hands on your butt.
In a way, you're just keeping your hands on your butt.
I'm keeping my hands on my butt.
I'm still sitting here with my hands on my butt. Opening
Holding
call
my
we
hands.
talked about.
What was it? Keeping my hands on my butt.
You know, put your hands on your butt for a minute and just watch the market. On the
Yes,
butt,
right.
Yep, on the butt.
Hoop is saying, keep your hands in your pocket. I call that pocket pool, but hey. So we're in this network. You share a house, you get somebody else's house. It's called the house swingers. Yeah, that is true. The owners of it stick around. Well, it's a lot of Europeans.
I hopped up. I'm just going to be honest. I was fully naked. So I want to see you hot and heavy in this NASDAQ today, buddy.
Oh, I'm going to be.
Come on, film me.
Like Johnny's when he gets in a position.
Like Kuma Sutra position or like a trading.
Wow.
Well.
Get your minds out of the gutters, everybody. That
I've
was
not.
a sigh. All right,
Nailed it.
let's see if there's more degenerates on the leaderboard. Jack
Good job, Greg.
Mayoff.
Range bound ball.
Dolby does Dallas. Man Meat MP. Ice. Wallow.
baby.
Yo, something so soft. My old friend Jack's Cornhole is here. Whoop it up, boys. It's Friday.
All right, on the leaderboard, we have Ask.
And
No, we're not
Lima.
saying that one. You guys are gonna make me blush.
Oh my god, I love you, traders.
Made some decisions not too proud of. Ignore the couch and the camera, but it's totally normal office.
Whoa.
Are you working some kind of casting job up there that you haven't told us about? Like I've seen that couch somewhere before.
Yeah, you did say you guys have several different types of income streams, so you got to do what you got to do.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. That's it. And we got to get the follower count up. And you started talking about making babies. I need to understand how I'm involved in that. I thought we were just going to hang out.
Gonna massage at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Jesus.
With Kelly.
Oh, God.
With Kelly. That's after I get the reverse vasectomy consultation. So that's kind of weird.
When we get to 2,000 likes, MP is
2,000 likes.
And despite the haters, we remain strongly committed to our dual mandate of 2% long-run inflation and stealing your girl.
You know, give me a gun. I'm just gonna go.